Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. Have you seen a phoenix rise? Rising up above the deep blue open skies, knowing that the way is right, guided by the secrets of an undiscovered life. Have you heard the ocean cry? Shallow waters carrying silent goodbye, diving deeper than the sea. What you find is what you get, and I found a part of it in me. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose. Have you felt a human grow? Open up and step right out of the shadow. Wondering what is left inside. Some may say, oh they say, it's mystery of life. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to lose. Watch me shake up the ground. About to explode, nobody knows. Coming the way like a renegade. Running wild, out of my mind. Hold my breath, I got nothing to lose.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
とデトン嫌い
Linis at siya lang papunta ka Jeffrey. Ginawa niya mo kanang taka. Hindi na lang ano yung pamamikan ko ba?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to WCSPH Week 3, Day 3, Botch Spice, Auto Lose, and Infinity. In the panel desk, guys, we had a long day yesterday, and we're back for more. We're right in the middle of the round robin, in the middle of the series overall. Auto Lose, I gotta ask, how you feeling today?
Definitely excited. I'm anxious about what's going to happen for today because yesterday we saw two teams that is starting to ramp up on their redemption arc to a point that, you know, our standings has been shaking up, and I fear for my predictions. I've been tagged on multiple posts, and I expect today not to change.
You know, I feel like the panel prediction should be more of Auto Lose's predictions, and we just do the consequences. But I think Auto Lose has more of the responsibility. So good luck with that. We will get to the prediction just a bit, but let's talk to Infinity. Infinity, we were talking off stream about how like all bets are kind of off now. We're gonna run into this recap, but even though we have done the first series of round robins, it's so hard to predict. So let me get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, and I feel like yesterday was just an overall toss-up because when we saw the first two series, we were having the panel to go to the side for Team Secret on series number 1, but then Team Underground going in for the panel predictions, and then Team Secret has won, and then for series 2, it was RRQ, and then it was Oasis who won that series, and then for series 3 and series 4, you have Grindsky Esports prediction is right, and then Fennel Adversity for series 4 was also correct. So yesterday was really just a toss-up, and it was just so amazing to see, you know, the expectations in the panel when the hope is lost. The teams are constantly improving, and that is what I love about Wildrift. The constant improvements coming through. And now we're here on week 3, so there is no reasonable thing that you can excuse yourself from. Hey, we're losing! Because there is a lot of weeks already in preparation for all the teams to know what the strategies are in the champion pool of teams that are participating here in WCS.
Yeah, the feel-out process has been done. The power spike levels, Auto Lose, has it been set yet? Or we have yet to find the ceilings of these power, the power levels of these teams?
So hard to predict what's going to happen. Again, WCSPH is about the 8 teams that are so stacked right now. We advertise this league as one of the strongest in the region for Southeast Asia. And so far, it has not disappointed, right? Right now, the headline of yesterday was FLA was able to tie for first with UNDRGRND. We did say last week or over the first 2 weeks that there is a clear number 1 team in the Philippines right now. After yesterday, we're not so sure anymore. So all I am happy about is, aside from, you know, the actions that is happening, you can see on your screen right now a Shyvana, a Dragon just eating up, you know, champions left and right. And this is actually, I would say, a wish granted for me because I've been playing with Coach Trek a few times already. I've been requesting for him to go for that champion. Now, I'm actually going to be public with my next request, and that is going to be Rammus. Why not?
Wow. Okay. Autolu shooting his shot there. They were asking for it, right? I know. I was watching the Grindsky interview there, so hopefully they'll be able to do
Timo?
that.
You want me to request for Timo?
You could. I don't know if it's possible. I've been trying to grind it out with Timo, but I don't know.
We'll see.
All right, but the request has been called out already. Infi, I want to get your thoughts on FLA and their performance so far. Agree or disagree? Being in second place makes you work harder because they've been in second place for the longest time at the start of this season. So do you think that they want to gun for that top spot, or should Underground still remain on top?
I mean, it's really hard to tell because when you are like these teams, right, they're looking to play at their very best every single series. So absolutely, they're trying to go for that top 1 position nevertheless. But as Autolus has stated a while ago, right, it's UDG being on top alongside with FLA, and these two teams are quite a strong or really exceptional team in the WCS Philippines. So it's going to be on par here, toe-to-toe, even matchup for those two teams on top.
Yeah, neck and neck. I cannot wait to see that. But first, before anything else, we just want to thank a couple people. This event was made possible by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with a 33 watts pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology and a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 is available at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
And of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. And as we mentioned before, it is week 3 of day 3 in Autoluz. I know last week we were like, yeah, you know what, it's going to be good vibes, positive vibes Sunday. But right now it's hard to say that because we're slowly counting down the days till the playoffs. And it's getting more stacked and stacked. I don't know if that'll be the theme for today. I will say, though, that this is going to be rematches, right? We're going to see definitely some improvements because if we look back at things, today's schedule actually was, I think it was week 1, day 2, and it was a lot of 2-0s. Do you think that's, as we look at the tournament format, do you think today is going to be sort of the same?
I hope. I'm just kidding. I'm pro prod, you know that.
Yeah.
And to me, I just hope for, even if it becomes a 2-0 wipeout, I hope for action-packed games and lively games because yesterday we were spoiled by the Grindsky versus Sunsparks series. On game number 2, there was the very first base race, I would say, quote-unquote.
Oh my God, yeah.
And where Grindsky just decided to go all in, right, with the RAM and something, and just push their way into game 3. So I expect, or I hope for the same to happen today on day number 3.
Yeah, and if you guys look on the screen there, just mark your dates. Playoffs is coming April 1 to 10, but we are winding down the days. We're almost at the middle of March, so that means, we're still in this double round robin format. So it's still going to be a very intense week, especially, you know what, the rematches always sell better than the first their first encounter. So let's move on to the standings because this is another talking point. I know we talked about the top of the standings, but Infinity, look at number 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, and when we were talking about all these, like what's happening on the standings before the show, like we were talking about how 4, 5, 6 are pretty even. And the difference between the standing number 3 and standing 4, 5, 6 is only 1 win difference. Right. And after that, top 1, top 2, 1 win difference as well on top 3. So it's really just a mix-up right now on the standings. And the only clear difference that we're seeing at the moment is towards the position 6 to 7 and 8. So I think this is going to be a really difficult task for Oasis, RRQ, Team Secret to race to marathon into those top 3 or higher standing position in this tournament.
Yeah, I think all eyes are on that because we definitely have to keep close eye on it, and that's why each and every one of you cannot miss a single day or week or match of the WCS because it's ever changing. So let's check out the match schedule for today because Autoluz for sure we're gonna see like a break in the lead here because aside from Oasis and Sunspark, Team Secret will go up against RRQ in our second match, and we'll have a clear lead with this three-way tie.
Three-way tie.
Exactly. Yeah. After that's Grindsky versus Fennel Adversity. Then after that, Cerebrum versus Underground. Go for it, Otto.
Yeah, TS versus RRQ was definitely the match to watch for today because Oasis, Grindsky, and the Cerebrum, I would say, series has a clear favorite. But for TS versus RRQ, both of them are in the middle of everything. The 4, 5, 6, as you mentioned, with Infinity. So that's definitely going to really give us a clear picture as to what is going to be the standings moving forward. And remember, this is the third day. You want to end the week strong. So this is going to be very, very critical for all these teams, especially for TS and RRQ.
Yeah, 100%. And remember what UDG was stating in the previous interview, right? RRQ is a team that they are really just looking forward for and fearful for this tournament, and now they're battling against Team Secret. And yesterday, we know that Team Secret once again UDG, so it's going to be really heated here, supporting the statement of Autolus that we need to look for the second series.
Oh yeah, I think all eyes are on that, especially with how Team Secret performed yesterday against Underground, and are they really back into form, right? I think that's a question that we will answer when, or at least pose the question to everyone watching when we head into that series. But for now, you saw how stacked the day is, and I think now is not the time to experiment. It's really the time for them to really try and get into I would say playoff forms, get into their final forms if that is possible, without showing too much of their cards. And honestly, like with panel predictions, I think it's just the second one that we think that we have some diversity in, because the first, third, and fourth pretty much the same. So let's head into the first series of the day. It's going to be Oasis versus Sunspark. Now, Infinity, let's talk about Oasis Gaming. They're on the brink of actually having a flawless weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, this team has been performing at their tip-top shape for this whole week. Having a well-fought game against Team Secret on Friday, getting a 2-1 win. And yesterday, with a clean 2-0 against RRQ, they defied expectations. And this is what we're saying about a toss-up for this week. So a lot at stake for Oasis Gaming. They really performed really well, and that placed them up in the standings, as we've seen a while ago, having that 4-4 series wins and lose. And I really don't think that they will be stopping anytime soon. They're performing very well. And now, looking at the individual players of this team, there are 3 players specifically that I want to quickly highlight, right?
Go for it.
Based on the regular season alone, when it comes to the stats, that the players that are exceptionally well playing here are Demon Kite, Dragon, and Etta. And Demon Kite, or Etic Nomad for the PH broadcast fans out there, has one of the highest kill participations, being 5th in comparison to everyone in WCS Philippines. Etaf, on the other hand, has the highest combined kills and deaths per minute across the board, which states the playstyle of Etaf being that aggressor for his team. And lastly, Dragon, the solo highlight that we have for this team, has an exceptional assist average per game and a very low combined kills and deaths per minute. And I know this might just be like a jibber jabber for some, but what this actually means for Dragon is how significantly he plays for the team, assisting in the majority of the team fights while staying alive and giving the kills to his hyper carry. So this is just the main characteristics of Dragon, and you just have to state, right? Dragon and Demon Kite, the twin buff coming from Oasis Gaming, such a dominant duo in bot lane.
Yeah, it's always feared the twin buff whenever you see them at bot lane. And you know what? This isn't the first time we featured Dragon, and I don't think it's the last, because he's definitely always one of the players to look out for, and it's always a treat to watch. So really excited to see how Dragon will fare up with our other player highlighted in our head-to-head, because we are going to move on to our next, the team they will be going up against, Sunspark. Now, Autolus, we got to talk about Sunspark, because, yeah, have they gotten that spark yet? Because right now they're still looking to get more points on the board in the standings.
They showed better results yesterday. They showed better team play yesterday, and I thought that initially, game number 2, they had the very strong chance of finishing the series 2-0 against Grindsky.
Right.
So I know that we're not counting moral victories, but if there is a momentum that they could, or if there's something that they could, use as a momentum booster for them, it was their series yesterday. I feel the best iteration for this team is still to have the utility jungler, and that's Ace going for the Nunu and Willem, or Nuno and Kuya Will in Tagalog broadcast. But basically, if we're talking about Sunsparks, we have to also remember that this is the team that went 3 straight championships for a local tournament before, when they were still under Bren. So you could still say that they have the winning mentality. It just so happened that they cannot go over the hump. And I feel that the change in the support is actually a positive one, if you're going to ask me. Because again, when it comes to chemistry, it's very underrated yet very important. The solo player highlight for Sunsparks is going to be their support, MJen. MJen is one of my most favorite supports of all time in the Philippines, mainly because he mixes things up. He is willing to play the meta, goes for the Lulu, goes for the Nami, or what other champions you could think of that are in the meta, but also is not afraid to bring out the big guns, going for the Blitzcrank and possibly the Ziggs. I want MGen to be more comfortable right now because I feel that if he plays his normal MGen role, he could surprise not just the other team, but also everyone in the Philippines. Again, high hopes for this guy. I really love how he plays in the support role, and although it doesn't show on the numbers as of yet, I still believe in him. I'm not sure, but I just believe in MGen. I'm an MGen fanboy.
Hey,
That's
man.
it.
Yeah, nothing wrong with having some faith, and also, it's he definitely has some chances to pop off. So now let's go on over to the head-to-head between Dragon and MGen. Guys, please break it down for everyone watching, because Dragon has always been highlighted as one of the best, and MGen still getting more, wanting to get more, I would say, pop-off moments on the board here.
Who goes first?
Oh,
Me?
Yeah, go for it, Autolus.
All right. Well, Dragon from Mindanao and MGen from Tondo. Okay, so let's do some location reference. Okay. All right. For Dragon, for me, I've been in awe of this player. I believe his move from mid lane to support actually has been a very, very big blessing and a very, very big change for the roster. Allows him to build on that chemistry that has already been built over years because his partner is his sibling. On the other side, we have MGen. MGen and Konzi goes way, way back. If I'm not mistaken, they've been a partner for almost a year now. So when it comes to playstyle, Dragon is more of a playmaker. Meanwhile, MGen will take care of Konzi more. But do not be mistaken. For now, the numbers really suggest that Dragon is the better support. Do not count out MGen. That's it.
Yeah, look past the numbers. Infi, I need to add.
Yeah, I think it's unfair to really just look at MGen with the numbers at the moment, because he only played 3 to 5 games overall at the moment for Sunsparks as a support, so it's really hard to tell. But I would just want to reiterate what Autolus have stated a while ago. The MGen champion pool, like Blitzcrank, I think he read my mind. It's just absolutely insane bringing this champion up, and they're not afraid to bring in the Yasuo alongside with it. So a lot of playmaking here, how Sunsparks would do it, and how Oasis just does the twin buff on bot lane. Just amazing, amazing stuff.
Oh yeah, and a lot is at stake for Oasis, and I really think that Sunspark has nothing to lose. They definitely just want more points on the board, and Oasis, if they kind of sleep on Sunspark, they could definitely be in a tough spot. Now, agree or disagree? Oh, well, actually, not more of an agree or disagree, but who do you guys agree in terms of Oasis has more to gain, more to lose in this match? Because right now they're in that 3-way tie at sixth place. Let's ask Autolus first. There we go.
Thumbs up. Clearly, for me, again, Oasis, my expectations for them is really, really high. Again, the Cebu representatives did actually make me do that for them. And having won that very prestige tournament at the very beginning of this year gives me the license to do so. So in order for them to really match the standards that I have for them, then they have to at least continue this redemption arc that they are riding so far. 2-0 is a good start. 3-0 will be the best end.
Ooh, yeah. How about you, Infinity? Has your confidence kind of in Oasis been shaken in their past performances?
Absolutely not. I mean, they're on a winning streak right now on this week, right? What we discussed a while ago, TS, they defeated them 2-1 3-game series. And then yesterday against RRQ, defied expectations for the panel. So Oasis Gaming definitely is not being that underdog at the moment. They're really, really strong. And to answer that question a while ago, if they are at risk of, losing or more to lose in this series, absolutely yes. 4-5-6 currently has an even level playing field when it comes to series wins and series loss. So winning this series would give you a heads up. And as we talked about a while ago, this is a marathon to go higher and higher in standings between 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, you definitely have to outlast your combatants if you're in that that 3-way tie. So I know I have a feeling I already got your predictions, Infi. So I'm guessing you're going with Oasis Gaming in this one.
Yeah.
2-1, 2-0.
2-0.
2-0.
All in,
okay.
all in.
All in with Oasis Gaming. I will have to agree. I will go with a 2-0 for Oasis Gaming coming into this one, because their previous performance in Friday and Saturday have made me, made me believe in them because they did face some adversity and now they're back in a full form. How about you, Autoluz?
I got tagged yesterday, so Oasis Gaming. 2-0, let's go.
All right. He's going with the tags, ladies and gentlemen. So Autoluz, as well as Infinity and myself, going with Oasis Gaming. So boys, how are we going to decide this? Because the consequence will be Pulveron or Crackers panel hosting and casting. So next week, before someone opens up a cast or opens up the show, we will have to eat some Pulveron or Crackers, so it's going to be quite hard. Are we going to go with goal difference, time difference? What else are we going to do?
Infinity's choice. Let's go.
Yes.
Yes,
Let's go.
A lot
Putting
of
you on the
pressure
spot,
right now. Yeah, let's just go with gold lead. You know what? Since this is
Gold
a toss-up, we're gonna go gold lead at this one.
Okay, what's your guess? Cumulative 2-0.
My guess, cumulatively, we could expect 25k. 25k.
Okay.
Cumulatively.
Okay.
For both
Yeah,
series,
cumulatively. Okay.
Game 1 and 2.
I was actually going to go with 20k. I thought I was shooting for a lot, but yeah, I'm going to go with 20k.
Okay, I'm going with 28.
All right, a little higher.
The
All
largest
right.
number. Yeah, that
Higher.
I like that. So guys, if you guys want to chime in with the predictions and also give us some insights, please use the hashtag WCSPH or WCS or Wildrift Championship C. Also, we will have a watch party, Autoluz, over there at PPGL Discord if you guys want to hang out. I know yesterday I didn't really join you guys, but I could sense with the Grindsky versus Sunspark match that you guys were screaming at the top of your lungs when they were rushing back to the base. So that's really insane. And also, you know what? We definitely. I know in the previous weeks it was a very star-studded cast. Is there any special guests that will be joining us today?
I'll look for guests. Actually, I invite them on the fly. Are you doing something? Okay, join us. Something like that. But I hope our coaches can join us today, just so that they can play a game with us. You heard this, Podge. We do draft simulations on on the watch party, just so we could gauge if we already have read the team so far. And so far so good. When it comes to drafting, we have a good read onto these teams. There are some teams that still has some cards left to play, but so far so good for the watch party people.
Yeah, and speaking of one of the watch party people, this one is a very active person on the Twitch stream. Qeon, let's go WCS Day 3. Let's go at Team Secret. Timo pick when? I don't know, Autoluz. Probably when Grindsky comes in.
Yeah, probably have Plantito Tonte do it. Because yesterday he went for the Ixtal Sijar, right?
Yeah,
so he wants to plant. Okay, so Ixtal, Sijar, plant mushrooms, plant Tonte.
Boom! The connections being made by Autoluz. Yeah, hopefully.
AB, see?
So thank you so much for your tweets, guys. Again, use the hashtag WCS or hashtag WCSPH or hashtag Wildrift Championship C. So speaking of mock drafts and simulations, we talked about how Sunspark was able to win yesterday. They got the Lulu Vayne combo, right? Let me ask you guys. Let me start with Infinity first. How do you think that they're going to be doing that? Because Oasis also plays Lulu Vayne. So you think that's going to be respect banded, or are they going to allow it through? Oh, yeah. Also, before that, Riku chiming in on Twitter. Hello there. It's week 3, day 3 of the hashtag WCSPH. Group stages.
Hello.
Casting the first 2 series with Crazy Apple and the third with Infi. The guy, here we go. So she's going to do play-by-play, ladies and gentlemen. Give her your love and support.
Absolutely. Hello, Riku.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
So
for
back
that
to your
tweet.
answer. Back to your answer, Infi. Lulu Vayne, is it coming through?
I feel like it's gonna be contested or denied by any of these teams because it's absolutely amazing, and we've seen Vayne to be one of the highest win rate champions so far, having a 72.73% win rate or probably higher. Now that we've seen yesterday's games, right? It's such a strong champion that you have that late game insurance. And then if you have that early game, that mid game is going to be easy. So I absolutely feel like it's going to be denied by banning out Lulu, and then Vayne could just come through.
All right. Thank you for the
Not
insight.
come
Not come through. Hey, and at GGC, you're chiming in on Twitter here. If you're a Wildrift player and you're not watching WCS, you are missing a lot. True. That is very true. Hopefully, especially in the Philippines. I mean, WCS all around, but in the Philippines, it's getting quite heated in the group stages. Autoluz, anything else to add when it comes to the picks and bans that we're about to see?
the last time that these two teams met, we hyped Konsi versus Demon Kite because we did say that both of them are, the dragon lanes to watch if you are a marksman main. But the last time it went full AP. Morgana was picked by Demon Kite twice, and Dragon was the one making plays on Sen and on another champion. I feel it was Alistar. But that's the thing. That's the reason why I held myself back in hyping the Dragon laners, because the last time that we did it, they went full AP. But if Sunsparks wants to go for the comfort, and I believe that their comfort is still the Lulu Vayne plus Nunu connection, then yes, I hope that they go and fight fire with fire.
Ooh, I like that. I like how they just lean into it. You know what? All right, more fire. Add more fire to the fuel. Because I think they play their best when they're at their when specific conditions are reached, right? Now I know Infi, you broke down Oasis winning this. I know they have they got a lot of tricks up their sleeves. What kind of version of Oasis are we going to see now?
I don't know, because Oasis Gaming has a lot of champion pool, especially for Edop and Demon Kite. I mean, we've seen Demon Kite play Senna, we've seen him play Ziggs, Ezreal. Like, these champions are untraditional for that carry role, but he's played it. And what Outloots have stated a while ago, right? Demon Kite also plays Corki. So if ever Vayne is banned away, you have that champion to lean back on for Demon Kite. And aside from Demon Kite, he also goes for Morgana. So a lot of these champions can be picked up for Oasis Gaming for the dual lane.
Wow, okay. Lots of things in the air. Sunspark definitely has a lot on their plate and a lot to win and nothing to lose coming into this first series of the day. And Oasis Gaming, I feel like, they're riding that weight of momentum. So I'm really excited to see this match. Before we head on over to the casters, though, we do have to take a very short break. But when we return, it's going to be Crazy Apple and Riku taking you to our game 1 of the first series. So don't go anywhere. More of WCS when we return.
Bright light feels right. I can't lie. I'm the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move. Got nothing to
And welcome to the first series of the day. It's gonna be Oasis Gaming versus Sunsparks. We're gonna be your casters. Rico over here. Together with me is Crazy Apple. And we're gonna dive straight into the discussion between these two teams. I mean, during the first week at the round robin, Oasis won a strong 2-0 under 16-minute games against Sunsparks. I mean, you know, Oasis, looking at the standings, currently 4th place. Sunsparks, on the other hand, has only won one series, but it was against Team Secret. So based on that, Apple, while Oasis is expected to win this, it's not entirely impossible for Sunsparks to grab another victory as well.
Yeah, I know, Rico, today could very well be the start of another day of upsets as we've seen in week 2. It could be very well, you know, the start of something new. It is a second round robin. We have seen yesterday a lot of those things that weren't really, I call this, expected by the panel. A lot of really broken expectations, a lot of broken stuff that happened yesterday. And coming into this series between Oasis Gaming and Sunsparks, there's a lot of expectations as well between the players. As the panel have discussed, they didn't really want to focus on, you know, Demon Kite and Consi, because Demon Kite has shown that he has been picking more on the AP matchup rather than going for the traditional marksman that Consi has. But as we get into the pick and ban phase, I think one thing that we might see here, Rico, in terms of the bans, maybe a Lulu and or a Vayne coming up here.
Yeah, just trying to cancel out any of the hyperscaling and the hyperscaling enablers. So Yuumi, Lulu has been a constant ban in some of these drafts, and there could also be another route, which is banning most of the top laners that can be flexed in the jungle or even mid lane.
Yeah, a lot of those, as you mentioned, top laners and junglers could be banned out, and immediately that is what Sunsparks is taking out of the pool, because Edaf, also Escilla has really shown to be some of the key players as well in Oasis, and that has led to this team to really be very flexible in terms of what they want to pick for their Dragon Lane. That's why Demon Kite is so much enabled to pick like the Morgana, like the Ziggs, like the Lux there in the Dragon Lane. That's why I think taking out some of the stronger picks in terms of the top side in the jungle is a good option for Sunsparks with the Lee Sin and the Riven ban. But a Yuumi ban, though, coming from the side of Sunsparks means they just really don't want to deal with that cat, even though we have seen mixed results coming from the Yuumi.
Yeah, there has been victories, landslide victories, and very sad kitty results once the Yuumi has been picked. But yeah, this seems to be because of the top enchanters being taken out already. This could be a default for Dragon and Emjan for, you know, heavy engaged supports like the Rakan, mayhaps the Galio.
Yeah.
And look at that, it's the set first pick for Sunsparks.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these set first picks, and I think it's a good denial pick as well because Dragon has shown to be very good at utilizing this champion. We know Set to be often in the Baron lane, but lately here in the WCS, we have been seeing this champion being played often in the support role because it's enabling a lot of our more aggressive tank support players to have a lot of agency in these games.
Yeah, a lot of heavy engage already, just as you mentioned, secured. But on the other hand, for Oasis, double AD being secured right off the bat. So there's still a little bit of mystery. Jace, we still don't know if that's going to be in the mid lane or top lane. But we get to see the Corki, which can be flexed in mid and bot as well.
Yeah, and before we touch upon the Jace and the Corki, I do want to highlight that the Vayne has been locked in by Sunsparks, and Conti has been one of the players who really loves playing this champion. The Lulu has been banned, so I do expect Sunsparks to pick up the Nunu since it's still open. It's one of those combinations that Sunsparks has been using effectively since Nunu still gives that attack speed bonus to his allies, and also a very good denial in terms of area as well. See, it is gonna be that Nunu pick coming from Sunsparks. Yeah, but before we see the third pick or the last pick in the first phase for Oasis Gaming, let's touch upon a bit as well the Jace and the Corki, which I think is a very good pick on the side of Oasis Gaming because they are one of the few teams that are flexing Corki both into the Dragon lane and into the mid lane. So still, even though we see Corki expect him in the Dragon lane, it still can't really expect that for this team because they can still flex that pick in those two roles right now.
Yeah, I love it. Sunsparks painting a clear picture on where these lanes are going to go, these picks rather. And for Oasis, on the other hand, there's still a lot of mystery. But so far, there's a lot of heavy poke going on the side of Oasis. Now, they want to ban the Enchanters. Nami is also an option for the Vayne, provide sustain during the laning phase. You also provide a lot of peel, bubble, tidal wave. So we'll see what the response is because so far it has been opposites. Oasis is going to ban Enchanters, Sunsparks, we're going to remove engage supports.
Right, and I'm very curious. Right? I mean, Rika, you're seeing this. There's so many support-based bans, but at the end of it all, a lot of enchanters are being banned out by Oasis. At the same time, Enjan, I know, also has a Blitzcrank. He played this, I believe, in his first game here, the WCS, so that could very well still be an option. One ban that I think got left through here for Sunsparks is that Galio because Dragon has also played that champion, played it in such a way that it's more of that support engage. But seeing as where the bans are coming from, which picks are still open, I was thinking a Morgana pick for Oasis, but they have gone the way of the Nami.
Yeah, they're whittling down the choices of Sunsparks for what would be the best enchanter pair for... Oh wow, for Conti, this is the first Seraphine we're having today! Oh my god, Apple.
Right? Yeah, I had the same reaction to that, Riku. And man, okay, Seraphine, we were kind of enumerating the enchanter pool, and I feel like Seraphine got under the radar for us because we have never seen Seraphine. She provides shielding, AoE shielding. She's basically Sona 2.0, you can say, in most regards. But looking at the lineup for Sunsparks overall right now, finishing it off with the Lucian, I love how they picked that Lucian in the last pick. Gives them that more damage for their team composition. Yes, a lot of their damage is gonna be attack damage, but the Lucian can very well just build Black Cleaver and negate a lot of the armor. At the same time, right now Sunspark seems to have this very balled up composition and a very front to back linear composition as well that I do love to see because I feel it's easier to play compared to a lot of other compositions we've been seeing in the league.
Yeah, that's true. Sunsparks looking very straightforward with the composition, just as you mentioned, front to back. Oasis has a little bit of everything. They've got the pokes, they've got sustain as well coming from the Nami, and a little bit of the assassin burst power coming from the Kha'Zix here. So again, both of these compositions looking like two different things so far.
Yeah, the two different things indeed. For Oasis Gaming, yeah, as you mentioned, they have a little bit of everything. They do have a lot of poke coming out from the Jace and the Corki, which could very well be just negated by some of the shielding from Seraphine. Although, yeah, Seraphine is a bit of a jack of all trades kind of champion, but she doesn't really excel at one thing too much. She does have a bit of shielding, a bit of healing, but usually it's not enough for you to sustain through a lot of these fights. So One bold prediction I could do right now for Sunsparks is if they do see an Ocean Drake, I think they should prioritize that. It would really help their team sustain through a lot of these fights because it's just adding a bit of that regeneration along with that healing from MJan could really negate a lot of the damage coming from Eda, from Demon Kite. So it could be something they're looking at. But as we get into the game, we do see just default starts right now for both of these teams.
Yeah, no funny business, no death brushes to see if they can burn a flash or two. And exactly, right? It is definitely going to help if it's going to be an Ocean Drake. But on the other hand, I feel like Mountain Drake is good too for negating some of the poke from the side of Oasis to protect them a little bit. Haze, a little bit chunked down already, level 1.
Yeah, but he does still have the mid lane control though. Bit of fighting here in the bot side. I don't think we're going to see a kill here, but both of the Dragon laners are very low in terms of HP. Sunsparks is a bit ahead. But yeah, mid lane, want to touch on that as well. The initial shove was on the hands of Haze being the usual range champion. Although it is hard to go against a Jace level 1 because he has 2 abilities compared to the one of most of the champions right now here in Wildrift. But as we get into the start of this game, we might be seeing a bit of a Rift Scuttle fight in a bit because Nuno is very good at that. Although I think there's a gag in the mid lane and Ace just missed the snowball. But going back, Rift Scuttle fight should be in favor of Sunsparks because they have had the initial shove and Haze has just been shoving that lane towards EDAP. So any scuttle right now that Sunsparks chooses will be the one they're gonna take for sure.
Yeah, especially if Ace gets a very, very good setup for Haze and alongside with Nastjo and Haze providing the additional damage. But it seems to me both junglers are not going to be skirmishing early. And now the expectation is going to be, will it be the same thing once objective spawns? Will Oasis just give up the first dragon and then just go Rift Herald?
The thing is, as you mentioned, Mountain Drake is the first Drake right now. And yeah, I do agree that it is also something that Sunspark should be looking at because it provides them a bit more shielding on their side so that they could sustain through some of the pokes that's going to come out from Demon Kite and EDAP, and also just to negate a lot of damage from the Darius. But the fight here on the top side,
possibly see first blood. Snowballs ain't stopping. Nicely done. Stun. Esila so low. He has no escape. Used all summoner spells and first blood for Sunsparks.
Yeah, he was a bit too ahead in that lane. Ace immediately recognizing that the Darius was overextended, immediately went to the top side, even hitting level 5 Consi, getting a bit damage here. ETAP using that time to go to the bot lane.
What nice route coming from MJan. Here comes the Nunu Ace once again. Nice knock up here. And Demon Kite solo wants to finish the kill onto MJan, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to be pursuing this a little bit more, but it seems to me that they will stop Sunsparks again with a nice response.
I never expected this, Rico, coming into this game, that Sunsparks would be the one dictating the early pace of the game. We were painting a picture of where they're going to go in the early objectives, and they do have a lot of scaling on their side. But earlier part of this game, Oasis looks to be the team to have more damage because they have the Jace, they have the Corki, they have a Kha'Zix, who's it's really an assassin, and also if you also add in that Darius into the mix, could very well get his resets earlier on. But since a lot of these fights have been just self-contained skirmishes on the sides, Sunsparks has gotten a lot of that advantage. And also Ace has been all over the map in this game, has enabled him to first buy that stone plate, which now tells me that he really wants to fight if Oasis will challenge them for an objective.
Yeah, a little bit more of that tankiness, that survivability later on. If ever Oasis wants to initiate on any of these 5v5 contests over the dragon, looking at how they're moving, they are definitely going to contest. I mean, we talked about the pokes before. They can definitely do that.
Yeah, and with the Yomu's Ghost Blade on Ida, he really wants to get a lot of damage early on. Ace still getting chunky.
Yeah, Tidal Wave, and that's the jungler gone. Sunsparks, 4v5, Oasis. This is definitely going to be a free dragon.
That wasn't a good kill right there, or rather, not a good death for Ace, because Sunsparks really wanted to get this Drake, especially you had a Nunu, you have the Consume, you have the Consume Smite combo, which really gives you that early objective control. But great catch right there from Oasis. I think it also helped that ADAF did go for that almost ghost, but it had a bit of that movement speed to get that early, but Ace running it down right now towards his Herald.
Yeah, they know it's a 4. Well, they know Ace is there, or rather Sunsparks is not in the position to get this Rift Herald comfortably. There's the Valkyrie already being used, so maybe just a few seconds of vulnerability. Edaf, though, pretty low. He has to go back, had to 1v1 Haze over there, and Sunsparks now starting this Rift Herald. Oasis risky, so they back off.
Yeah, they back off. They already have one objective, so I think that's a good call. Also knowing that Ida was low, he needed to recall back. Haze could have very well walked towards the mid lane, get that mid lane shove. So at least in terms of the lane pressure, Oasis would have been a bit in the back foot if they still tried to challenge that Herald and lost. But going for the more safer option at least nets them. I think overall net positive for them. Having that Mountain Drake gives them the same thing that Sunsparks was looking for, a bit of that durability, and also denies it from the two tanky champions that Sunsparks gonna have. But Nasha though getting a bit low here.
Yeah, very low. It's gonna be fine, but look at this. Ace is rolling. Will he get the knock-up though? But Nastra too far for the follow-up.
And Ace, this guy on the Nunu has been really consistent on this champion. Ace has usually been playing a lot of these more utility-focused champions, although there might be a gap being set up here. Ace smelling it.
Yeah, he smelled it. He wanted to scout for it. He's still alive. There's the Culling Unleashed. Etaf pretty low. This could be the follow-up at Ace. Of the snowball onto the wall. Pretty hard curve. It's a very difficult curve there at the tri-brush.
He needed to do a initial Tokyo drifts kind of thing.
Yeah.
on Ace right there. Couldn't really do the big turn, but still Etaf and Edaf being very persistent here, knowing that Ace is very low. Demon Kite though.
There's the exhaust dropping on Konsi. One more auto attack, but no, nicely done. Tidal Wave coming from Dragon. He's so low. Konsi is able to survive with the heal. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome.
Great snipe right there from Mjan, using the ultimate on the Seraphine, just screaming at the top of her lungs to get Demon Kite at the back line. And I think that I want to highlight there the item build from Demon Kite, because we often see a lot of the core keys have Black Cleaver, so that gives a bit more durability, gives a lot more early game strength on that champion. Also an armor shred that would be very beneficial to Edaf and Etaf. But having the Essence Reaver does not give that durability, so I think that was the key there why he died. Ace though.
Another fight. Here we go. Etaf jumping in. There's the Culling Unleashed. He's so low. Etaf jumping back in. Again, this is very back and forth. Valkyrie forward for Demon Kite. He can poke. Nicely done. Root though coming from Mjan to prevent to make sure that SS is safe.
Yeah, to prevent the re-engage, Mjan was able to stop that in the bud. Konsi is backing away the mid lane because he knows that the Corki and the Kazakhs would be rotating to the mid lane, but at least chunking that turret down when they go back to that lane, they could take it later, especially if they're able to take the second Herald of the game. Also, one more thing is the first turret has fallen for the side of Sunsparks with the summon of the Herald there in the Dragon lane. Off cam as well, we have seen Nasjo believe falling to Asilla on the 1v1. That top lane fight has been going on and off and has mostly been influenced by Ace, but since Ace wasn't there, Nasha still took the 1v1. Asilla was inevitably able to kill him.
Yeah, this game, Apple, has been non-stop action so far. And with the dragon spawning, you talked about the Ocean Drake being very beneficial for the side of Sunsparks. I mean, they already lost out on the Mountain Drake, so shields. They need that sustain later coming for the pokes against Oasis. So now this is the Dragon Dance, the tussle rather. And the pokes is very apparent now as we get to see Mjan chunked a little bit, but good thing they do have some heals.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be the tango we're gonna see here between these two teams, although Oasis is looking for a pick right now.
They are. There's the proto belt forward. Asilla also wanted to make the same move. Eta jumping right in Ace so low, but look at that, there's the smash from Asilla. Nasta's gonna be the first one to fall. Nicely done. Ult coming from Mjan, locking down Asilla, and now it's gonna be
Konsi?
more of the double kill though coming from Eta. Nicely done response. There's another fight. Bubble will not hit. Hayes wanted to move forward, and so far junglers are still alive and they're still wanting to fight, but it is the retreat for both teams.
A retreat and a 2-4-1 in favor of Oasis Gaming. Very timely use of the exhaust right there from Demon Kite, exhausting Konsi as he was tumbling into that fight. As we go into this replay, we really thought that it was Oasis Gaming who really wanted to start that fight, but it was a proto belt Facebreaker that started it all from the hands of Nastro, and it really was hard here for Sunsparks. They were about to win this fight, but a really great exhaust from Demon Kite essentially stopped the vein in her tracks. Herald has been taken by Oasis. Sunsparks here still at the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, they really want to contest this one. Again, we talked about the importance of this Ocean Drake. Therefore, both of these teams really do want it. We get to see Edda trying to shove the wave in mid, but again, Oasis a little bit hesitant against the Nunu with what we talked about before, the Consume plus the Smite. Look at them going in. Asila with a Proto Belt, unable to apprehend anyone. No, triple bubble trouble. Ace so low at the moment, but here comes Nastro coming in. Edda and Demon Kite wanting to run for the hills. This is Sunsparks having an adequate amount of space to get the Dragon for themselves and get more kills. Double kill for Nastro right now, and even an extra kill coming from Conzi.
Yeah, it looked like it was a fight that Oasis really wanted to start out. Asila using the Proto Belt and the Apprehend didn't able to catch anyone. The Sunsparks wasn't able to just kite them out. That is one of the strengths of their composition with that Nunu, with that Vayne, with that Seraphim, giving that AoE shield and speed up. And another kill here gonna go to the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, the Stunlock Apprehend into the Condemned with Conzi's follow-up was just gonna lock down any of the tanky frontliner, which is just the one.
Yeah, and as we get into the replay, I saw right there, Asila really trying to go for that engagement. An initial pick on Dragon, let go a lot of the CC that Oasis was able to throw. No Tidal Wave, no Bubble, essentially just left a lot of the members of Oasis out in the open to be picked up one by Sunsparks. But Demon Kite here,
oh dear, oh my. Ace 1v1, mini 1v1 as the rest joins in the fight. Facebreaker, Demon Kite still auto-attacking Ace. He wants to kill before he falls down. Dragon is the support. He's right here, but no heals whatsoever as everything has been used. Meanwhile, at the bottom side of the map, 1v1, Conzi wins that duel, and he gets away with a sliver of health.
yikes. That's the one word that I'm feeling right now for Oasis Gaming, because we went into a replay and I was expecting teams to be forming up and trying to go for these deathfall. Maybe Oasis Gaming going for a death brush, trying to catch up members from Sunsparks, but instead it was Demon Kite and Dragon forcing the issue on the Lone Haze in the top side of the map. That reeks a bit of a desperation play coming from Oasis, because the game is right now falling from their favor and they really wanted to try something. But I think if they had more numbers there, they could have gotten that kill. And even on the other side of the map, it went from bad to worse with a 1v1 for Conzi. And one thing that you don't want as Oasis right now is to get Conzi ahead, because when your exhaust is down, this Vayne is just gonna tumble his way towards you.
Exactly. Being able to maneuver around and to dodge all the pokes in the world that Oasis is gonna unleash, especially in a 1v1 scenario. Conzi is gonna be happy about that. And we'll see if we're going to get another a piece of that action, because so far what we've noticed is that Haze has been joining all these fights while Conzi has been chipping away these towers. So he's getting a lot of those turret gold and is happy to get 1v1s if ever Edda wants to join in.
Yeah, and Enrique, I want you to look at the boot entrance. Before that, though, Nastro is fighting with Eta here. Okay, I don't think there's going to be a fight, even though Ace right now is just rolling, going to the top side.
That's going to be a gank. Nicely done flash by Edda, but that's another route. He's not going to escape. Killing spree already for Conzi. And the Tidal Wave is going to be used just to see if they can deter any sort of further action.
Yeah, but with that pick, that has enabled Sunsparks right now to take a bit more control over this map. Baron is up. Ace, though.
He's gonna walk into this Death Rush. Nicely done, Bubble. Apprehend. All the damage in the world. The rocket doesn't hit. Oh no! That's the Solari being activated. Nicely done. Facebreaker into the smash. Nastro already on a killing spree. He's gonna flash out. Nicely done. Root again coming from Mjan. And here comes the follow-up. But that's the Noxian Guillotine with the reset. Zonias is not gonna save Mjan. Actually, he is gonna be saved because Haze is still alive as he killed the backline. There's only one left from Asila, and SS has been winning all these skirmishes.
At the end of the fight, it's a 2v4 in favor of Sunsparks. Haze got into the flank. I thought he was going to have a triple kill right there, but in the end, Asila was able to get away. Another snowball here.
Okay. They've decided, like, okay, we need to stay alive and prep for this third dragon of the game, because Oasis has been stacking theirs, and SS so far, despite winning all the gold and the fight so far, they want this Infernal Dragon for that additional damage.
Right, and while we get into the Infernal Drake spawn, before the fight's gonna happen, let's go back to the boot entrance, because I want to highlight the chip differences in veins that we've been seeing across the tournament. We have seen Larawan yesterday go for the stasis enchant because he really wants to buy more time. He had enough damage to be able to just sustain through a lot of the initial engage coming from the enemy team yesterday. But here we see Konzi going for the more aggressive route, that protobot, that extra mobility, and that enables him to kite more against EDAF, against ETAF, against Escilla. And I think that's a pretty smart choice with this point in time while the Fertile Drake is being started by Sunsparks.
Yeah, I agree here. Look at this Death Rush being formed now. Their target is towards Nastro. Facebreaker being used immediately. Konzi in the back line with a free kite. Culling being used as well. Demon Kite, half HP already.
Nice
Look at that.
charm.
Edup is gone. He's down. That's going to be a 4v5 so far. Hayes going to be the exchange mid laner.
Oh, no,
For
Konzi.
mid laner, Konzi is almost in danger. Look at that. Edup wants the kill on the 80 carry. 80 carry down already for Sunsparks. And look at the damage coming from the side of Oasis. This is their return as Ace is the only one left. I don't think he can port it back. I don't think he can make it home as now the fight wins towards Oasis.
That wasn't the ideal fight for Sunsparks, and because of that fight that they lost right now, it's gonna be transitioned towards this Baron for Oasis Gaming. It looks like it's gonna be a free Baron because still 14 seconds, 13 seconds on the clock for both Hayes and Konzi. And before, I do believe we might get into a replay with that fight, but let me just set the scene a bit before we get into the replay. And one of the strengths right now with the team composition from Sunsparks is they can absorb a lot of these fights. They don't need to start fights out. They just need to wait for Oasis to go to them. And if you saw right there at the start of that fight, it was Sunsparks on Nastro starting out that fight with a showstopper. And they're not built to start out these fights and chase the members of Oasis Gaming. They need ETAF, EDAF, and Escilla to overextend themselves to go into the hands of Konzi and Mjan. And the thing is, they went too far. Konzi was so far forward that he went inside the brush. He was just popped by ETAF. And that just wasn't a great execution of the team composition in terms of the team fight for Sunsparks.
Yeah, at first it seemed like Konzi had enough space to kite freely, but just as you mentioned, Nastro, that's already minus one person for the front line to basically be that meat shield for these two carries, Hayes and Konzi. Even though we saw Mjan had a phenomenal charm, phenomenal encore, it was still not enough. And now Oasis has a lot of space in the map with the Baron being used. They've been taking towers here and there. Now what's next is the second tier tower.
The second tier tower, no contest for Sunsparks because there is going to be a bubble on Ace. But yeah, with the Baron buff up right now, they don't really have a lot of wave clear for the side of Sunsparks. Only the most of that AoE is going to come from Engine, and he's a support right now. But a fight being started by Nastro.
Oh, that's the stasis already coming from Demon Kite. It's going to Valkyrie forward, but the calling is hitting everything towards Demon Kite. He tries the sidestep, but it's not going to be enough. Nicely done bubble. Flash coming from Hayes, but look at that. Oh, we get to see, oh my god, it's still so low. He's able to survive, but here comes the finisher. Etaf, with so many low health targets, he wants to jump in. That's two of the carries down. He gets a double kill, even more kills. Two of the tanky frontliners wanted to defend the base. Nicely done bubble coming from Dragon, and they're gonna finish this game. Oasis is able to win this game against Sunsparks, with the Nexus now falling.
Yeah, congratulations to Oasis Gaming winning the first game of the series here today in the WCS. And Oasis Gaming eventually won that because they just kept punishing Sunsparks for, I would say, a bit of over aggression in a lot of those fights. They were coming in thinking that they have a lot more strength with them. They have the Vayne, they have the Lucian, but these two marksmen have a pretty hard time when they're going against high damage compositions. And the thing is, Oasis had a lot of damage on their side. They have the Kha'Zix, they have the Jace, they have the Quirky, and usually when these kinds of team comps is the one that you're going against, you want them to come towards you so that when they throw their damage at your tanks, you can hit them back with your marksmen. And the thing was, when Nastro came in at that fight in the Dragon Pit, he was already chunked down. As you mentioned, it essentially became a 4v5 for them, so not a lot of that front to back composition that Sunsparks already had. Konzi even overextended himself in a lot of those fights, so it was just a really hard composite, I think, fight that Sunsparks was forcing when it should have been easier if they just went for that front to back.
Yeah, we when we look at the composition, it looked pretty solid, but there were some moments where Ace would get caught out, Nastro would get caught out, and the party brush that Oasis has been always setting immediately creates this big 4v5. They didn't even have to poke. All they had to do is focus all their efforts onto one target and whittle away the defenses in the front lines for Consi and Hayes.
Yeah, and it's just we were kind of getting hyped up. I was getting kind of hyped up for Sunsparks because we painted this as could be the start of an upset for Sunsparks, and this is also a very crucial series for them since they have only won one series so far. Here, they have won that series. Yes, it's against Team Secret, but Team Secret yesterday felt like a very different Team Secret that we saw that went against Sunsparks, where they got their victory from. So right now the league is really growing, and we saw Sunsparks, they're also growing in terms of what they can do. They have shown that even though you ban a lot of their support champions, they can still come up with the Seraphine, and I think that a bit of flexibility in some of their picks is good, but still relying mostly on Consi and Hayes to deal the damage has been some I think what Oasis has really taken advantage of in this game.
Yeah, it looked pretty close too. Sunsparks was winning most of the early to mid game fights, but when it came to the third dragon, it was Oasis knowing what to do, knowing who to focus on these 5v5 fights. They get a pick immediately, and then they just are very confident after the lack of the 1- tank on the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, and Riga, I think when we come into the pick and bans for game 2, we really have to look at what champions are being left open by Oasis, because they have left a lot of the comfort champions for Sunsparks, and in a way it's gonna be hard for Sunsparks to try pick themselves back up if those kinds of picks are still left open for them.
Yeah, and meanwhile we got the player of the game. It's gonna be Etaf, who was again leading the charge here on some of these fights and some of these skirmishes, able to spot out who's low, I'm in, I'm gonna jump in, and I'm gonna kill ya.
Yeah, that's basically Etaf, and Etaf has been something that we haven't brushed up, and I do believe we can brush up on that more come game 2. Is the difference also in styles of the junglers. Ace has been picking a lot of these more utility-based champions like the Nunu. He has also played a bit of the Jarvan, while Etaf and his co-jungler in the team Renzi plays a lot of more playmaking, a lot of these damage junglers. You saw right there the Kha'Zix being the key player. Also was able to secure 2 of the dragons, which we were discussing was one of the dragons that are very crucial for Sunsparks to get with their team comp.
Yeah, despite losing the early game skirmishes, at the end of the day, Oasis was able to stack up these dragons, stack up some items, and be able to retaliate when it comes to the mid to post mid game skirmishes and 5v5. So it was really, really nice to watch. It was very close. So maybe we get to see game 2 a little bit closer. Perhaps we will find out. But first, before we get to see the second match of the series, we're going to head on over to a break. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back, everybody, to the WCSPH. My name is Regum. Together with me is Crazy Apple, and we're currently in the middle of our first series of the day. It is Sunsparks versus Oasis, with Oasis Gaming taking the first game in this BO3. And we talked about the drafts prior to the break. How do you think this is going to go? What is the expectations for the second draft for Sunsparks to take the series with them? Well, take the series back, rather.
Yeah. I think, especially for Sunsparks, I do think that Oasis is gonna leave a lot of the champions that Sunsparks are comfortable with, like the Vayne, like the Nunu. They'll probably leave that open, and Sunsparks will probably pick it as well. I think if I was Sunsparks and I was trying to do a bit of adjustments, it's more in the actual game. I feel Consi was playing a bit too aggressively. He might have woke up with a bit too much coffee in his veins today. He's very excited, and as a viewer and as a fan, you love seeing players who are just very excited about the game, who are playing very aggressively. But those moments, and especially if you're a team, a competitive team, a pro team that really wants to win a lot of these games, when you're too aggressive, it sometimes costs you a lot of the moments in the games where you could have gotten a lead, gotten an advantage. And I think a lot of those moments happened earlier in that game, where Consi was being a bit too far forward, and the exhaust being on the hands of Demon Kite. Demon Kite being also his counter marksman, would know better how to counter his also fellow marksman. So having the exhaust on him, having him the initiative of throwing that debuff on Consi was, I think, also a very good choice for Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I mean, Oasis already pretty much was comfy with their draft the first game, so it looks like to me they're going with the same approach. Sunsparks the same as well. And now the biggest question is, will Sunsparks still go for the Nunu route? Because looking at the first game, it seemed pretty solid early to mid, but it all fell down like dominoes at the third Drake fight. Now, will it be a first set pick again for them to secure this big initiate?
It could be again. Yeah, it's still the same thing. They love putting Nastro on this champion because it's just this big beefy tank. You don't really need to mine him much in the top side of the map, because Ace would likely to have his eyes more in the mid lane. That's how Sunsparks has been playing often, is to try to get Haze that early mid lane shove to enable Ace to get some of these rift scuttles. And we did see them trying that out early on. It's just that they made a bit of a handshake right there. But as we breeze through this pick and ban phase, Seth and Rico, it's looking like the same picks
Deja vu!
so far. Yeah, deja vu with the Jace and the Corki, and still we don't know where these two are going. So if it's actual deja vu, Rico, we were gonna expect a Vayne and a Nunu pick coming from Sunsparks.
Is this a repeat of game number 1, where Sunsparks has to go back in time, do what they did early to mid, but do a better team fight later on into where it all fell down against Oasis? So nope, they're going to be changing the Jarvan 4 Cataclysm into a free condemn for Consi.
Yeah, that is a nice combo, and also along with the showstopper, it really gives this huge displacement feeling. If you're on the side of Oasis Gaming, you're gonna get knocked up, you're gonna get pushed around. It's gonna be so hard for you to play the map at that point, because there's a lot of these big burly guys that's trying to push you away from their Vayne, and and Vayne could very well just tumble around in that battlefield. It will supplement Consi's aggressiveness, how he really loves to play far forward now, because earlier on, Nunu's style is, I just need to stay here and control this area. Now Jarvan can go forward alongside the Vayne, who's gonna be very aggressive.
Yeah, that's true. With Nunu, when you do absolute zero, you're gonna be absolutely still, and people are just gonna free hit you. With Jarvan 4, you put the Cataclysm, and then you can skedaddle away and reposition somewhere else. But now we're looking at the bans now. Kha'Zix being taken out. Etaf had a phenomenal game. He was MVP earlier. And so far, Oasis is saying, okay, take the Nami, it's fine. We're gonna take away the Seraphine this time around.
Yeah, taking away the Seraphine, the MJan was, if they won, I would have loved to highlight MJan more, because he had a lot of good positionings in the game earlier. I believe even in the last Dragon fight where they lost, he used the Blast Cone to get to the back of his team and the back of the Dragon Pit and have a great angle for the encore, and that just shows the presence of mind of the player and understanding of the map. And as you mentioned, Nami is very much left on the
Janna.
table, but since it is, Janna could still be picked, but it does not complement right now how Ace has been playing. How Consi has been playing. He has been playing so far forward. And if you're playing a Janna, I think it's so hard if you're a Janna and you're like chasing your Vayne towards the enemy backline.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I do have movement speed, but can you please slow down? You're right, it could be a Galio, because we've seen Galio being paired with the Jarvan forward. You have the delivery system already with the flag and drag into the hero's entrance. So if they're going for double downing on the aggressive route, this could be a possibility.
Yeah, it could also, as you mentioned,
never
double down, but Rico, Sona. Sona is Seraphine before Seraphine was cool. Sona is the original enchanter singer, but can't speak, support. She's also has her own set of utility on her side, has a bit of damage amp, has also a bit of that shielding and healing. It can be more focused to a singular target, so you could say it could help Ace more, but I think with what the team comp of Sunsparks has right now with the Jarvan and so on, it's such an old school combination. Ever getting caught in the Cataclysm and followed up by the Sona ultimate, the crescendo, and we might see just a big wombo combo team fight coming up from Sunsparks.
Yeah, because of this all-in type of composition from Sunsparks, Oasis responded like, okay, we need to disengage, we need the explosive cask for this all-in composition of Sunsparks, and that is exactly what they got.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's this disengage, and I love how they added not just the Gragas. They've already first picked the Nami, and Nami, you would think, hey, Nami, she has a tidal wave, you speed up along with it, and it can be used as an engage tool. It's also a very effective disengage tool, because right now with Sunsparks' lineup, if you position yourselves properly in these objectives, Sunsparks could just come up in a linear fashion, being spearheaded with the Jarvan in front, along with the set who needs to do this front and back team fight for his side to enable the double marksman to deal their damage. And if you have a Nami and you see the Jarvan and the set running in, you can just throw your tidal wave to stop them in their tracks. It also slows them down. And these two juggernauts don't really have a lot more of that gap close if they got slowed down from that initial tidal wave, can be followed up as well with the bubble. So a lot of disengage tools on the side of Oasis, while on the other hand, Sunsparks has just tons and tons of engage. So it's gonna be a clash of styles right now between the both of these teams.
Yeah, I super agree with you there. The fact that in game number 1, there were a lot of fights that happened around objectives, around these choke points near the Dragon and the Rift Herald. So just as you mentioned, it could be very beneficial for Ace on the Jarvan for the Cataclysm, but at the same time, there is that reactive tidal wave to save the day for Oasis.
Yeah, and as we start into this game, we do see the wardings from both of these teams. Nastro just going for the Krug ward right now, but for the side of Ace Gaming, they already put that Krug ward on Ace, so they very well know the rotation right now of the junglers. While for Sunsparks, they need to do a bit of a guessing game on when Etaf is able to finish that Krugs. But knowing these teams, they would have already known that. But let's also look at the first items, because I think it's very indicative of the bot side lane right now for the Dragon lane. MGen starting out with that Sapphire Crystal, because Sona is a bit more mana hungry.
Yeah.
You could say she spams a lot of her abilities, but it drains her mana a lot faster. So do expect that to be a tier of the goddess very early. But on the other hand, Oasis Gaming does have that Ruby Crystal for Dragon, although a bit of a scuffle here in the bot side. Exhaust has been used already on Consi. But yeah, because of those different buys, Oasis's Dragon lane is a bit stronger in effective fights, because Health Pull is a stronger kind of tool, because it's durability when you're going for a lot of these early fights, because a lot of these early fights are going to be down to auto attacks rather than throwing of abilities. So Oasis Gaming, you can see, having the initial strength there. Topside though.
Topside, Asila is about to fall and Nastra still lives. Oh no, that's the response. It's going to be a 1-for-1 versus the jungler. Luckily, there are no important objectives so far just yet. Dragon, does he want the kill here? Nope, Nastra decides to back away in a safer spot.
Yeah, and that top lane fight, we didn't see the start of that, but it looked like it was a tower dive for Sunsparks. I was saying the pick and ban. Ace was this guy who would try to start up Haze, and we did see a lot of him ganking Nastro in the early game. So yeah, Ace right now flipping the script a bit, wanting to get Nastro ahead, but Etof though going for a gank here.
Oh, that's the body slam. Nope, Consi, no mana. He's gonna be fine though. Look at this bot lane duo holding on to their summoner spells. This could be part 2. This could be an acceleration game into the poke. We'll have to see. The minions are blocking his view. Boom! Not gonna be enough. He's gonna dive into the skies. 2 out of the fight now as they're gonna disengage.
Yeah, while 4 members of Oasis Gaming are here in the Dragon Lane trying to get the kill on Consi and Emjan on the other side of the map, Ace was able to get another kill on Isilla. But right now, since there are more members here from Oasis, they're gonna be given that Krug camp and also a tower plate for their Dragon Lane. You could see here the difference in the priority right now for the side of Sunspark. They're prioritizing getting Nastro and Ace ahead. If you do get both of these guys ahead, they're gonna be a bigger tank and deal a bit more of that damage earlier on. As compared to Demon Kite. Demon Kite is playing this quirky and he's still gonna go for that Essence Reaver first item, which gives him a bit more of that early burst damage on a single target. It's gonna give him a bit more lane control when we do see this guy going back to lanes. But in terms of the dragon fight, it's not gonna give him as much support for his team as we near the 4-minute mark. Both of these teams, we do expect to go for the recalls right now and gonna pick up their first items.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that reset in preparation for the dragon, just as you mentioned. Ocean Drake is gonna spawn, and we talked about the Ocean Drake during the first game where, Oasis has a ton of poke to begin with, and Sunsparks would love to have that. But during the first game, Oasis has been getting all of these dragons, so it seems to me for Sunsparks, as they focus their efforts towards topside, Prio, Nastro being able to get the kills, so they're more comfy over here.
Yeah, with the topside Prio, because of how Ace has just been essentially putting up a tent outside on Isilla, gacking him over and over again, even getting that Rift Herald right now. Isilla running away from the top side because he very well knows there could be another 3-man gank right there with the Rift Herald being on the top side. Looks like it's going to be the first turret for the side of Sunsparks.
Yeah, that is First Blood Tower, extra gold towards the early game. This could be a kill though. Flag and drag combo into the showstopper. Flash will not save Isilla. Just a couple of more auto attacks left. And Nastro again will get the kill. He's 102 now. This is the response. Nicely done. Cat coming from Etof. What was that? Haze is gonna fall, but Etof is as well gonna fall.
Yeah, good 1-for-1 there for Haze. He got hit with the explosive cast, but a second bonk and a second tier turret on the top side for Sunsparks. I was just about to say, before we saw the kill on the bot side, it looked very, very dirty for Sunsparks because they did Isilla dirty right there, Riku. Isilla felt safe. They're like, oh, they're gone. They already got the turret. Yay! I could farm now in my lane. But nope, we're gonna kill you. Get more gold for Nastro. And even getting the second tier turret there. And Sunsparks, just great series of plays for them.
Yeah, on paper, it is definitely, 100% it is Sunsparks winning that, as they got 2 towers and a kill. Oasis, meanwhile, got 1 tower and 1 more kill. They could get another. There's the tidal wave to just block off the retreat. I don't think Ace is going to live here, but Ace is already here, rather. Haze, Ace are going to fall. Well, Ace is still alive, rather. It's just Ace who fell.
Yeah, Ace is still alive. I do understand the confusion. Ace, Haze, so near between these two guys.
Wait a minute. Yeah, did I say Haze? I'm pretty sure I said Haze. Wait, hold on.
Showstopper
to the crescendo. Isilla is all alone. 3 versus 1. Oh, the Condemn's going to push Isilla forward. There's the blast code to possibly escape from everybody else. He's so low. Emden's going to cut off the escape. Apprehend just to see if he can get more heals off of Consi. But he is going to go down.
Yeah, unfortunate condemn from Consi. Wasn't able to stun Isilla. Needed to burn the flash right there. So chances are Consi won't have that summoner up in the next objective fight that we're gonna see later on. But going back, Haze was gapped in the bot side because he was very extended in the lane. There were still a lot of wards right now for Oasis Gaming on the bot side of the map. So spotting him there, knowing that he already burnt his flash on the initial gank that Etaf did, where he used his explosive cast. They really thought that he could at least get a free 1-for-1 kill right there on the bot side, but great answer from Sunspark immediately, reinforcing Haze getting at least a 1-for-1. So yeah, right now, it feels a bit like Game 1 for Sunsparks, where the momentum, the tempo feels like it's on their side, but still, first Drake has went to the side of Oasis, and second Drake could still go towards them if they do choose to focus that objective. The difference is right now compared to game one, Nastro and Ace is ahead compared to Isilla. And earlier on with Isilla on that Darius, he was starting a lot of these fights with Apprehend. Right now, he can just very well be melted down faster just because he is a bit behind compared to game one.
Yeah, and this is another gank, hold that thought, as the dive will not continue though. The wave is gone. The moment has passed and they will try another day. But yeah, this is completely, well, almost deja vu from the draft into the situation in the game where, yeah, Sunsparks getting the early kills, getting the kill and gold lead, but at the same time, Oasis has getting that map control, getting more of that kill pressure as they have been setting up these dives and picks from earlier.
Yeah, and again, though, Ace seeing it up here, don't think there's gonna be any kills going around. But yeah, objective-wise, it's gonna come up soon. 10 seconds for that Rift Herald and 15 seconds for the Cloud Drake. So there is a chance that these teams could go for another handshake, wherein they just exchange these objectives since they're so close together. But I do expect Oasis to maybe fight for this. I wasn't able to spot it, but I think the package right now should be picked up by Demon Kite. Yes, he does have the package, so it gives a bit of that advantage right now for Oasis Gaming, having that tool on that Corki to separate a fight, another engage or disengage tool that they can use. Oasis Gaming, though, has a lot of deep wards into the jungle of Sunspark, so they could very well know that Sunsparks is already near this Drake.
Yes, just as you mentioned, Sunsparks is waiting for the package to expire. Look at Ace, though, trying to poke a little bit. Whoa! Look at Mjan, he's so low, almost got the bubble on him. Able to use a flash, so no flash for Mjan, and that means it's going to be a very vulnerable Sona once Oasis decides to come in. They're going to be starting the Dragon now. Nastro going to push forward, Proto Belt into the Showstopper, into the package. Whoa, that's a very long package. Out the Cataclysm, everybody's pretty much trapped from Oasis, or rather Sunsparks. And now they don't have Isilla, they don't have that frontliner. Etaf is also pretty low. They're also going in. They're going to fall down like dominoes. Oasis wants to run. Double kill all ready for Haze and Ace. And there's more kills to be picked up as Sunsparks wins that fight.
An ace right there for Sunsparks, only losing Nastro. Nastro was the one who started out that fight with the Showstopper, and they ended it with a clean 5-4-1, and still they have transitioned that to the Rift Herald. As we get into the fight right here in the replay, we see Nastro already throwing down, I believe, Demon Kite towards the backlines, and he was forced to use his package to back away because he was really scared of getting layered with that CC, effectively making the package useless essentially in that fight against Sunsparks, and Sunsparks was just able to chase down Oasis. The key tool I think that was really burned right there was that package, because you could have used the package to stop the engage from Sunsparks, but it was gone. But still, Exalted cast on Haze.
Yeah, I don't think Haze can escape this one, but going back to what you said, right, it was Demon Kite wanting to create a lot of space for himself between the engage of Sunsparks, and therefore semi-absent for just a few seconds in that fight, just so that he can walk up back from the blue side area of Oasis in towards the entire fight. But yeah, Sunsparks right now, they're feeling it, especially with the fact that they have a lot of space towards top side, right? That wave has been building, and if Oasis takes a lot of time towards bot side, that could spell disaster if an ace happens, and then Sunsparks can just go towards top to maybe get an inhibitor. If the death timers are longer, maybe even the game.
Right, and with also the Herald right now on the side of Sunsparks, they can use this advantage for them very creatively. They could put Mjan near the top side. If Nastro, Ace, and him could get a pick on Esilla, they could summon the Herald and threaten the top side. Or they could still use it now in the bot side of the map to open up more space for them to put a lot of these deep vision towards the jungle of Oasis Gaming. So a lot of options right now for Sunsparks, because as you mentioned, the two towers in the top side have fallen in favor of Sunspark. But still, there might be a fight here in the bot side of the map.
There is that Proto Belt into the cask. Ace is going to be the one who's caught out here. Very nicely done bubble coming from Dragon here, but I don't think they're going to commit. They're afraid of Nastro's engage coming from the side, and that's going to be the retreat for Oasis.
Yeah, the retreat from Oasis package is up right now in the base for Oasis Gaming. They can choose to get back to have Demon Kite back away and get that, but it looks like it's just going to be an agreement temporary ceasefire right now for both of these teams, backing away, consolidating, getting some of these items as we approach the 13-minute mark, which we're gonna see the Baron and between the two of these teams. Sunsparks has a lot of that, a lot of the champions to burn the Baron down quickly. They have two Blade of the Ruins Kings, one on the Lucian, one on the Vayne, and Vayne is very notorious to be able to burn down that objective very fast, alongside with two tanks on their team, the Set and the Jarvan. That's going to be very dangerous for Oasis if they leave that objective open. Yes, an Infernal Drake is going to come up as well, but at the same time, it's dangerous for them to just leave that out though. Rift Herald has been some of the top side very near the base of Sunsparks, which tells me that it just timed out, so they just threw away Shelly. Hopefully Shelly could have a good journey there in the top side of the map.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very slow push, but Isilla is gonna be is there, or rather, it's gonna move towards the bottom portion of the map, just as you mentioned, to set up for the Infernal Drake, which is gonna spawn in 18 seconds. And so far, it has been Nastro being the key to start these fights, like Proto Belt into the showstopper, and this gives a lot of space for the AD carries of Sunsparks to just again auto attack freely and kite freely from these fights.
Yeah, it's gonna be a they could really kite freely, but at the same time, I got caught up surprised right here with the exchange right now that's happening between the both of these teams. The respect from Oasis Gaming, they would rather choose to get the standing objective, the top side, to be able to get that short gold instead of fighting it out here in the Infernal Drake. Right now, the Infernal Drake has been given to Sunsparks. It gives their the Lucian and the Vayne that boost in damage, and it looks like Sunsparks looking for a pick here in the jungle.
Yeah, I like this call coming from Oasis. They're thinking far into the future. Well, not exactly far into the future. They're thinking about the Elder Drake. Knowing the fact that topside is going to be slowly pushed eventually, they needed more space so that they can have more room in the Elder Drake fight. So I like this from Oasis, knowing the fact that they've pretty much lost most of the fights around that dragon. And they wanted to make sure and think about the 5v5s later. The juicy Elder Drake for later on.
Yeah, a lot of juicy objectives are gonna come out soon, especially that Elder Drake Baron is up. If you look at where the vision is at, a lot of wards right now for Oasis Gaming must have been cleared by Sunspark. So Sunspark right now has clear control over that side of the map. They have a ward in the Baron pit. Ace is looking just being a bit of a human ward right now, but still, because the Baron is up, because it's such a big objective, we're gonna see a bit of that Baron dance, the bit of A-ramp we're seeing right now here for both of these teams. Since both towers are already down, they're pretty much even in terms of the pressure here in the mid lane. So it's gonna come towards to the side lane pressure that these teams can enforce on the other team. Sunsparks has already shoved the top side and has been answered by Oasis. If you look at the bot side, that minion wave is accumulating in favor of Oasis Gaming. So do expect Haze to run towards that bot lane to clear that out. Gonna be a bit of equilibrium. So it's gonna come down to a pick from these teams. And if we look at their composition, I feel like Oasis Gaming could have a better chance at getting that pick. They do have the bubble, they do have the explosive cast, they do have the Proto Belt apprehend from Isilla. So a fight could very well start for the side of Isilla.
Is this it? There's the Cataclysm already being used. Apprehend on towards Ace. Nicely done. Cast to make sure Ace is displaced. Nice crescendo coming from MGen as well, but he's still gonna fall. Showstopper coming right in, but the exhaust will drop onto him. Renastro, there's the face breaker with a ton of shields, but Consi has his eyes on Demon Kite. 80 carry down for Oasis.
Yeah, AD carry for the jungler is down right now for these teams, 1-for-1, and you could say that the jungle is a bit more important, but at the same time for Oasis Gaming, they only have one marksman as compared to Sunspark. So if they were thinking about burning any of these objectives, it was still going to be in favor for Sunsparks. But because there's not going to be any action left, both of these teams again went for the recall, consolidating, going back to their side lane. So we're going to see another standoff soon, Riku.
Yeah.
And to start that fight off, to go back to Ace, I felt a bit off with that fight because we could see with perfect vision. I think that is clearly our advantage as casters, as observers of the game. That we were scared immediately for Ace because we saw there were 4 members of Oasis there where they only had 3. But working with the information that Sunsparks had, that was a decision Ace did for a risky play that could have tilted this game straight into their favor. just to have a bit of explanation why they chose that fight. But right now, though, Evan's very far forward.
There's the flash. Looks like Etaf is going to get caught out here. Nicely done package coming from Demon Kai just to cut off the escapes or the forward of Sunsparks. Isila is still pretty much alive, but no jungler for Oasis now. That 20 seconds more or less on the clock, Elder Drake is about to spawn.
And with the 20 seconds off timer, Sunsparks is playing this very, I would say intelligently, trying to look for that pick because they want to go for the Elder Drake, but they saw that Sunsparks was going for the Elder Drake, so they're now trying to bait it out to the Baron. They just saw that no one is starting out that Baron, so it just feels like, you know, the meme, the highway meme, the
fork
umbrella
road.
The fork road. They just cross different paths, and right now though, Baron is being taken by Oasis, and Nastro is trying to stop them.
Yeah, we'll see. Dragon with the bubble on towards Nastro. He still has ult. He can showstopper into this. And looks like that's going to be a secure on the side of SS, of Sunsparks, for the Elder Drake. But Oasis is going to be falling down like dominoes. They do have Baron buff. Let's see, Dragon is able to port back. But Elder Drake now being secured by Sunsparks. That's 40 seconds on the clock with 9.
Yeah, 2 members are down, no carries on the side of Oasis Gaming. So right now, Sunsparks can have control over this map. They only have the Elder Drake. So in terms of the shove of the minions, it's going to be in favor of Oasis Gaming because they can defend more because of the increased resistances. But if ever Sunsparks wants to start a fight, if ever they can't patch out any members of Oasis, they could very well just take those because they're going to be in the driver's seat whenever that happens. But looks like, again, Rico, since both of these teams understand the game very, very well, they will be going for these recalls, going for these backs, consolidating, buying some items, and it's gonna come down again to some of those 50-50 risky plays that we were seeing from Sunsparks, because it's so hard for them to just lock down Oasis when Oasis also knows what they're trying to do. So they really need to bait Oasis out into these fights. Look at where the position of Ace right now. He is in a very good flank against Oasis. If he catches out members of Oasis, this is going to be a good fight for Sunsparks.
Yeah, this is going to be the possibility. There he goes. There's the flag and drag. Oh my god, Dragon just explodes all over the damage from Sunsparks at the moment. That's going to be a double kill coming from Consi, and the damage keeps coming through. Sunsparks cleaning Oasis off the plate of Wildrift, the map, rather. And this is it. This is them going in. They want Eduf's life. They want Eduf's head, rather. He's able to go towards the fountain, but it don't matter. He legendary now. Consi legendary inside the base, getting hit by the Nexus and the tower. And this is gonna be GG. That's the ace. That's the game. And we're going to a game 3, Crazy Apple.
Game 3, nice one right there. Team Ace from Sunsparks, and going into the Game 3, as we talked about earlier on, after Game 1 and even before Game 2 started, Rico, we expected not a lot of changes in terms of team composition for Sunsparks, and they still had a set. They still had the vein, because I do think that it was really not about Sunsparks' game plan that was wrong. It was how they executed it in some of these key fights, and it really helps your execution if you get 2 quick kills on the top side of the map. It really gives that pressure towards the side in favor of Sunsparks, and also destroying those 2 turrets, as we were mentioning in cast, really propelled Sunsparks to have enough of that space to just stop a lot of the engages, stop a lot of the fights for Oasis Gaming. And I think if there's one player I want to highlight in terms of maybe being less aggressive as compared to how we highlighted Consi earlier, it's going to be Demon Kai, because the fight in the Dragon Pit where he had to use his package as a back away tool, he got caught by the showstopper from Nastro. So you're then AD carry and you got caught by the set. That's not a great thing to do in terms of positioning. It should have been Isilla or Etap or Edap who have been caught by that. So some positioning, slight, very small mistakes on the side of Oasis Gaming, Sunspark was able to take advantage of, and in the end, this is now a 1-for-1, and it could very well be, Riku, an upset we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's setting up to be that upset again. It could be the beginning. I mean, rather, the string of upsets that happened began at week number 2, and it seems to show no signs of stopping at all. And with Sunsparks being very confident with the draft because they know that they could do it. That's exactly why they drafted pretty much the same thing, except for instead of Seraphine, because it was banned, it was a Sona this time around. Without the Janna, yeah, it's fine. We're gonna do a wombo combo showstopper into the crescendo and make sure that nobody moves. We're gonna hold them still for the carries, Consi, and Haze. That's exactly what they did. I really love this flag and drag. Setup for the side of Sunsparks here. Just blocked off the escape coming from Oasis, and again, vision was not there on that portion of that fight. So it was a lot of space that Ace could start up with.
Yeah, and the vision right there. Just to touch upon it, it wasn't there because Oasis was already down. They just lost a dragon fight, and Sunsparks very well knew that they could position themselves there because vision most probably is not going to be there at that point of where they are at that point in the game. And as we were mentioning, Consi has been the guy that Sunsparks relies a lot on their damage on. You can see 16,000 damage in that game on that vein. Looking at the items as well, he's just a complete items at this point. I think the last item he could have gotten is maybe an Ayer Bloodthirster just to have enough of that sustain as well. But yeah, Consi is the key player for Sunsparks. Although I do want to say a contender for player of the game that for game 2 was Ace. Ace on that Jarvan had a lot of good gas at topside, and as you mentioned, the flag and drag combo into the last fight, him positioning himself on the flank of Oasis Gaming did win the game for Sunsparks.
Yeah, there were a lot of good fights coming from Sunsparks. They were able to find again, catching off Oasis off guard, and that's exactly how they were able to win fights into the Elder Drake, into objectives, and into the game. But of course, the series ain't over yet. We're heading over to a 1-1. We're heading over to game number 3. But before that, we're gonna go to a break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
And we're back here at the WCSPH, and we're currently in the middle of a very, very spicy series between Sunsparks and Oasis Gaming. It is currently now 1-1 in this series, and right now, how do you think this is gonna go, Crazy Apple?
Well, first off, this is the kind of series that we like, Riku, because I know you like spicy food, I like spicy food.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think in terms of how the team plans, how the game plans have been shown by these teams, we have shown very similar drafts, Game 1 and Game 2. Vayne has been always on the hands of Consi, while Corki has been always on the hands of Demon Kite. And I think these are the two key players to look out for coming to Game 3, because Game 1, frankly, Consi had a lot of very aggressive plays that didn't really benefit his team overall, because he just kept dying and the team can't follow up when he tumbles forward. Here at Game 2, it feels like there were moments where Demon Kite, who was doing a bit of Consi things at Game 1, was a bit too far forward, which forced him to use the package, forced him to not have as much damage uptime on his marksman champion. And Corki needs a lot of uptime because he throws a lot of things. He can throw the phosphorus bomb, throws the missiles, throws the auto attacks, and if he can layer that effectively on a single target, that single target just explodes to the Corki. So it's hard for Demon Kite to deal his damage when he gets thrown around like that with the showstopper, with the flag and drag from Ace. So coming into Game 3, Riku, I do expect in terms of picks and bans, we're gonna have a different flavor here, but I don't think it's gonna affect much of the Dragon lane. I think they need to focus a lot on the top side of the map, the Baron lane, and the jungle. They need to take away these utility playmaking junglers from Ace, and maybe have Nasjo not have the set this time around.
Yeah, it seems that they really focused and shifted their priority over towards topside. The fact that Nasjo brought an Ignite into the party on topside just to make sure that, you know, they get the kill on towards Isilla. But now we're looking at the draft. This could be a triple deja vu because, you know, it could be not, because Oasis is now on the blue side and we got Sunsparks on the red. But Sunsparks so far, they know that their strength has been this front to back double frontliner of Ace and Nasjo combo, two beefy frontliners rather. And we'll see if that's going to be the same approach. Oasis this time around has been doing the same thing, but has been struggling early to mid. And now Zed has been the first thing banned off of the map.
Now, taking away that Zed, you immediately take away a comfort champion on the side of Haze. As you mentioned, these teams have switched positions. Oasis now on the blue side with the Vayne ban. It is very spicy. Okay, so with the Vayne ban, it opens up a lot of the champions for Demon Kite. He will not be just pigeonholed into picking this Corki. We can see the older Demon Kite from this first round robin seeing a lot of his AP champions. But since we are on the blue side, red side, part of the conversation, I want to say that Oasis might leave the set open. They could very well first pick it and can be used either by Isilla or Dragon. So with that in mind, if Galio, Garen, Darius, and Gragas are open for Sunsparks, they could very well pick two of those four champions in their first rotation because they do love the front to back. None of those champions have been banned, so that is now my bold prediction here in the big advantage.
It is a big possibility. There has been a big importance for both of these teams to lock in, disengage, and very strong engage as well. And having those tanky frontliners like the set that we're seeing right now. But this time around, it's going to be for Isilla. Now is this the response for Nasjo to go on the Darius instead? Nope, we're going to see a Garen. And Garen has been the pick that is the big neutralizer. They're fine in the lane, but Akali now, Crazy Apple. It appears.
Yeah, so right now Sunsparks has shown their hand in terms of where their solo laners are going to be, who are they going to use it. It's going to be the Garen and the Akali. Expect to see that Akali in the hands of Haze. I do like that the pick has been the Akali. It now opens up different options for Consi. We have seen Sunsparks also pick the Ashe for Consi, more of a facilitator marksman pick, because at the second round pick, as I was thinking about as well, Corki will surely be picked up by Oasis Gaming, but still it can be flexed into that mid for EDAF, and Demon Kite could still go for a Morgana, which is still open, or maybe a Lux or Ziggs later on. On the side of Sunspark, so I don't believe we've seen Consi yet play any non-marksman champions in the bot lane, or if he has, it has been very rare and infrequent. So I do expect Oasis Gaming to focus a lot of more of their bans towards AD carries.
Yeah, what else is left? There is still the Kaisa that can replicate the hyper-scaling power of the Vayne if ever they do go for that route. But the combination so far from the previous game has been double AD carry with Haze and Consi duo, but this time around they have now an assassin on the board, with Sunsparks wanting to remove these disengaged champions for this all-in from Sunsparks. Gragas now being let go. I can't imagine that the Galio can fit in Oasis's composition. Maybe Showstopper into the hero's entrance, and then, you know, Haze might have a difficult time with the taunts coming in.
Yeah, they could put a Galio. The thing is, if they put the Galio, they might lack a bit of damage on their side, because this Galio will probably go either to the will most probably go into the mid lane or the support position for Dragon, having set go to the top side of the map. Well, if that is the case, then they would have to supplement it with a bit more damage on their side. So maybe a Riven for Etaf, maybe a Kha'Zix could be a possibility for them. And as we were mentioning for Sunsparks and what Oasis needed to ban, you need to ban a lot of these marksmen, and they have banned away the Lucian and the Kaisa. Right now though, if I'm Sunsparks, I don't think I need to feel as pressure to pick my marksman. So picking a support, that Seraphine is open. They have picked that up. Going towards Oasis though, they do have an option to pick either another marksman for Demon Kite to take away the Ashe possibility, or as you mentioned, maybe going for more damage dealing jungler, or maybe a Galio.
Yeah, there's still a lot of, well, semi-mystery going on for Oasis's composition. The fact that they've whittled down the, well, it's going to be Assassin versus Assassin on the mid lane. End up now going for the Fizz.
Yeah, they were lacking damage, and they just supplemented with more damage and even more damage on top of that. Yeah, Fiora and Fizz. Fiora will probably go. Wait a minute. Okay, so set support. Fiora gonna go to the jungle and Fizz in the mid lane. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now to me. And Oasis right now is packing a lot of damage. Also, Fiora is pretty good, I would say, against the Garen, because it really takes away a lot of the tankiness of the Garen. And as we were talking about, Ashe would be the pick coming from Sunsparks. At this point in time, looking at the team compositions, Oasis has, I would say, a slightly more difficult team composition to pull off, because it's going to rely a lot on the individual mechanics of these players to pull it off perfectly. Fizz could go for a flank, Edap on that Fizz could go for a flank, and also Etap on that Fiora could also go for a flank, while Esila, Demon Kite, and Dragon go for the front to back. It's just so hard enough to describe what Oasis could do. They could do for a 1-3-1. There's a lot of possibilities with their team composition, but here the WC see a lot of team fights happening. So I do expect it's going to be a team fight oriented composition or that they're going to run. So yeah, a lot of flanking that Oasis needs to do. Well, on the side of Sunsparks, Sunsparks has a more traditional front to back team composition. It's just that a lot of the execution damage will need to come out from Haze on that Akali. So we have to see Sunsparks trying to get Haze ahead on his pick.
Yeah, I think those are definitely the expectations. And you mentioned earlier, it's a little bit worrying for the side of Consi here on the Ashe, because Ashe is a very low mobile champion, and it's going to be reliant on towards Ace and Nastro and Mjan to make sure that he's well protected. And you mentioned that's a Fizz, that's a Fiora, that's a Seth, and a Darius. Like, those champions are just ready to be in your face in these fights.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna try and pressure Consi. And if I was Sunsparks at this point, you don't have to think of Consi as your main carry. He's just gonna be the guy to really facilitate the team fights. We have seen a lot of the plays on an Ashe here, the WCS. So start off fights when they're trying to take objectives, instead of being the team first on the objective. What you do is you're the second towards the objective. But the facebreaker on Mjan here.
Oh, look at Mjan. He's so low right now. Ignite being already used, and a heal or exhaust as an exchange for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I was thinking there could be a kill right there, because if Demon Kite exhausted his flash, but still there was still the heal coming from Consi. So it's gonna be it would have been a very tricky thing to do, but it's still a very low here.
Oh my, level 2? A little bit of harass coming from Nastro, but Ignite
Oh,
already
Haze.
being carried mid lane though. Haze might be in a very tight spot. Just gonna go out of the fight. Very, very mobile champion on this Akali.
Right, very mobile. We see a lot of action earlier on, and it's just EDAF and ETAF doing that dual thing that they do right now. They are taking control of the Rift Scuttler, and that's what we usually see. Junglers going for the mid lane gank or even trying just to clear the wave so that they could have earlier access to these Rift Scuttlers. But since Nastro was able to push Asilla away, Ace very well knew he had advantage there. No playful trickster.
Yeah, the flag is enough for a flash burn, so yeah, no playful trickster already been used to sort of harass and clear the wave from earlier. So yeah, we got to see Edda fine, but no flash.
Yeah, in essence, there's, I believe, one flash. I thought there were 2 flash already burned in this game, but yeah, 1 flash for Ida. It's gonna be harder for him right now to exert pressure on the Kali in this lane because he can just be return ganked by Ace whenever he uses the playful trickster. But I also want to highlight some of the adjustments right now that the junglers and the Baron laners have done when Esila was had to go for the back because he was shoved away by Nasho, won that duel on the top side of the map. Instead of just getting the honey fruit and staying there, he immediately recalled to base because earlier on we saw him getting jumped by Ace, and Ace is going to be spotted in the ward. They do see the ward at the red trinket and just takes it down. Ace looking for a bit of that timing there in the bot side of the map, but none right there. And now as we approach the 3-minute mark, we're going to be near towards those objectives. I do expect, as we set up earlier, that Consi on that Ashe would not be the team. Sunsparks would not be the team to be the first on the objective because it's easier for an Ashe to hit her arrow if she's the one outside of the field of battle. Because if she's inside that circle of where they're gonna get pinched, it's gonna be harder for you to hit because there's people on the flank, there's people on the sides, and they could just very well look at the Ashe and get away from it. Unlike if you're taking an objective, you are still looking at the objective and looking behind you if there are people there for the flank. So I do expect Sunsparks to be the guys going in second into the objective.
Yeah, that's true. Gotta look front and back. I mean, Ashe releasing that ult is similarly to when a Jhin ults or when a Misfortune ults. Very vulnerable for the taking. And the fact that Oasis has a lot of tools to just get in and burst Consi if he's ever vulnerable like that. But Infernal Drake has now spawned. There is a little bit of vision. That's probably most likely the Scuttler. Yes, it is for the side of Oasis, their first dibs here. But just as you mentioned, Sunsparks is going to be happy with this setup as Ace is going to get in that flag and drag into the arrow or vice versa. Oasis is going to be clearing the wave first before anything else, though.
Yeah, they are clearing the wave. They are setting things up just in case they do win the fight. And Sunsparks knows that what they need to do. They don't want to be the first guys there, even though they have control over roots, though.
That's an arrow, but that's a tanky member of the team. Esila is going to be happy about that. No flash for him, though, so no proto belt. So none of these flash apprehend plays that he could do later on into the fight. Oasis now starting this dragon. Ace has no drag just yet. He's just poking. Already unleashed the flag on the ground. Yeah, Haze setting up for this flank here. He's spotted. There's flashing over the wall, and Haze is going to get bursted down. That's going to be a no ignite drop, and that is gone. 4v5 situation already in favor of Oasis here. Haze is gone. Dragon still half HP. Ace so low, but here we go. Nastro in the middle of the fight, unable to burst Esila, and now it's 2 members down on the side of Sunsparks. They're still going to pursue this dragon, and that's going to be dragon for the side of Oasis. Well played by Oasis.
Yeah, Oasis just absorbed a lot of the pressure coming from Sunsparks. And what we were talking about earlier before the fight started, it's Sunsparks needing to use the Ashe arrow to start a fight. And what did Consi do in the mid lane? He burned his arrow on the Scylla, not even converting to anything. I think that was a crucial tool that they didn't have. And it just stop Sunsparks from getting a lot of these engages, even the Onkar not being able to hit, because the ideal setup right there from Sunsparks is they hit the arrow on a target, they are able to follow up with a flag and drag and an Onkar behind it to chain the CC. For Sunsparks, they lost one important tool, and Oasis Gaming was essentially just able to guide things out.
Yeah, that was a really well executed fight. Speaking of fights, over top lane, Nastro is very vulnerable here. He's the only one left. MJen unable to save his top laner. And there you go, another kill on for the side of Oasis.
This is going a bit bad to Urso, but another arrow on the bot side.
Arrow from downtown. Hayes wants to kill. Flag and drag into the knockup, into the burst coming from Hayes, and they get a kill at the tower dive.
At least an answer right there from Sunsparks. They're still able to pick up the first start of the game, even if the Herald is on the side of Oasis Gaming. They have elected to save that objective. Maybe gonna try to use it later in the mid lane. See if they have already shoved that out with Dragon. Right now, both side lane turrets, one on the top side, one on the bot side, have fallen for each team. But let's take stock of where we are at this point, approaching 7 minutes of the game. 4-1 in kills, a 3.5k gold advantage for Oasis Gaming. And where is most of that gold? Where is most of that kills? It's on EDUF right now on this Fizz. He's looking very dangerous with a death cap already on him.
Yeah, absolutely scary. It's gonna be another gank coming from EDUF though. Nastro gonna be in no man's land. Oh wait, Ace is here to... There's a lot of damage coming from Oasis. So even if he was there, it was a little bit too late.
Yeah, I just got popped with the ultimate right there from ETAF, and it's one of those things that Fiora does very well. She goes very well against tanks because she deals a lot of true damage on your HP, though Hayes might be getting jumped right here by ETAF. No.
He does have ult though, but decided not to use the Chum the Waters because maybe his assistance, his help could be used in the mid lane, but look at that. Rift Herald not able to get too much of the charge in just one.
Yeah, just at least the tower is almost down. Only a third of a way there for Oasis Gaming. If they do destroy that mid lane turret, it enables their team composition right now to just go into the jungle of Sunsparks. And what is so scary with what Oasis has is that fed fish, that fed Fizz can just go into the bush and just clean up any members from Sunsparks at this point because how ahead he is. That's why Hayes is the guy right now with the duty to go against this guy because he's also an assassin, tries to just stop Fizz from going haywire. But we are now approaching, I believe, near towards the second part of the objectives, and Nastro might be getting jumped here again.
Yeah, it don't stop here at the top lane. The party don't stop. Nastro so low. There's the Noxian Guillotine. Gonna smash Nastro to the ground, and that's gonna be a temporary 4v5 in the entire map. Could be a potential dive as Dragon is positioned over here, but no, there's Ace and Hayes already in the response.
And look at how deep Dragon is right now. He's getting some tower shots. They're looking at the mid lane. They also want to destroy that, while EDUP has destroyed the first tier turret in the bot side of the map, giving Oasis now more control over this map. The Dragon's about to come up, and it's gonna be hard for Sunsparks to do anything about this arrow.
Woochoom! Okay, you get to ETUF over here. Are they be able to chase? Nope, the shuriken does not hit. As I don't know why I made that sound, Apple, but we can move past that because the Dragon has fun.
I want to replicate the sound, but I can't. But again, arrow has been used before a fight started. Dragon really bullying these members of Sunsparks.
Oh, wow, nicely done, Facebreaker into the showstopper flash. Look at Nastro, or look at Ace rather, he's so low. There's the exhaust. There's a very long package from Demon Kite. MJen's gonna be the next focus target here by Oasis, and now that's gonna be a double kill as the Dragon is still, it's now gone rather. It's gone.
Yeah, the Dragon's gone. Only Nastro and Hayes left for his team. Bot side is being sieged right now by both members of Oasis. I'm not sure if Hayes can be able to defend this.
Yeah, apprehend from the Shroud. Yeah, Hayes can do this. The Shuriken doesn't hit. No follow-up. Just gonna scare them away.
Yeah, just gonna scare it. They see smoke, need to get away, see the miss. But going back into this fight, Dragon is just so ahead at this point. Has a dead man space, is able to pick off Ace, and that's a very crucial pick right there for the side of Oasis Gaming because no jungler for Sunsparks, no Dragon steal, and it's just the layering of the CC, the layering of the engage from Oasis Gaming was beautiful right there. The package usage from Demon Kite, stopping members from Sunsparks. And now we are at the 10.5-minute mark, 9-1 in kills for Oasis Gaming. Oasis Gaming is looking to be in the driver's seat to finish out this series. And I want to highlight, again, I love to highlight these two players, Demon Kite and Consi, because they are one of the more key players for these teams. And Demon Kite on this third game of the Corki has changed his first item. Earlier on, game 1, game 2, he keeps buying the Essence Reaver, trying to get that one player burst, the one target burst. didn't really work out. So I love the adjustment when the Black Cleaver, and right now though Sunsparks is in the back foot. They need to find a good pick. Etap might that be the pick.
Okay, he's able to dash forward, backward rather. That's gonna be the stasis. Oh my god, the damage from Mjun. He is now gone. There's the Cataclysm for the defense, unleashing the Rift Herald. Edaf still going for more. Double kill for him. Make that a double kill for Edaf as well. These duo. Oh no, Hayes is in no man's land. He wants to get the perfect execution, and Hayes gets a double kill as well as a response. Everybody is pretty much low health. He doesn't have flash.
That's
he still
a
has
fast
flash
burly
and
man.
barrier as well. Nicely done timing. There's the face breaker. Dashing out into the brush. One more. Stone Dragon wins the duel against Hayes.
That was so close. I thought the ninja was gonna win against the big wrestling, punching, boxing man. But Matt with the dead man's plate, the initial damage from Dragon, just able to punch out Hayes. But Hayes still trying to make the hero plays. They got 2 kills from that. But because of Oasis Gaming boxing out that member from Sunsparks, he wasn't able to defend. Mid lane inhibitor turret is now down. The base is wide open for Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, this is a lot of space for Oasis to work with for the next objective, which is the Baron. This is going to be another juicy target for them. Look at Edaf. He's so far forward, but the Blast Cone is going to save the day.
Yeah, the Blast Cone saved the day. Edaf doesn't care anymore at this
he's
point.
ahead.
He's so ahead, Riku. Has 3 items, has a Lich Bait. And Nasjo, you might just get killed here, buddy. But no, SLO really wants to go for it. And now Oasis Gaming playing a bit with their food, but with the Baron about to be up in about 10 seconds, Oasis Gaming should have their eyes set on that objective to keep on accelerating the pace of this game. Right now, the game is in their hands. It's going to be in their hands to win or lose this game. And with how things stand, a lot of the chances are, if I was a betting man, it's going to be on Oasis Gaming at this point, though. Etap very far forward.
Yeah, getting that face breaker. Burns a flash on Consi, so he is very vulnerable. Even had to use the Proto Belt into the flash, so that's how much respect he wanted to give with the engage of Oasis. And look at this. This is a 2-man Baron. They can afford to do this. Look at that. Hayes into the Death Brush. He is so incredibly low as Edup's gonna be exhausted. And then it's the next target. He is on stasis at this point. There's 2 different fights. Ace is gone and Edup is gone, but it don't matter because Oasis has the Baron.
Oasis has the Baron, can also transition this towards a dragon, but still, there's only 3 members of Sunsparks right here. Edap wants this.
Grand challenge into the Encore. Oh, he gets a kill and another. This is a 1v2 situation. Nashto is so low at this point. He just wants the silence. It's the Noxian Guillotine. That's gonna be an ace, and that's gonna be the game.
Yeah, that's gonna be the game. Congratulations to Oasis Gaming. They didn't betray any of our panelists today with the unanimous vote. It's gonna be the series win for Oasis Gaming, taking this 2-1 against Sunsparks.
Yeah, that was such a very close series. But on the third game, Oasis has been more commanding, has been like more confident. It seemed like, you know, the difference in the draft from later, from blue side into banning out the Vayne seemed like a more comfortable game for Oasis against Sunsparks.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things. When you mentioned banning the Vayne, the thing is when you're coming to a series and you have the first game win, and you lost the second game, and the third game, if you still have your team's composure, you can very well take away the feeling of comfort for the other team. And that Vayne ban really looked like it put Sunsparks on a different on the back foot. They weren't able to play towards their game plan, and we were talking about how this pick should be played. And that is your second to the objective. Use the arrow to pick off one of the members in the objective, in the Baron pit, in the Dragon pit, and then go from there. That never happened for Sunsparks. Always Consi using the arrow on times when the objective was just about to come up or when the targets were not at the objective. So Sunsparks wasn't able to capitalize on, I think, a good possible play for them, an easier also play for them to execute. And it's just stepping up here in Game 3 alongside Dragon and Demon Kite, just making a commanding presence coming into this game.
Yeah, there was just, again, so much engaged, so many champions in your face from the side of Oasis, and Consi didn't have room for the auto attacks to happen. And you mentioned, it seemed like Sunsparks wanted to go for the pick route, you know, getting the arrow, fly it across the map, get a 4v5 situation in your favor, and then go to an objective instead of using it towards the fights. And I want to praise how Oasis had their eye constantly onto Hayes, and we're going to talk about this 1v1. It seemed very close, really nice flash coming from Hayes towards the brush to avoid the face breaker, but then boom, the stronger punch came from Dragon.
Yeah, the left hook came in and he just couldn't handle it anymore. Got countered right there. Even this last fight, Riku, I know Hayes just came into the brush and Edap just did auto W auto attack, second ability auto attack cancel, then auto again, and Hayes was like 30% HP left, and you could really see how strong the Fizz was at point. And Fizz is one of these champions that really snowballs and gets out of control if he has enough AP. And we're going into the player of the game. Player of the game is gonna be Etaf on that Fiora, and yeah, we weren't really able to talk a lot about Etaf because there's just so many a lot of flashy plays coming from Dragon, coming from Hayes. Coming from my memories leaving the other mid lane. Edaf, exactly.
Yes.
Thank you. Etaf, and yeah, I think Etaf as well has had a lot of good picks against Nastro, which very much put Sunsparks off tempo whenever he was able to get those picks.
Yeah, his presence was just everywhere and constantly visiting towards the top side. And again, being able to secure all of these objectives. His damage, just as you mentioned, is able to just shred all the tanky members from the side of Sunsparks, considering that, you know, they had a Jarvan, they had a Garen towards the top side of the map, and that was just too close of a series. But of course, that was just the first series, Apple.
Yeah.
That was just the first. We already had on over to our game number 3. Who knows, we might see more of those game 3 in their series. But before we proceed to our next series, we're gonna head on over to the short break, and when we come back, it's gonna be the panel greeting you guys. So see ya later.
sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath.
Welcome back to the WCSPH, and we just witnessed a 2-1 in favor of Oasis against Sunspark, Potch Spice, Autolose, and Osiris, leading the panel desk here. Guys, what an intense game. Like, first game, Oasis, we thought was on the brink of like losing the first one, but then they came back into full form. Autolose, give me your thoughts on the match we just watched.
Game number 1 felt like Oasis just was able to get to attack the weak point at the most important time.
Yes.
Sunsparks, again, I did say this during the watch party, their, I would say, decisiveness, they're all over, they're scattered, and I think, no, this is not that team fight. There was one team fight in where a few of their members were still going for the dragon while the others are trying to make some plays. Overall, my MVP for game number 1 was Dragon. His bubbles was very, very good. His Nami Wave, shout out to Vanny Bear for giving me that reference, was also so good. So, but for game number 2, it was Escilla just being bullied 4 times in a row, I feel. If I'm not mistaken here. Osiris, I know that you casted this game, but game number 3, yeah.
Really?
Reverse
Yeah.
Pro, right?
Yeah, and they just returned the favor after banking on mostly on Isilla. They did shut down the Garen, man. We saw Garen Espanto once again back onto the Rift. I mean, as much as he is being banned by the other teams, there are openings that we saw, and this is not the best moment for the Garen. Especially, I would like to acknowledge the draft of Oasis that they Sunsparks excels a lot on the late game with a Vayne or a possible Kaisa, but they did ban it on the last slot. And then they were able to pick the Fiora, and the Riposte plus the Zanyas can really stop an Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Encore. So most of those initiation coming in from Sunsparks has been completely negated, and they maximize or capitalize on taking down the Garen again and again to make sure that Isilla will pay back.
Yeah, and you said it best, like when we were talking in the break, that in the third match they banned the Vayne. It was kind of a hard situation for Oasis to come back from, because it was pretty decisive in the third match. And now I have to ask you guys, like Sunsparks, you know what, the matches we've been seeing them, it's always going 2-1. Have they yet reached that limit yet, or do we still have to wait and see how if this is their final form?
The best part about Sunsparks is, again, they're already getting at least one game off of their opponent, and if everything went on script for them, I feel that game number 1 should have been a win for them, mainly because they had the more scaling composition, and they just had to wait it out. I mean, they just had to be decisive that if they're going to take the dragon, they're just going to take the dragon. That's it. No 50-50 or no clashes in where they have 2 different targets. This really lies on the communication, and I feel that needs to be fixed soon as possible.
Oh yeah, we're done with the first round robin. You know what? They cannot afford any more points to lose. So let's actually head on over to our interview with Oasis Gaming, who, by the way, gentlemen, have a flawless weekend. We'll be talking to Isilla. He is waiting on the other line. There they are. Isilla, Oasis Gaming, congratulations. Hello.
Hello.
So, first
hello,
off,
hello.
congrats. So, kayo, you guys had a flawless weekend. How will you guys celebrate?
Paano ba tayo magse-celebrate, boy? Lalaro ulit. Ulul ba?
Well, they're still gonna
Amazing.
decide, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, decide pa. So we'll converse with the team. Let's talk to Osiris.
Yeah, why did you not ban Vayne on the second game?
Yung sa Vayne po kasi, na pag-usapan naman po kasi namin ng mga team ko na ayun nga po kaya nila. Then, nung umabot po ng second game, parang sige, respect ba na lang namin to? respect ba na lang po namin. Kasi nakita rin naman po namin yung performance nila against TS nung last weekend. Which is naging effective naman po sa kanila. Kaya it's okay na rin po na pina namin yung third game.
Okay. Shoutouts to Coach Sixth for the good draft on Game 3, by the way. So yeah, congrats again on the win.
Otto,
thank you po.
Go for it.
Stella, 2 questions. Okay, kumusta yung pagiging balikbayan? We know that you are one of those Filipino players na na-import sa ibang liga. Ikaw isa sa mga una na na-import, kumbaga, diba? So, anong experience ma-import, pare?
Goods din po kasi syempre iba pong language yung ginagamit po namin doon. Tapos natutuwid po sa kanila na yung language po na, tapos yung mga traditional cheats nila. Especially po yung Berjaya Dragons. Kaya,
sino pinaka-favorite mong kasama sa mga foreigners na naging tropahan mo sa
Parang
Berjaya?
kilala ko na yan.
si Sagi.
Yeah!
Ayun na nga.
Apports.
Upwards po yan, upwards yan.
Tinuturuan mo nga daw ng mga kung ano-anong salita eh. Naku,
Hindi po. Siya po yung tuturo sa akin.
Okay. Well, anyway, congratulations, Cecilia. Good job, Poch.
Yeah, Isilla, congratulations. Congratulations to everyone in Oasis Gaming. Do you have any shoutouts or messages?
Shoutout po sa boss namin, si Ma'am Ara po. Tapos yung bumubuo po ng Oasis. Tapos sa parents po namin na nanonood. Tapos ayun nga po yung shoutout rin kay Abby, yung tumulong po sa amin nung Sibol. Si Mayora.
Oh, yeah.
Mayora.
Otto.
Isilla, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you po.
Go. Sige. Thank you, Oasis Gaming, for the time and the interview, and can't wait to see you guys next week.
Good ka, Otto.
Yeah. Thank you po.
It's part of the package, you know.
Yeah,
Next
bro.
time,
It's the auto lose prediction. So
Yeah.
always being screen capped, being tagged. But hey, so far we got our predictions correct. Maybe the 2-0 was a big estimate, but 2-1 not so bad. We're still at 0 here in the panel desk. Auto lose. What is with this? Is the curse? This is the panel desk curse. We've been getting our predictions wrong this entire weekend so far. But Osiris might change it around. What do you think?
Yeah, we need a bit, a stronger curse. Now that Osiris is here, I think we're in good hands.
More consequences coming from me. So yeah.
Oh no, Osiris. I'm a little scared because we kind of agreed in this next game that we're about to see, but I'm not sure. If you didn't know, guys, if you're just joining us now, the panel desk consequence is Pulveron or Skyflakes or Cracker casting. So Osai, I'm really scared for you because you'll be casting a game, but you'll have to eat a Pulveron or something. So we'll look forward to that. But ladies and gentlemen, let's head into our series number 2. We got Team Secret versus RRQ. And Osiris, I know you want to lead this in talking about the Team Secret. What do we need to know about Team Secret right now in the stage of WCS?
Team Secret, yeah, I mean, one of the best teams that we knew way back then. Well, up until now, but it feels like they are looking on a rough start, but a stronger start right now. So I would like to point out that they really did well on the second round. Robin, they won from behind against the UDG, and it explains a lot that they are still the team to beat. And everyone right now is really working well. Although Tatsuri, the hitman, we didn't saw him much on the Zed and Katarina, but what we loved is that we saw him on an Ari. So at that point, he's back on an assassin, but a bit of a different assassin type. And Chewie going back on the traditional Varys. It was them who's looking for those fights. It was them who's making sure that everyone can still be activated at the exact moment when needed.
Yeah, that's definitely something to look forward to. But let's head on over to our player highlight, which is the aforementioned Chewie. Was numerous player of the games. How do you think he's going to fare coming into this match against RRQ, since it is a rematch and they did 2-0 them in the first meeting?
And yeah, I mean, I understand that right now Chewie doesn't really play mostly on his Varys. It was currently sitting on the third pick, but on that Lux, he is exceptional. They are getting those catches. They're making sure that the pick of comp from their lineup will really pave the way to have Rocks on his chain warded, and the power duo is completely making sure that they need to do their task. As for Chewie, one of the consistent players right here at Team Secret, definitely a player to watch out. He might be going back on the Varys, or might be surprising us with a different champion. Especially that right now we are getting the glimpse of going back to those traditional marksmen.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see what Chewie can flex and what else they have to bring to the table, because I have yet to see that if they're in playoff forms. But let's move on to RRQ. Auto lose. How do we see this matchup happening?
Against Team Secret, or do we just talk about RRQ? Because if we talk about RRQ and off stream, we talked about anime references. I call them Master Buten just
there
because
we
of
go.
their age, but still very effective, right? I mean, Master Roshi could still blind you, and that's the thing about RRQ. What I love about this org is, first, this is the matchup that we have right now are two of the international orgs that are currently supporting Filipino teams right now. Remember, RQ is an Indo org. And the first time that we talked to them, there was a hashtag that was built, the hashtag Alagang RRQ, right? They have a very good coach in Coach Kaigu. They even have Three Fingers now, a very, very formidable manager in Kingmaker. Plus the experience that we already have here in Exosen and the rest of the squad. Even Marky also has a lot of years in experience. So this is really, last time that they met, it was a clear 2-0 for Team Secret. And I did say this prior to their first matchup. This is the big test for RRQ. I know that during the preseason, they planned specifically for Team Secret, because Team Secret was the team to beat. Team Secret was the champion. And with all the movements right now that is happening, one of the players that really did sacrifice a lot, I believe, is Marky and the Dragon Lane, often overshadowed by the star players, teammates that he has. He's a very solid Dragon Laner to a point that he has partnered with 4 different supports already, and still able to maintain a decent amount of damage output. I feel Marky is one of the more underrated Dragon Laners that we have. Looking at his KDA 6.13, it's actually very good for Dragon Laners, and you could see that the champions that he's been tasked to choose is the Ashe, the Brand, the Lock. So no Kaiser, one of the main champions that we highlighted Marky with before, but we will see. Maybe this is a time that we will see Marky on that Kaiser.
Not
Hopefully.
even a Ziggs. They are respecting that he is one of the holder from the leaderboard, so we don't really see him handling it.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So a lot to look forward to if it so chooses when it comes to the picks and bans. But let's move on over to the head-to-head. This is what I was talking about in terms of the stylistics, how the matchup is going to fare. Chewie and Marky. Here we have the stats. Auto lose. You want to break this one down?
Both of them are very underrated, I feel. Both of them are tasked to just dish out the damage from a distance. Feel that they are okay in sacrificing the kills count and in place of being consistent damage output. So I believe this is actually a very good matchup, mainly because they have the same playstyle. They will play the Varus if needed, they will play the Ziggs if needed, and would even go for Lux. How about you, Osiris? What's your take on this one?
They are sharing one champion only, which is the Lux. And the Varus player is mostly on a Chewy, and the Kaisal would be on Marky. So it feels like even on the traditional marksman, they're not going to, to take everyone's out or you're going to steal those picks. But what we see right now on KDA 6.13 for Marky is for the reason that Helios is mostly playing on those setups. And I believe that he is playing on a set, not entirely being opened on those assassins. That's why Marky is the one who's getting the kills. But as for Chewy, upon playing on the Varus, Ashe, and then Lux, he is mostly leaning on the utilities, on the slow, on the let's say the binding, and then the chains of corruption, going for the poke, and there's a different person who's going to put the nail into the coffin. And I think that's the reason why KDA wise it's a bit different, but the DPM is there for the reason that the piercing arrows pierced a lot way back into the back line, and the kill participation is fairly the same for the reason that they are also team-centric type of marksmen.
Oh yeah, as it shows the numbers, yeah, consistent damage contributors. Hopefully, you know what, we did say that they have been a little overshadowed, but maybe they'll be popping off in this match.
Yeah.
And this is the match to look out for. We built it up at the start that one of them is gonna have to break away from the tie that's at 4 at the 6th spot, because it's 4-4 each. Oasis already staked the claim; they moved up, so now it's just these two that are tied up. And I don't know. Mika did say yesterday she was losing faith, but suddenly Team Secret won. That's bad. I don't know. But whenever she loses the faith, Team Secret just proves the doubters wrong. So I'm gonna start this predictions off. I'm gonna go with Team Secret here. I think that their victory yesterday, they're gonna ride on that momentum. I know RRQ has been leveling up as of late, but I'll go with Team Secret. I have a good feeling about this. I'm just going by gut. How about you, Osiris?
I'll go with Team Secret. I am doubting this team ever since last year. Even tried to put them onto the curse, but they always proved me wrong. And I would really love to see Rox going back to his Thresh if this will not be banned. But I saw one status of Coach Kaigu always ban Thresh. So I'm in the idea that we're not going to see the Chain Warden once again. But the main reason I'm not voting for this is because of Kingmaker. Ang lakas ko sa'yo, ang lakas mo sa akin, pero ang hina ko sa'yo. Because I don't have any jersey. How in the world that we know for how many years, I guess? Then I don't have the jersey. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, RRQ, it's a Team Secret momentum. I believe in Poch as also that it's going to be how well that they are disciplined right now. And if they're going to stick with their own guns, this is definitely their game.
Okay, you mentioned Jersey. I have to throw it to Autoloose because I don't know if his reasoning.
I already have a jersey, so that's good for 2 votes in 1 week, my friends. So that will be for me. I still believe in the in the new dimension, the new roster, and if there's one player that I fully trust that could go to toe against Tatsuri, that's going to be Helios. Again, Marky, looking at the KDA stats, very safe in the back lines. That is actually already putting into consideration or taking into consideration how flashy he is. He will flash for the kills, and yet he could still maintain a very high KDA. So that just goes to show that Marky knows his role very well. Now, the very big question mark is going to be our friend Exosen in the support. Both of them are very new in this team. Rox, new. Exosen new as a support. So let's ban Thresh and take that away from Rox. Let's not do the same mistake that UDG did yesterday. All right, RRQ? All right, that's my guess. My prediction is RRQ.
RRQ, ladies and gentlemen, for Autolose, for me and Osiris, it's both Team Secret. What do you guys think? Use the hashtag WCS or WCSPH or Wildrift Championship C to let your thoughts be known. I know that Autolose, you did bring the Master Buten, also the Master Roshi reference on RRQ. Yeah. Osiris, you want to respond to that? If RRQ, what's the anime that Team Secret is representing now?
Well, Team Secret as the kings that needs to go back as a king. I mean, I'm not sure. It feels like they're Samurai X. They're but
Okay.
it's Kenshin Humura who needs to go Batusai again.
Oh, okay. I like that. I like that.
Okay.
Nice one.
You know, dull blade, Team
Dull
Secret.
blade, yeah. Let's see if it
yeah.
works. Putting some limiters on. Yeah, we were talking about these anime references, but now we can't because Osiris is here. So this is going to be good. I can't wait for more. I actually thought it would be more of My Hero Academia, All Might passing everything on to Rocks, being Deku
Well, to be
and all
honest,
that.
that's a really good point as well, especially right now that Team Secret, or let's say, there's so many doubters of Rocks, but he is not to be questioned a lot because he has been answering your calls
Yes,
again and
he has
again.
been.
He is doing those playmakers, and even the Thresh that's being opened. He did deliver, and there's a big reason why
Respect.
it comes to the name of Rocks. You know, the Thresh is synonym for him.
Thresh Prince.
Identity.
So,
First
I also would like to shout
for
out
it.
a couple of people. One
Yeah,
is the graphic designer for Team Secret.
Oh,
Very,
yeah.
very good.
So
I think
good.
that their poster right now in their social media is they'll go for the head of the king.
Wow.
Yeah, they could really go for the head.
Well, that's good. As I always say, if you come after the king, you better not miss. So I hope they don't. They shoot their shot and not miss it at all. Because RRQ, yeah, they did go through a rough patch yesterday. So it's RRQ. They are definitely one of the teams to look out for. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you guys want to join us, we are at the PPGL Discord. We are having a watch party there. I'm sure this one would be a barn burner. But let's head into the match between Team Secret and RRQ. Casters, take it away.
And we're back at the casting desk. It's us again, Apple over here, and Riku, and this is the long-awaited rematch from the first round robin. It's gonna be Team Secret versus RRQ. A lot of anime references being thrown here. There's, I don't know, Dragon Balls coming from Autolus, and Rurouni Kenshin, Samurai X for the side of Team Secret, Batosai. Yeah, this is just says how hot this match is going to be. And when we look at the standings, RRQ and Team Secret are currently tied over there, with currently standing in 5th and 6th place. So this series is incredibly important, but when we look back, it is Team Secret that 2-0'd RRQ. Do you think the same thing is going to happen, Apple?
Whew, that's a tough call that we're gonna make right there. I want me to make that Riku, but I want to say as well, kudos to the panel making those anime references, really showing their age as well. But
90s kid, huh?
the 90s kids. Anyway, I don't want to make that call up to 2-0 because I think there's a very different RRQ we're seeing today, also a very different Team Secret we're seeing today. Yes, it wasn't as expected that these two teams would be where they are now in terms of the standings. We thought they would be in the contention above maybe top 4, top 3, but right now they are tied in the middle, right in the middle of the pack. Anyone can just take their place anytime, and there's a lot of stake for both of these teams. And I think the biggest difference is Exosen switching up in his position there, and the support will be the newest thing that we'll be seeing Team Secret face off.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the bans right now, it seems that Osiris saw Kaigu's post or status somewhere in Facebook. It says, always ban Thresh, and there it is. RQ removing that. A lot of these single target actually being taken out in the draft.
Yeah, a lot of single target. Yeah, with the Thresh and the Camille, so a lot of that single target pick potential, as well as the Jace have been taken out by RRQ. This is something that I was expecting when it comes to the pick and ban phase between these two teams. They won't really be banning a lot of those flavor picks for each team, not exactly taking out the Varus and stuff like that. The Thresh is the only respect ban we see coming from RRQ, because as the panel has mentioned, also never give Rocks Thresh again. Even though I love seeing him on that champion, he's just too good. I have to take it away if you really want to get wins against Team Secret.
Yeah, he's just an absolute monster on that champion. But There's another monster in town. It is going to be Renekton being the first priority pick. And it is most likely towards Devil J. Who knows? I mean, it could still be towards Helios. Helios plays a lot of these flex picks since he did have his moment at the top lane during the first week of the BCS. Team Secret ain't waiting for the draft to go further. They're going for the Zed right off the bat.
Yeah, right off the bat, getting one of those comfort picks on the side of Tatsuri. Could also go to Azar, but love seeing the Zed already here in the first phase of our pick and ban. And let's see what is going to be the follow-up. Could also be a flex. A lot of champions are currently open. Gragas is still open. But immediately going for comfort. I love the thinking right now. The mindset coming in for Team Secret, picking out the Ziggs for Chewy.
Yeah, this is clearly stating, okay, these are our carries, no mysteries here. That means we can have a lot of wave clear into the split push that we saw yesterday and even the previous week, where the Zed will carry a teleport and get that split push. But look at that, Riven now being locked in by RRQ.
Yeah, the Riven has been really good in the hands of RRQ, has been flexible into the hands of Helios and Chaz, and has been really a comfort pick for this team. Even adding on top the Galio provides a lot of protection right now. Could also be flexed into the mid lane and into the hands of Exocen, but we have seen Exocen very often on that Galio. Also usually also been played in the mid, can also be played in by Helios, but yeah, usually Gragas Galio on the hands of Exocen.
Yeah, this means the dash in either coming from Devil J or Chaz or Helios, whichever Riven or Renekton, then followed up by the hero's entrance. And the response coming from Team Secret is going to be a Garen, so they need that tanky frontliner. And they're removing another split push monster, and which is the Fiora, most likely a direct hit towards Chaz, perhaps.
Yeah, they're taking away some of the options right now that could very well go against the Garen. We saw in the first series of the day where when the Fiora is there, can just really take down the Garen immediately, because Garen, even though he is a very tanky boy, if he gets hit by true damage at scaling with his current health, you're just gonna get deleted immediately. So taking away those champions that could very well counter this champion is a good sign for Team Secret. And I think one of the champions that is also a respect ban right now coming from RQ is that Olaf, because Trevor has been known to use that Olaf very effectively, and could also be something that could challenge Chaz if he does pick up that Riven in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Olaf has been a staple ban if you want to pick up something that has a lot of backline damage, or you have a vulnerable AD from the like an Ashe or maybe even a Varus could possibly come up here. But Lee Sin is open. It's going to be for Trevor, so we get to see again Trevor on this Lee Sin to set up for the team.
Yeah, and setting up, have these early ganks coming from this champion is a pretty good pick right now for the side of Team Secret, so they could also hasten up the pace of the game. Because one thing that we have seen a lot with RQ is they tend to have really slow games. They tend to make a lot of these macro decisions, not really taking fights, and you can force that tempo on them if you have a Lee Sin, have that Zed, a lot of mobility, a lot of chances for you to catch out the members from RRQ.
Ooh, with this lock-in on the Graves, this is either a mid lane Graves or a jungle Graves. A lot of mystery still, even though the bans or the picks have been finalized. Now, what is Team Secret's response is going to be? I mean, they're missing a potential support, and it's going to be the Alistar.
Yeah, Leona is also open, something that he could have very well picked. But I do love the Alistar here because it's going to be a duo in terms of a tank line for the side of Team Secret. It's going to come along with the Garen. The thing that Alistar has that Leona doesn't have is to take away the crowd control, to cleanse the crowd control. He has that ultimate to take that away, increase tenacity, increase resistances, and he could very well serve as the solo tank for Team Secret when they face RRQ in a lot of these fights. He can just push away the Riven, can push away the Renekton with those engages, as well as using his stuns. It's just a lot right now in terms of Team Secret's composition of displacement. If you look at it, it's kind of the theme right now in their composition. Also have the Ziggs for the Satchel, also have the Dragon's Rage for Trevor. So a lot of displacement, a lot of disengage that Team Secret can have, also a lot of engage on their side. Looking at RRQ though, it's their usual flavor. They love having this Galio, but having also that Marky on that Lux provides them that kick potential that could very well be good as well against the Team Secret lineup because I think Lux is the antithesis, the opposite of Ashe, where Ashe wants to be on the outside of the objective using her arrow. Lux is the kind of champion that wants to be inside the objective area to be able to pick people off as they come in. And right now, I think that's what RRQ will need to look at coming into this game because they are also very well set up alongside that Graves, alongside that Renekton, alongside that Riven to be able to set up plays while they're positioned inside objectives.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's just a lot going on for the Lux. You got the final spark and the fights later on with around objectives. You also have the shields to provide mitigation from the burst damage coming from Tatsuri as well. And the long drawn pokes that's going to come from Chewy as well is going to help RRQ heaps on this game.
Yeah, and also want to highlight a bit of a difference right now in terms of the keystones. Chewy has gone for the Airy, which is the very usual one, although Azar might fall here.
Okay, there's the Ignite versus Ignite. That's gonna happen. Azar still pretty okay with the Honey Fruit spawning. He's gonna stay in lane. I don't think he's gonna come home. The fact that Trevor's there in the first place, he's fine.
Yeah, that was a pretty good flash. I would say from Azar really on the knife's edge right there. Usually when you're going against a Renekton, you don't want the Renekton to get level 2 against you. And if he does get the level 2, you have to respect the range of where you're at. And that's basically what happened right there. Burning the flash and the Ignite. At least Azar, in the end, got the advantage because he was able to bait out the flash and the Ignite as well from Devil J, and living through that, Devil J needed to get her recall, and now things in the top lane are looking more in favor of Azar since he was able to absorb more of the experience and the gold, which is now being capitalized by Trevor, although a lot of members of RRQ right now here against Trevor.
Yeah, Helios and Chaz, they're ready for the tussle, not exactly as the Rift Scuttler is going to be a priority. I mean, Trevor knew that it's risky to stay.
Yeah, and I think the call right there as well from the team was that Galio was missing. Galio immediately went to the mid lane for if ever there was a fight that's going to be started between Azar, Trevor, Tatsui, and the other trio of RRQ. He would be very well be there to reinforce and add one more man into the team so that RRQ could get an advantage here. But yeah, good call right there for Trevor. Didn't force the issue, still was able to get the Scuttle on his side of the map, and now he is taking the blue buff.
That's fine for now. No setups whatsoever. I mean, bot side, there is potential. There is kill potential with the fact that there's Rocks getting that setup into Trevor coming in. Top side as well can be the same story if Azar is able to chunk down Devil J. I mean, he does have priority over here, but not a lot. Just that teeny tiny vision over the brush. So I guess he's a little bit worried of the potential gank coming from Chaz as level 5 may be coming up soon for Devil J.
Yeah, and we're kind of setting up here, Riku, in terms of where we're going to go in terms of the objectives. Not a lot of early fights as we have seen before. And as we were mentioning, RQ is the kind of team to not really do a lot in the early game. So we're really setting up for the objective takes. And it's going to be the Infernal Drake and going to be the Herald sprouting up in about a minute or so. Team Secret would be a team, I think, to just control this mid lane wave. They do have the wave clear on Zig, so it can give them that option on where to go. In terms of their win conditions, I do believe Infernal Drake would be something that everyone would try to go for at this point. So do expect that there could be a fight brewing soon in that Infernal Drake.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? After last weekend, Team Secret puts a lot of emphasis on the Rift Herald, and I feel like this could be doubled down just because RRQ doesn't have access to Siege as in their composition. They're gonna have a hard time, so the Rift Herald might be very important on this certain match so that they can get towers down, but this could be a potential fight. Gank, Devil J, half HP already. Trevor flashing, there's the kick, there's the Damascene Justice slamming Devil J down, and it's gonna be first blood in favor of Team Secret.
And it's gonna be the Rift Herald for Team Secret. As you mentioned, they keep prioritizing this objective, and right now it looks like they have started it out. Great kill rate at the top side of the map, able to take out Devil J, relieving a bit of the pressure there, but looks like RRQ is looking to spoil this Rift Herald take from Team Secret.
Yeah, Trevor is pretty low at the moment. Exosen trying to lead the charge. There's the shield being unleashed. Knockup already being initiated by Rocks. but he's just there to scare off the cow. Exosen, half HP at the moment. Half HP as well to Rift Herald. Exo solo at this point. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb, and that's going to be Trevor down. No drone whip from the side of Team Secret. Will be there a burst? Nope, that's going to be Chaz securing the Rift Herald for their team. Rocks, and now Azar trapped in the pit, and that's a really nice binding coming from the side of Marky. Triple kill for the side of Chewy, though, as there's a lot of low health targets. Marky's still alive. That's a Quadra for Chewy on the Ziggs. He's on a rampage.
Yeah, he's indeed on a rampage. And an ace as well for his team. Man, oh man. Rico right now in this point of the game, 6-2 in terms of kills. The Herald did go to the side of RRQ because they were able to single out Trevor there. So TS didn't really have a chance to get that objective, but good on them to still be able to win this fight. I mentioned the triple, and then Chewy got a triple kill, but that wasn't the triple I was looking at. I was looking at Rox getting the triple knock up with his on the Alistar on the members of RQ, which enabled Team Secret to have that space, to have that opportunity to throw more damage and to really squeeze out RRQ in that point of the fight. Right now, though, since there's still one more objective on the map, the Infernal Drake is still up for both teams to take.
Yeah, we'll see where RRQ decides to unleash the Rift Herald. Are they going to do where release the Rift Herald in mid, get that push on mid so that they can have more space towards the Infernal, but it's pretty hard with Chewy as the Ziggs here.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard in that regard, but still we are seeing, you know, a bit of that mid lane shove that they really love to prioritize. Looks like the Drake should be started right now by Team Secret, since a lot of eyes are at the top side of the map with the Herald being summoned by RQ.
This could be a potential dive here. Nope, Rox is already here. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Chewy is unstoppable. And at this point, the Dragon, or rather, look at Trevor here, is going to be 1v2ing. No steal will happen. Helios after Trevor's life, the flash, but the Ignite is going to tick him down. Demacian Justice, double kill for Helios here on the ribbon. There's the taunt towards Chewy. This is going to be a shutdown. Yes, it is. And the kill will go towards EXO.
Yeah, the Drake has been secured by Team Secret, but at what cost? At 3 members' lives right there. And it was those kinds of risky plays that I think Team Secret tried to do, and they were sufficiently punished by RRQ. They tried to try to take 2 fights across the map. They tried to defend topside. They were able to successfully defend that, the Rift Herald not being able to take the first turret of the game. But because of them also hitting the Drake, the RQ had enough time, enough space to be able to catch them there, and also a good catch from Exocen to be able to catch Chewy with the taunt, getting an additional kill for his team. Looking at where we stand at this point, in terms of kills, Team Secret is ahead by 2. But in terms of the gold, RQ is slightly ahead because of the tower plates, because of some of the takes across the map. Although in the bot lane, Tatsuri fighting it out here.
Just another fight. This could have been a dive, but that's 3 people from RRQ deciding to back away. Topside could be a different story. There's the kick coming from Trevor. Devil J using a flash and Dominus, and he's able to escape.
I'm able to escape. No kills from either side of the map right here. But still, 3 members.
That's the double taunt coming from EXO. He's being targeted by the tower at this point. Mega Inferno Bomb being unleashed, and Helios is gonna fall. There is 2 stasis instances happening at this point. EXO wants to run away. Rox wants to run away as well. Here comes Chewy with the bombs. Yeah, nicely done binding coming from Marky, but the mines are deadly. There's the knockoff coming from Rox, and there's the follow-up damage. Nope, there's the clutch shield and the binding again, but it doesn't save the life of Helios there, as Marky is gonna fall rather. And Trevor, he's too deep into this. Where's the safeguard? There's the stun. He ain't gonna escape for now. And I think Apple, the fight is over.
Yeah, I think that fight is over as well, Riku. Yeah, that was a pretty prolonged fight right there from both of those teams. And I just want to highlight a couple of things that I saw in that fight. Tatsuri with a very good usage of the Death Mark, being able to dodge damage. But unfortunately, the light binding was thrown by Marky, and it wasn't gonna hit him. Then he flashed into the light binding. So unfortunate set of events for Tatsuri. Another thing was, it was a pretty good heads-up call for Trevor to be able to pick up 1 more on the bot side. Also a good answer from Devil J. I believe Rox thought that Devil J was in position for a headbutt, and instead he headbutted the Krug minions. So a lot of just unfortunate series of events that we were able to see because we have the whole eyes of the map.
yeah, there's just a lot going on in that fight. It was a domino effect, but For now, it is Rift Herald, the second Rift Herald spawning, and Team Secret has a lot of control over this area for sure, as Chewy's already in position here. Rock's just trying to zone out everybody else. That's 1/4 HP already. There's the kick coming from Trevor already just to zone out the members of RRQ. Hero's
Nice
entrance
damage.
already used, and that's going to be secure for Team Secret. But RRQ has a different story. They want to start the fight. There's the silence, and now Devil J is gone. 4v5 situation already. There's the Sebastian Justice. They want Exo's life. Helios falls as well, and Team Secret wins that fight with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they win that fight, gets the Rift Herald 3-4-0 in their favor. They can very well transition this into a mid lane take right now. Chewy is so ahead on this Ziggs, about to get another killing spree for Chewy. He's just gonna throw this satchel, I believe, here in the mid lane, or it's gonna be just enough. He has the Rabadon's Death Cap, also has the Luden's finish right now on this Ziggs. This Ziggs is just so deadly at this point for the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, crazy start. After that quadra kill, it just ballooned up. Chewy is one item ahead of Mark and is already working towards his third item rather. So RRQ having a little bit of a struggle for these prolonged fights.
And as we get into this replay, it all started, well, we're getting to the replay wherein Devil J already went into the fight, but it all started with Rox having 3 members of RRQ there. A lot of the damage was initially thrown by Team Secret on the members of RRQ, making them think twice to get back into that fight. That's why there were a lot of split calls from RRQ right there. I think if they had one singular call to all, get out of there, get out scot-free, maybe not 3 members would have fallen, maybe just 1 or 2. So at least it was just min-maxing at that point. But Azardo might be seeing 3 members of RRQ in the bot side.
Now this is an attempt, but the rest of Team Secret are ready, so this is a slow push from the Rift Herald as well. Dragon is now being started by Team Secret. The minefields are going to zone out the rest of the members of RRQ, but they're going to go from the pit, and that's going to be a start fighting Chewy all alone here. Devil J wants to zone him out. Azar is right nearby. There's 2 different fights, but the Dragon is secured by Team Secret at this point. Trevor wants to exit the fight as well. Chewy is still pretty much alive and healthy. Chaz is going to be falling down, as Rox is able to zone out and start the fight and slow the fight for Team Secret for the follow-up of the damage. Exo is going to be the next one to be eliminated, and that's going to be an almost ace as 4 members down for RRQ, as Rift Herald is still alive and they can get another push.
They can get this tower as well when Shelly gets the hit right here. I don't even think they need to use the satchel. They use the satchel so that Shelly can get one more charge, but Devil J about to fall here in the mid lane, and it's just going on a disaster right now for RRQ.
Oh, yeah, they're able to reserve another charge for the inhibitor tower, so that's a vulnerable base already for the side of RRQ, and Rox is doing a lot in these fights, so I'll hold that thought. Trevor on the flash, nicely done. Kick to escape. The collateral damage is not going to be enough.
A great kick right there from Trevor Rico. Like he just swatted him away. Get away from me, because we are now poised to win this fight. Team Secret, almost 12k gold in the lead, 6-1 in turret, has all the dragons so far in this game, and I think this is the Team Secret that we all have been waiting for. This is the Team Secret I saw yesterday. Again, here we're seeing them now having a lot of these good calls, a lot of these good fights, and a lot of these fights have been spearheaded by Rox on this Alistar. He has been very proficient so far on this champion, really playing more of a goalkeeper kind of the role right now, stopping a lot of members of RRQ getting towards his backline. And right now, though, if you look at where the map is, Team Secret is nearing this jungle. They're looking for a pick here, Riku.
Yeah, for sure. The map state is in their favor. They're already almost at a 10k more or less gold lead with 3 dragon stacks on their side with an 8-1-7 Ziggs. He's already completed his orb. This is crazy. He's gonna dish out crazy damage if RRQ fights in these choke points.
Yeah, if they do fight these choke points, Exo said getting caught out here.
Final spark, but Exo is all alone and he has no escape. Killing spree already for Azar.
That was the pick they needed. And Exo, I think, felt a bit safe seeing Chewy on the ward in that brush near the entrance from the mid lane. So thinking maybe there are not enough members here. Maybe I could sneak in a vision ward or 2. But because of that, right now, Team Secret is grabbing this Baron.
Yeah, this is just so this is gonna be an easy Baron for Team Secret. And yeah, I feel like this Zed is just creating a lot of air quote item pressure, because they're forced to pick up this Zonia's Hourglass instead of something that can help like the spooky ghost enchant for them to find and scout these scary jungle, because Team Secret has been setting camp basically on the RRQ jungle.
Right, and also a lot of damage right now is coming out of Chewy, so they need the stasis, because if they get comboed by these Ziggs, they can just explode. And yeah, I do get that the stasis right now is on the Graves, on the Riven, and on the Lux. But in terms of if you're afraid of the Zed, I feel like it has more importance on market at this point. Maybe he just could have gone for a different stasis enchant, but still at the same time, they are behind, and that outplay potential from stasis could very well be used by these players, but because of how far behind they are, look at where Team Secret is.
Yeah, it's definitely, just as you said, more on the defensive side, and this could be a potential dive. Nope, that's not going to be the case, as just towers are falling, utilizing the Baron buff so well. They're very pretty much ahead. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb just a zone away. People from RRQ. Team Secret wants to end the game. Hero's entrance being used as well. The Nexus is exposed. Team Secret is in a humongous lead. And look at that though. Team Secret still cleaning slate, but the minions are going to finish the game. Game 1 goes to Team Secret.
It's not only Team Secret that wants to win, also their minions are rooting for them so loudly that they are the ones who finish the game. And great job right there from Team Secret, rallying the momentum that they got from yesterday's series, continuing right now, possibly a streak, getting into our second round robin against RRQ. And Riku, we talk about this, how RRQ was eventually defeated in their first round robin meetup with the 2-0 from Team Secret. This seems like going to be the same repeat right now for Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret is definitely setting up for that situation, and they look extra confident in this match against RRQ for game number 1. And the fights, the objectives, the way that they've been maneuvering around, protecting Chewy in these skirmishes and team fights.
Yeah, and you can see in the replay right here, at this fight, it felt like, yay, RRQ has the lead, but the triple knockout right there by Rox really provide a lot of space, a lot of ways for Chewy to just throw his AoE damage. Unfortunately, RRQ, for them, their team comp is really a ball up team comp kind of combination, because they have the Renekton, have the Graves, have the Riven. They all need to get close to our target to be able to deal their damage. And where does Ziggs thrive? Because he has a lot of AoE damage, he can just throw all his bombs on multiple members, and they just got hit with the same ability. So a lot of very beneficial things happening for Chewy, and just escalated from there. Also, Team Secret has played the map very well, always reading the map in terms of where RRQ could be answering back with their own rotations and plays. And slowly and surely, Team Secret was able to get that advantage against RRQ.
Yeah, that's just complete control. I feel like the string of the domino effect started when Chewy got that quadra kill, and from then on, RRQ had a difficult time getting the game back for themselves. And the fact that they didn't have a lot of map room to work with to see if they can get picks here and there, and only banked on team fights, objective fights in general, they'd have to face the wrath of the bouncing bombs coming from Chewy on the Ziggs.
The bouncing bombs. He's just wearing that bunny costume.
Oh yeah, that's the right now. I think that's the best Ziggs skin.
Real.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I should really try that skin out. But yeah, it's terrifying to see those bombs. And even at the last fight, I mentioned, hey, they just wanted to win because Chewy threw out his bomb. Yeah, look at the back line on the most members so that they could have enough space. It pushed RRQ away from the Nexus so that they could just deal more damage to it. And it just was enough for the minions to finish it off. And I think that's one of the things as a Ziggs player that you should look out for. Your bombs are not only a killing tool, but also a tool to zone out members just because of the damage it throws out.
And speaking of zone, player of the game, it's gonna be Rox on this Alistar. He did a lot of work zoning out and setting up for the team, for Team Secret, for all the bombs to rain down on RRQ. And yeah, it's this guy. It's Rox right here.
Yeah, Alistar, I really think it was the appropriate pick. I do applaud their draft phase right there. They really waited for when Rox would get his time for the pick. And the thing is, if you went for a Leona, it's a one-way trip. She just stuns people. Yeah, you can go for a longer engage. But Alistar proved to be I think, a better pick just because of his overall kit with his ultimate. He's able to negate a lot of the damage and absorb a lot of the pressure of the members of RRQ for Chewy. Because as the panel was mentioning, Chewy is not the most flashy player, but he deals damage. He's able to throw a lot of those bombs, and if you give him that space, he's gonna continually throwing that sustained damage on the enemy team.
And that's exactly what Rox provided, the space that Chewy needed to just rain all the hurt onto RRQ. And that was such a convincing win, again, coming from Team Secret. It seems that they're finding their groove, they're ramping up, especially that this is the second round robin already, and we're looking towards the playoffs. But that's just very far into the future. We're talking about 2 weeks into the future, 3 weeks even. But of course, the series isn't over for both of these teams. We're still gonna have potentially, 2 or more games? Maybe Team Secret will be able to finish this, or will RRQ bounce back? Don't go away. We're gonna head on over to a break first.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11. Stop and refocus.
And we're back, everyone, to the second series. We're in the middle of the second series, actually. It's between Team Secret and RRQ. If you just joined us just now, it is currently Team Secret having a very dominant game number one in the first game today. And Apple, I gotta ask, what do you think RRQ can do now for a draft? Do they have to change everything and start from scratch?
The thing is, even though that's what we're thinking of, that maybe RQ needs to make adjustments on their end in terms of the pick and bans, this is something that they're very comfortable with. Marquee on the locks, having a ribbon on their team, could be flexed between Helios and Chaz. These are like the formula of an RQ composition that we've seen in the past 3 weeks. I for one think that they need to take Rocks away from a more comfort champion. Rocks has been the pivotal guy we're looking at for Team Secret because a lot of reasons. He's filling in the shoes for James, and he's also the newest guy for Team Secret. But a lot of the plays earlier were started by him. A lot of the fights, a lot of the space that was needed by Team Secret was coming from Rocks. And I just think maybe RQ needs to go for a more Rock-centered pick and ban phase.
Oh, that's gonna be spicy, sort of whittling away the support pool again. I mean, we saw it at the previous series with more focused on the enchanters, so I can see how it could be possible, but it will also most likely, air quote, hurt what EXO can play as well, since we've constantly seen him on the tanky supports too.
Right. Seth, Galio, Gragas, some of the supports that
the Trinity
has been played. The Trinity. And that's why I always expect for RRQ to pick one of these champions up in the first pick phase, because they need to secure one of the champions from Exocen. And Exocen has had a lot of role swaps.
Yeah.
Suffice to say, on RRQ. And now he's on the support position, which traditionally, I think in his star-studded career, has not played support. This is the first time, I believe, in the Wildrift. And yeah, it does show a bit of weakness if that is the usual pick and ban style of RRQ, which is something that they need to look out for. But maybe one thing I also want to touch upon, Riku, is that RRQ likes to play the slow and steady pace, not a lot of fighting, and Game 1 had a lot of fights between the two teams.
Opposite. Exactly. I mean, we're going to be seeing how it's going to look like again. If it's fight around objectives, are they going to be going towards the Lux Morgana route for Marky or Ziggs for Marky, the AP carry again? Because back when they first met, we saw Marky on the Varus on their second game against Team Secret at the first round robin. So this could go differently again as RRQ, banning the same things though.
Yeah, same thing. So if it's gonna be the same pick and ban phase again, they are on the blue side of the map. Yes, it's gonna be the Chase as a third ban. So a lot of familiar things, and Team Secret turning the script around. They are banning out Exocen. They want to really get Exocen on a champion that he might not be comfortable with. So if that is the case right now, they should be taking away the Galio for Team Secret.
Yeah, because RRQ first picked the Fiora, and this could be a Ziggs Zed again. Team Secret unfazed by game number 1, which is super understandable. They had quadra kill for Chewy. That means, don't fix what is not broken.
Yeah, exactly. Don't fix what ain't broken. And Zed and Ziggs, both champions that are very comfortable on these on the players from Team Secret. The answer though is that Fiora. So Fiora is a late game scaling champion, can go into the hands of Chaz, could still also go in the hands of Devil J. So you can really see a lot of flexibility on this champion. Although lately, meta-wise, we have seen her in the jungle. So with that in mind, they do think they were gonna pick one more solo laner. It's kind of iffy for me when you're already taking the Garen, the Renekton, and the Fiora for RRQ, because that really tells a lot for Team Secret. Hey, they immediately pick champions that Helios and Devil J are gonna go for, and I think Devil J and Helios have been the more mysterious players on the side of RRQ, because you're gonna expect Marky and Exosen to be picking a tank support and Marky to be picking an AP carry champion in the bot side of the map. So that for me makes it easier right now for Team Secret to go with their last two bans.
Yeah, this is makes it easier for Team Secret to read that, and the fact that in game number 1 the biggest problem was how do these melee champions reach the backline when Ziggs is there to just keep hitting you, and so far RQ is sort of going for the same route. Earlier on, they banned the Olaf, so one of the answers for backline access is either Olaf, Jarvan 4, or something else that can deliver a potential Galio, because that's still open for EXO.
Yeah, Galio's still open, but I raised my eyebrow because the Kazakhs ban, and my head was whirling. What could be another tank support for Exosen? And Garen. We saw that in the Horizon Cup, and that could very well be the support for Exos, and that's why Team Secret doubled down. Let's take away the Kazakhs. Could also be picked by Chaz. Also another option for RQ still, if Morgana is open, can be very well a pick for them on their side. Could also be in the hands of Marky to provide a bit of that magic damage for their composition.
Yeah, you just mentioned that a Morgana could be chosen because Lux is now taken out of the picture. Is this the battle of the pokes for bot lane? Because we talked about the Varus being picked up by Marky last during the first round robin up against Team Secret, so it is definitely still a possibility. But they're dishing out some heavy AD damage so far if they're gonna go in for that route.
Right, so many. Just throw all the swords right now against Team Secret. Just gonna pack a lot of that AD damage, and immediately, as we were expecting, if Galio has gone through the ban phase, is going to be picked by Team Secret. Mostly highest chance going to go to the hands of Rock still. They could play around that pick, could give the Z to Azar, so still flex pick on the side of Team Secret. Now RQ, you are challenged. Oh, whoa. Okay.
Go,
Move it. Okay. Curveball, first of all,
yeah.
For RRQ, Marky, to set the scene, one of our veterans from the lower PC scene, has played a lot of these kinds of champions, have played a lot of carries in the bot side. In the Wildrift, we have seen him play a lot of AP champions, but he's now bringing out the vein. He, as highlighted by the panel, he has a high KDA. He tends to flash in, but if he has a Lulu with him, this flash ins, this high risk, high reward playstyle that he gets away with could very well be a key win condition right now for the side of RQ.
Yeah, it's been a while. You mentioned that the panel has been building this up. Like, he has always been seen as gonna be the Varus, or on the Zig, is gonna be poking out. But during his last year during the Icon series, he has been a very scary Kaisa player. But now he's back on this vein, the hyper-scaling vein, alongside Exosen on the Lulu this time around, and Helios as well in the mid lane as a Renekton, and just as you said, Chaz here on the Fiora. So this is a big switch up. It's a big curveball, just as you mentioned, Apple.
Yeah. Thing is, when you throw out curveballs like this, today or this game, I think is the right time for RQ, because they have their backs are almost against the wall in terms of the standings. Team Secret looks to be a very much rising team right now in the WCS. They didn't do well in the first round robin, but they are building momentum. They are building a lot of steam. And here in game 2 of this series, game 1 was such a good game for Team Secret, and I'm just so hyped right now to see the change up for RRQ, and it even went under our noses, the Jax pick for Azar.
Yeah, the Jax pick, not going to be in the jungle. It's going to be for top lane here. So I wonder if the dynamics are going to change, especially if Azar is paired with an early game jungler, such as a Lee Sin. We could potentially see another a visit from Trevor like we saw in the earlier in game 1.
Yeah, it could be in that direction, because usually I think Garen would win the first couple of levels against the Jax, so tendency is Jax would be the one who's backed away, but seems like the shove right now is in the favor of Azar there at the top side of the map. So when that lane bounces, do expect Trevor to go back up the top side of the map to get Jax ahead, because if you really get Azar ahead, he can just run away with this game with a split push composition. Looking at win conditions though, Riku, before we get into deeper parts of this game, right now for Team Secret, they have a very effective 1-3-1 split push composition. Both Azar and Tatsuri could serve that spot, although there might be a fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's gonna be a potential gank here. Flash used already by... Actually, no flash. That's just a shadow from Tatsuri, so they're gonna be fine.
Yeah, they're gonna be fine there, and yeah, the usual thing we see where junglers helping out their mid laners to get that shove in. But going back into the win conditions, Team Secret right now has a very good 1-3-1 with the Jax and the Zed being set up on the side. We can just keep on clearing waves in the mid lane. So very good setup for them. On the side though of RRQ, they have two champions that need a lot of resources to be very effective, which is the Fiora and the Vayne. And I do like that they have the Garen and the Renekton to at least bridge that gap before these two champions really ramp up. So right now for RRQ, they might hold on to their usual style of not really having a lot of fights in the early game, trying to really mitigate as much losses as they could if ever there are going to be any fights that they're losing in the next couple of minutes. So really looking forward to a late game scaling competition from RQ, while Team Secret trying to push the tempo with a 1-3-1.
Yeah, that's the thing. They can definitely match that scaling as well in the form of Chewy with Ziggs against and as well as the Jax. So we're looking forward to the 1-3-1 that you talked about. The Trevor's level 5, yeah. We'll see. The Sonic Wave and the Sonic Guard into the kick. There's the delivery system we're talking about. Into the taunt. First blood goes to Team Secret.
Yeah, and Trevor really being very patient right there, waiting for Market to step up a bit so that he needed just to throw the save bird, and the kick didn't even need to use the flash or the Sonic Wave. So that was a nice play right there from Team Secret, immediately getting first blood in the bottom.
Nicely done by Team Secret here, as there's a lot of kill potential to work with, and especially you want to deny and already slow down the growth of a potential Vayne going out of control. I mean, we've seen that earlier on in today's series, and it's a really nice start for Team Secret so far.
Yeah, great start for them. One thing I want to point out as well in terms of item builds, we usually see a lot of compositions where Black Cleaver is an obvious choice. You see a Lucian building Black Cleaver, you see a Garen, you see a Darius. The thing here right now in Team Secret, they don't have a champion that traditionally builds that in the first item slot. Even Tatsuri right now looks like he's going to go for the Duskblade first. So when RQ does decide to go for a full armor build, or plated Seal Cups already on Devil J, they're going to have a lot of resistances in the first couple objective days we're going to see.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of shred on the side of Team Secret just yet, especially Chewy as well. Needs time to ramp up on that Ziggs, but look at that. It's still the Team Secret game, right? They placed a lot of high priority on this Rift Herald, and with no priority in the mid lane because it's Chewy versus Marky on the Vayne. Pretty hard. Devil J wants to try, though, with the silence on towards Trevor, but they still secure that Rift Herald for themselves as Team Secret will run for the hills. Their target is now Azar. He's able to jump and flash towards the tower. Hero's entrance for the side of Team Secret, just for additional shielding. Rock's gonna be all alone under the tower, and that's 2 kills for RQ.
Yeah, I think all in all, it was 3 kills. Trevor falling down very quickly right there. Rift Herald was secured. Also first start going to the side of Team Secret, but 4 members of RQ still here. It looks like they're gonna go for that trade for towers.
Nicely done. Still coming from from RQ. Team Secret with the response, wanting to deny First Blood Tower away from RQ there as well.
The timing.
They're going to the Dragon, and yeah, the timing. You mentioned the timing. RQ just backed off because they came in late from that fight, and therefore that's the Infernal Drake and the Rift Herald, rather. Both objectives on the hands of Team Secret.
And that's something that Team Secret really wants to have right now, because in terms of late game scaling, RQ is a lot better in that front. So if you get the Rift Herald, you can push the tempo of the game faster. If you summon Shelly and it gets a bonk on these towers, you're going to clean them up a lot quickly. And you also have the Ziggs. And the Satchel can just execute towers when they're very, very low. So a lot of good things right now for Team Secret, along with that Infernal Drake. RQ still keeping the gold close because they do have 2 more kills than Team Secret. So a lot of things right now doing well for both of these teams. It's just gonna flip towards a big fight that we might be seeing the next objectives, as is per usual here in the WCS.
For sure. Either on objective fights or if the composition allows it, a possible dive, Rift, Herald Unleashed, and a dive can happen because we've seen as long as a Galio has been picked, as with the potential dive like Trevor going in, there is that chance for Rocks to get a taunt down. And considering the fact that everyone except Devil J on the side of RRQ is pretty much squishy, that can happen. A setup that can possibly happen.
Yeah, and setups are gonna be something that we're gonna definitely look at because in terms of catch potential as well, none of these teams really have this sticking catch potential, unlike we've seen with other compositions, like when Rox has the Alistar or the Thresh. There's none of that here. It's just gonna be teams going in hard, trying to get these fights off, but still. Gank can be smelled right now by RRQ because we see Chaz rotate to the top side, seeing that there's more members of Team Secret there, but Rock's already moving away, so not gonna be a fight. Looks like we're gonna have the game that we're expecting here, Rico, a slower pace game. Just gonna be RQ trying to ramp up.
Yeah, they have the Vayne late. They have the Vayne and as well as the Fiora late game win condition for them, and that's why they're fine. They can be patient. They can just see if they can fight around these objectives, get possibly Marky ahead. I mean, they already got early kills. Earlier in the Rift, why do I keep saying Scuttler? Rift Herald. Rift Scuttler is the baby.
Yes. No, I have the same problem. This is gonna start with Rift, but yeah, Scuttle, Herald. But yeah,
the baby.
The baby. Yeah, it's the baby, and it just becomes a Herald later on. And I say a bit. I don't want to think about it too much now.
Yeah, because you're thinking about like the baby into Rift, Herald into the Baron, into the mama. I don't know.
Is this Animorphs or something?
Maybe.
but yeah, as the game progresses, we are a bit slower right now in terms of the fights. Herald is about to be up in about 7 seconds. Shelly wasn't really used as effectively as we would have hoped for Team Secret being just thrown down there in the bot side of the map, which will be answered by Helios. It gives a bit of space right now for Team Secret. If they can force the Rift Herald fight, it could be a 4v5 because Shelly right here being focused, I think, can he get a tackle? This is gonna be the biggest battle here.
Yeah, the 1v1 PvE right now at the bot portion of the map. So Team Secret, just as you mentioned, does have a lot of space. They even timed it super well for them to contest the next objective, which is the Cloud Drake. So now they got it for free. Really nice timing coming from Team Secret.
You could really see as well the macro understanding of both of these teams. We've known Team Secret from the first round robin, even though they didn't rack up a lot of wins, there was really that sign of them knowing the game state, the map state, when they need to pull the trigger or not, and that goes to show just now both of these teams great understanding on that front. But looking here, Cloud Drake has spawned and both teams are looking for a fight.
Yeah, look at Devil J. Chaz already in position inside the pit. Everybody just diving in. Devil J leading the charge here, just spinny winny. Helios already activating the Dominus. Can't find a stun. They actually find Trevor rather in the back line. As Azar is gonna try to exit the fight. Nicely done coming from Rock.
So many low
members. The Justice Punch. Tatsuri's still pretty much alive, but Shadow's back. At the Air Drake, or Cloud Drake rather, secured by RRQ. Zar, they've Team Secret already unleashing the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they unleashed that before. Ooh, Shelly almost getting a second tackle, not being able to get that. But yeah, they summoned the Rift Herald as the Dragon fight started so that they could still get a trade in objectives there. Great heads-up play from Team Secret. RRQ also a bit late on the rotations right here. Azar, you need to get away. If you stay too long, you're going to get picked off. But yeah, great heads-up play from Team Secret. They summoned the Herald before the Dragon fight started so that if they are not able to challenge that objective, they can still get a couple of structures on their way. And because of that, because they are now leading in towers 3-1, they have a 2,000 gold advantage. Not a lot in terms of where we are right now, 10 minutes into the game, but still taking away those 3 outer tier turrets will help them with their current strategy, which is going to be that 1-3-1 split push.
You're right, Azar, Tatsuri ramping up. We're gonna be looking forward to this Zed Tatsuri over here if he does get that teleport later for important objectives such as the Baron later, and as well as the Mountain Drake. And now we'll have to see. Team Secret wants to fight, perhaps, as Rox is setting up for a flank. There's going to be the charge in, and the Proto Belt into one stun, taunt rather, to the Justice Punch. Not the setup that Team Secret expected. Nicely done by RQ.
Yeah, well times silence right there from Devil J. He was able to stop the channeling of the taunt, so they weren't able to do anything more from that. And it's just Team Secret now fishing for some of these kills, fishing for a fight, because they know they can take a lot of these fights in this part of the game. And if they distract RRQ enough, their split pushers will just hit the structures at this point, even throwing a Mega Inferno Bomb just to spot out Marky.
Now, did they slow down the backs here from the side of RQ? Means a lot of room. Are they planning to get this dive at Chaz? Gonna dash out. He's gonna be fine for now.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine. And yeah, Team Secret right now fishing for some of these kills. Yeah, they use that ultimate so that it would buy enough time. But looking at where the side lanes were at that moment, doesn't seem like they could get a bit more push. So we're gonna go back to a more slower pace game. Is definitely a different, huge difference from game one, where in both of these teams were just fighting it out. So we do expect this fight or this game would go where when RQ gets these items. At the same time, though, it's not gonna have, you know, the big action. It's still gonna have some action, just because there's still some smaller objectives that they are looking out for, like that red buff. They really secured that for RQ, but this has given space right now for Azar, who is shoving the top lane.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? RRQ wants the 5v5s, but Team Secret wants the 1-3-1. So it is it's still interactive, but not as interactive of a match as what we saw in game number one. Team Secret is always going to keep backing off of this while waiting for objectives. They know that they're in the lead, and we know how Team Secret... Okay, there's the Proto Belt into the double taunt. Now Trevor with a kick, sending Marky flying next to Chaz, or rather next to Chewy rather, and he's gonna fall. Exosen might be the one next. Azar now chasing down this Garen, as Devil J will be able to fly away. Nope, there's gonna be another taunt that's gonna secure the kill. 2 members left for RQ. Dasmar on the side of Chaz. He's still gonna be alive. Really nice recost coming in from Chaz, but 4 seconds, 3 seconds on the clock, Mountain Drake is spawned.
Mountain Drake's on spawn. Only 2 members of RQ is still up, so this Mountain Drake, it has a high chance going to the side of Team Secret at this point. And, you know, Team Secret really looking for that opening. RQ gave them that opening, jumped on that opportunity in mid lane. Yes, Marky was able to, in the end, get a 1-for-1, taking out Chewy. But in the end, it was still a lot of the advantages going to the side of Team Secret because of the transition, being able to get that Mountain Drake. We are approaching 14 minutes into this game, Riku, and RRQ is still holding on, even though Team Secret got that good advantage.
Yeah, the idea is there, right? They wanted to get a kill. They wanted to eliminate Chewy before the Dragoness spawned, but Team Secret turned it around. And the fact that I feel like, you know, RQ at that time didn't have information in the river portion of that area, so Trevor was able to get a really nice kick in that mid lane.
Yeah, and just showing as well mechanical ability of all of these players, but at the same time have to take stock on what Team Secret needs to do next, because Elder Drake is going to be far away. Again, Team Secret will be looking for these picks, looking for these openings, because they are on a timer, and Devil J is trying to chase down Azar right here, although a lot of members right now in the river for Team Secret.
Yeah, Helios needs to come in, perhaps wait. Seeing pings across the map, are they after? Who's going to flank who? The flanky becomes the flank... No, I don't think that's right, Apple.
The flanky becomes the flanker.
Yeah, that's... Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay, Rift Scuttler secured by RQ here. They want this and from big information, but look at this. Tatsuri already with a teleport even. So if a fight breaks at the Baron Pit, he can join the fight.
Yeah, and I think what happened there was Tatsuri 1v1 Helios took him very low, and Helios needed to back away. And right now, Tatsuri is still putting the pressure there. They are doing the 1-3-1, wherein Azar keeps shoving the top side right now. Chewy is just doing wave clear duties in the mid lane. And this is gonna test RRQ. They are very much a team with a lot of veterans, Marky and Exosen. If they shot call this well, they could always deflect the movements coming from Team Secret. But if RRQ cracks any openings, Team Secret can just destroy the base very quickly because they have the tools. they have the split pushers on the Jax, on the Z. They also have a Zig. So it's gonna be very key here for RRQ to also look for an opening where they could take out members of Team Secret. But Team Secret's play here is to always poke and prod in the armor of RRQ, trying to look for the chinks in that armor and to be able to take down more structures away from RRQ.
100%. That's why RQ is so hesitant here. You mentioned that if they do lose a fight and waves are set for a push coming from Team Secret, they could lose inhibitor towers and even the Nexus, even the game, and could repeat of what the first round robin result could be. Now this is Team Secret hovering around the Baron. They have control, and we'll see. As RQ, again, these are all Zonias, these are all Proto Belts, Solari even, so they can't exactly face check. They will have to face check rather to scout out the deeper ends of the Baron pit.
Oh, Helios though forcing his way in.
Oh, there you go. Nicely done taunt coming from Rox. He does have Guardian Angel, so he's gonna be fine for now.
Yeah, and I think at this point RRQ is recognizing that if they fight Team Secret on a 5v5 on their terms, they can win. Because the Vayne right now has 3 items. Fiora also has 3 items. A lot of their carriers are getting those items where they could take a straight up fight against Team Secret. And this is the timer for Team Secret. We're already at 17 minutes into the game. They're still doing the 1-3-1 split push composition. As long as there'll be a fight here.
Uh-oh, that's Helios on stasis. Mega Inferno Bomb being unleashed. Chaz, though, already has hands on Chewy. He's all alone. No, Rox is with him. Now this is the disengage coming from Team Secret. They want to retreat. They want to go. They want to fly. Tatsuri, though, at the bottom portion of the map, split pushing still. Not activating his teleport just yet. Azar is down. And that's going to be a 4v5 so far. Helios now backing off. There's the death mark already being used on towards Helios. And that is it. Elder Drake has spawned. And it seems to have calmed down so far.
Yeah, have calmed down. One pick. One guy is dead right on the side of Team Secret, and looks like it's gonna be the Elder Ocean Drake that RQ wants to start on.
This is going to be tricky at this point. Look at Devil J. He's zoning out the members of Team Secret. RQ has a lot of damage to chunk this Elder Drake down. As you mentioned, 24 seconds. Azar is not present in this fight. Half already. Mega Inferno Bomb. Helios is going to join in towards the pit. Devil J doing a lot of work here to zone out the members of Team Secret. Elder Drake really incredibly low. Trevor looking for a fight. Looking for a target. There's the Dragon's Rage. Where is it? They're circling around. Jazz is out of the pit already. There's no jungler inside this pit. No, he's back with the blast cone and he's able to secure the Elder Drake for RRQ. And now Tatsuri is able to get a double kill. Teleport coming from Azar. There is Helios still pretty much alive. Bot lane wave is pretty much pushed. Devil J not present. Marky is present. Exo is super low. Tatsuri wants this kill. Azar wants this kill. And that could be it as teleports are coming through. They want to hit the Nexus. They want to end the game. They want to keep it 2-0 against RRQ in this round robin. And it is very possible. 2-0 coming from Team Secret against RRQ.
That was so close for it to turn into the favor of RRQ right there. That dragon fight essentially turned the game around. It was a 4v5 that started off again. Team Secret just able to throw their damage. You could see the plan right there from RRQ. Garen just boxing everyone out. Using his big bulky body to take away the Team Secret members. But the thing is, Team Secret has a lot of damage where they can just throw and not notice the Garen. They were able to throw the Mech Inferno Bomb. A lot of the bouncing bombs coming from Ziggs, and Tatsuri was able to go for a flank. That fight went so long and so seesawy, I guess is the best term, is because a lot of them had no ultimates. Only Chaz, I believe, had ultimates at that start of the fight. And it's just, I can't get enough just looking at that last fight, just trying to think about what could have gone towards the side of RQ, because that was what you would call a coin flip moment there for both of these teams.
100%. I think we're going to be seeing that last fight at the Elder Drake in this replay and this highlight replay. And it was so incredibly close, just as you mentioned. It felt like Trevor was hunting for Chaz. Chaz was inside the pit and then going out of the pit. Trevor did the same thing, trying to run around. And then Helios was trying to chase Trevor. It had these mini stories and mini chase scenes that it was just so very chaotic. And Team Secret was able to basically take advantage of that chaos.
You know, Rico, if I had the luxury of just pausing and playing and zooming into
Yeah.
each individual fight that happened at the last part. It was just really, really good for both of these teams. Honestly, this was a 2-0 for Team Secret, but the last
is it.
game, yeah, this is it. Like, look at this fight, like right here, where no, is it? Yeah, this is it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Trevor
I'm
goes to
blacking
the
out
back,
right
Chaz is
here,
up.
but yeah, a lot of your Tarky even going in. It's just the taunt, just so many small individual plays that if one of them just misplayed a bit or positioned themselves in a very different way, it could have gone to anyone at that point. And really, player of the game goes to Tatsuri because of the split push on that Zed. But honestly, for Team Secret, I feel like all of them played their parts perfectly.
Yeah, that game. Honestly, that game could still be towards RRQ. You mentioned the fact that the Vayne Marky has been getting all of these items, but Tatsuri was putting a lot of pressure on the map, even grabbing that teleport. And still, there's a lot of trust, right? Like there was a time where Team Secret was getting dove on by RRQ. Tatsuri held onto his teleport, like, no, I'm gonna keep pushing. I know you guys can survive this. I know you guys are fine.
Right, and I love that how you pointed that out because we can touch upon how Team Secret from yesterday's series, it was mentioned in the panel, they were kind of losing confidence in themselves, but the pickup game from yesterday and today you can see as well reflected on the trust they put in each of their individual team members really showed in this game because 1-3-1, as much as it's a very well-known composition to play, it's a very hard team composition to pull off because it needs everyone talking to each other, everyone with the right communication, everyone saying the right thing so that they know where they are, where the opponents are, and what play they could do. It's hard to pull off, and it needs a very good shot caller, a very good lines of communication for the team. And for Team Secret too, as we've shown every time we show the player victory, they're not in the same house, they're not in a boot camp. To have that clear lines of communication just shows that Team Secret is back.
Yeah, Team Secret is looking to be back. They look incredibly solid, especially when we look at the round robin into the playoffs. Again, that's far into the future. But of course, that was just series number 2. We still have a couple of more series left. We got 2 left today in our Sunday. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Bright light feels right. I can't lie. sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. 'Cause now I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make a move.
Welcome back to WCSPH, and we just saw Team Secret take it 2-0 against RRQ, Autoluz, Osiris. What does this mean for Team Secret? They're back on the win streak. Let's start with Autoluz.
Better. Yeah, better days for Team Secret overall. First surprise, the very first surprise for before everything, Azar on Garen.
There we go.
New Garen, man. We saw new Garen, man.
Mr. Garen, man. Welcome to the Garen, man. Okay. But
What
yeah,
mechanics?
exactly. I mean, I think this is the first time in forever that we saw a very high mechanically gifted person just go for the Garen, and he dominated the lane against Devil J. Just a genius pick overall, and the meta that we have right now. I know that Garen got punished earlier today in the Sunsparks series, but game number 1, you could see that the Devil J went for the high risk, high reward play, which was the solo kill. It did not really transpire, and that was heavily punished by Azar. You know Azar, he knows how to utilize Turbor perfectly, and that's the pressure that was accumulated, the experience that they were able to accumulate over time and over the international experience. I feel bad for RQ right now. I'm not 100% sure if they're going for a roster change come next series or come next week, because something has to change. This statement game from Team Secret is definitely an exclamation point.
Yeah, and considering that we saw you focus on the Garen as well, and great respect Azar for changing things up, because if you are being read again and again, you need to change something. And if RRQ changed the roster, Azar did change something on his pocket, and it's somehow different because they played on a Devil J played on a Renekton, but doesn't even have a Bramble Vest to entirely negate the regeneration coming in from Azar. And on the flip side, we saw Devil J playing on a Garen, and as how Otto put this, that if it works, if it doesn't need those huge mechanics, you can entirely play it. But what happened was, if you're playing against a Garen, you don't have to fight it. He goes for that Jax and wait for that tower spike, and then transpire into mid game to late game. So I think that was a genius play coming in from Azar and overall Team Secret. I focus on also that Kaigu told us to ban the Thresh, but they also forgot to ban the Zed. Remember,
that's true, yeah.
The KDA machine is here, a well-oiled machine, showing us that there's a reason why Zed is not being
I
open.
thought Garen counters Zed. What happened?
And they have the Zed and the Garen, so no counters for you, my boy.
Yeah, they took them all away. And speaking of one of the highlights that you mentioned, Osiris, let's head on over to our interview with the man himself, Azar of Team
Garen,
Secret.
The newly baptized Garen, man. Let's go.
Azar, there he is, newly adopted to Garen. Congrats, a win. Question, so how does it feel to be back on the win streak as Team Secret? Are morals high?
It feels good.
Nice.
It feels like we had our tempo back again, and I think we will keep it that way until the end of this tournament.
So back to full form, exciting. Okay. Okay, Osiris, I know you have a really loaded question. Go for it.
Yeah. So, ito yung first time that we saw you on a Garen. Recently, there's a joke about the drafter, which is Mr. John Yao, or the CEO himself. Siya pa rin ba yung nagde-draft for sa inyo guys and puts you on the spot to use the Garen?
It's a team decision. I can say something about our team. It's kind of confidential.
Okay, it's fine.
It's all good. It
But
worked out though.
It's the team's idea to pick Garen against the Renekton because who wouldn't?
Exactly. We saw well.
Exactly.
Got it.
Who wouldn't, right? Oh, I mean, if Azar has already converted to the Garen Nation, then everyone should follow Azar
Exactly.
on the Garen.
Yes. Everyone
Azar,
is Garen.
pare, super simple lang ng question ko. This has been a very tough ride for you overall sa season. Inspiration, question mark. Ano nag-i-inspire sa inyo and sa team nyo to really push it forward despite so many, I would say, questions being raised at you or being thrown at you? What's been your biggest strength so far?
My biggest strength is that there's someone who's supporting me, especially my girlfriend, and also the team. I believe in them. They're so good individually. So we'll just have to fix everything and make a, what do you call that? Like the chemistry for the five of us.
Okay, got it.
So someone supporting, so you know now.
Shout out to the girlfriend!
You know now. Okay? You know
That
now,
is the
also,
strength.
If you want
That is
to
the secret.
reach Challenger, you need someone. Okay?
To support. Azar, thank you so much for the time. Now is the time for you to give your shout outs and messages. You have the floor.
Thank you sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa amin. Yun nga, shoutout din sa girlfriend ko, si Yuko. Maganda, natutuwa ko na yung iba is loyal pa rin and nandyan pa rin na sumusuporta sa amin. Like, they are keeping our heads up. Like, thank you everyone sa sumusuporta.
Lots of love in the chat going out to you guys, Team Secret, ladies and gentlemen, and Azar clearly doing the homework, now part of the Garen Nation. Thank you so much for the time, and we can't wait to see you guys next week.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Garen, guys.
He said it, bro. He said it. He said it. It's the first time publicly. I think.
I think so.
During the interview.
Boom! I hope someone clipped that moment. That's what you need. You need that solid rock, that foundation to keep you through the hard times. And,
yes, Otto.
It was. We have to, diba? We planned this, before going to throw the Garen question. It's going to throw the relationship question. And finally, we had it. I think it's a long time coming. But yeah, I'm so happy for him.
Exclusive here in the panel desk, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first. Anyway, we got to move to our series number 3. We got Grindsky versus Fennel Adversity. These two teams are actually at the top spot here in the top 6. So Grindsky Esports, Autolose, how did you feel about their performance yesterday?
Well, I love the intensity towards the end of the second game. Can't admit, the being decisive of pushing for the Nexus, and not allowing, the members of Sunsparks to recall. Also, I love the draft on game number 3. We were shouting I was shouting on top of my lungs when Shivana got picked. And I feel like a spoiled panelist, whenever a request of mine gets okayed by a coach. And shout out to Coach Trek overall. Again, we heard that Grindsky Esports right now is not in their tip-top shape health-wise. We heard that a few of their players are just
under the weather.
Under the weather.
Right.
Exactly. But yeah, the show must go on, and I feel that Grindsky needs to step it up, especially that they will be against Fennel Adversity, the team that has tied with Underground for first, and they would have to ride the backs of the MVP of week number 2 in Tactical. Tactical so far has been superb on champions like the Corki, like the Oriana, and I think those are the two champions that are very stable for tactical. Remember, game 2 yesterday, it was the Corky. And on game number 3, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Oriana. So you could say that, once Tactical has those champions, Grindsky Esports as a whole plays better. And I think that will be the plan here by Fennel Adversity. But if not, Grindsky, please give this man the Corky or the Oriana.
Mm-hmm. Or give, what was your first request? I know you wanted a Teemo. What was the other pick that you wanted?
Yeah, that too.
That too. So, I mean, you did say, you did paint the context of Grindsky. They have to face adversity either way, health-wise and also team-wise. So let's move on to Fennel Adversity. They have been looking like world beaters, if you would. They did really well in the past few weeks. They're tied now in first place. The second the second honor student, showing everyone that gods can bleed, and also showing everyone kind of like the blueprint. So Osiris, talk me through Fennel Adversity.
Fennel Adversity, we still got the same dose of the controlled aggression. There are times that they really played focusing on the macro. The re-engage is impeccable. They know how to assess, and those split decision making that they have, making sure that they're getting the edge on every objective. Want to point out that Meng is being, Domeng is really stepping it up even more, and is really playing really good on how well he's being on par, how aggressive the junglers right now here at WCS. The same also as this is the team that I am looking into as how T1 or SKT1 maximizing a 6th man in the hands of Calm. That wherein it gives you a different perspective of the 6th man or a different play style, surprising the enemy team. If you wanted to ban away our Ryzen, or you wanted to take away those haymakers, the punches, there will be Calm. That will be the one who's going to put everyone online in a different state. So I really love how Fennel Adversity is doing that and maximizing everything. But I want to focus, of course, Danny, the player that has been consistently changes, every team, and you can see, you heard Otto, the stats. Ooh, that's
there we go.
That's 9.45. That's fairly huge.
Average.
Champions used. One is Brand. This is the same as Brand. Marky also used, but didn't work. Danny making use of that one, and at the same time, you still see the Kaisa. He is still on that leaderboard. If you want to take away that Kaisa, you still have that Corky. And if you want to go back to summer season, he is also an Oriana player. So this is really a flexible marksman. The same as how we saw Tactical, is just that the stats of Danny is fairly high right now, and the kill participation 84%. He is making sure that his presence will be felt.
Hey, I'm all about the numbers right now, so let's move on to our head-to-head and auto lose. You were kind of popping off for this, so I can't wait to compare the numbers.
I mean, what the stats? That's 9.45 for the KDA. And I think so far in the number of MVPs that has been earned, Danny is number 1 for the season. Okay, the weekly MVP thing that I give out, that's my choice. that's my. That's why I haven't picked Dan. The reason why I haven't picked Danny yet is because they haven't had a flawless week. This could be it, right? And then if FLA will go undefeated for this week, I think it's a no-brainer for me to choose this guy because he's been on a tear. Looking at the damage per minute, it's nice, I would say. 1,269 to 1,207. You can see that there is, a fair bit of it. It's almost identical.
Yes.
It's not really, tenses. Doesn't really matter. What matters right now is the KDA and Fennel's playstyle to really play around Danny. Regardless of Danny being an AP or an AB champion, you could count on this guy. Same with Tactical. But Tactical, again, 2 champions that I really favor for this guy is the Corky and Oriana. That's it.
What made Fennel Adversity shine is because of everyone. And this 9.45 isn't Danny alone. This is how the setup of Domeng, this is how the protection of Rafi coming into play. So this Fennel Adversity is a star-studded comp or players, but they are constellation to look at. Because they are
Mhm.
connecting. They got a synergy. They got everything.
Oh, I
And
love that.
I
Okay.
respect Tactical. He's getting the damage per minute. He is doing his job. But there are times that he is overcommitting. And that's where he somehow put him in a tough spot. Unlike Danny, that he might be over-aggressive. But there's the squad to make sure that he is still there. And I'm
Right.
really loving how the matchup right now, it's on to the marksman. We are looking to different sides of the coin, and this might be they may be having a different playstyle, but both of these teams loves to experiment.
Oh yeah. I don't know if they'll be experimenting now, but I like what you said when it's a constellation, right? It's just a piece of the pie. That picture there, it's not the complete thing because Fennel Adversity always move as a squad. So we got to move on to the predictions, boys. I think we're kind of on the same page here. Are we all going with Fennel Adversity? Thumbs up, thumbs down. I think it's a for me.
I want to make sure that Otis gets to visit Grindsky for next week. So
I'll be there Monday.
yeah, I know. And then you're going to vote for Fennel. I'm not sure if you're welcome.
That's that's a good mix. I think it will be. And
just kidding.
I have a reason why I'm voting
Yeah.
for Fennel
Go.
Adversity. The
You
momentum
first,
that they
Otto.
already have right now. The number one is on their sides. I mean,
Yeah, to be honest.
they're not going to let go of that anytime soon. And again, we're talking about Grindsky's current status right now.
Mhm.
And we have insider info that the players are feeling under the weather, and that's really affecting their play. If they were a fair bit healthier yesterday, I expected a 2-0. And during the first day of this week, they also suffered a 0-2 loss, which is not so Grindsky compared to, the Grindsky last week.
Right.
And that's,
Yeah.
to me, the logical choice is FLA for now. They look very solid, very strong.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
go.
I kind of understand, man, that not the Grindsky from last week, but we are going back onto the Grindsky that's getting those 50-50.
Oh,
So,
right.
Yeah,
We talked
they're
about
good
that.
yesterday, but they're tough on Friday. And what's now, right? But I wanted them to be on the consistency boat. Just making sure that they still got it, but feeling under the weather isn't really a good state. And remember that Coach Rec is a man of confidence also, and even Linka, the assistant coach, that they might be shaking things up if they really want to put a tremor onto the FLA status.
Oh yeah, I agree. We are all going with Fennel Adversity on this one. The foundation's too strong. And as the points that Autolose did mention, it kind of makes the performance a little bit shaky. So let's see. I don't know. We always like to be proven wrong here in the panel desk, but for now we are going with Fennel
Last time
Adversity.
this happened, we got tagged. Okay, so click, clack, boom.
Yeah, let's go. Just the 5-second pose. There you have it. Fennel Adversity. And ladies and gentlemen, if you guys want to chime in, again, just pushing the hashtag WCS and WCSPH and hashtag Wildrift Championship C. If you guys want to make your voices heard and also join us in the panel discussions. Now, before we start off, I just want to ask you boys, we're on this anime tropes, right? Do you have any anime tropes for these two teams, Fennel Adversity and Grindsky? We already went Dragon Ball with Master Roshi. We already went Samurai X. What else you guys got for this one?
I'll go
goes
with Fennel Adversity as the Kimetsu no Yaiba. They are on the way to be the Hashira of this
Okay.
tournament, and their breathing style will be different.
Tested,
so-
yeah. Just breathe, pass out, and maybe go for the thunder. How about you? What's that? Auto loose.
For Grindsky, knowing their character, Qeon Shinchan, let's go. It's just all fun.
Yeah, usually right, in every interview they're always
remember
ready with a
Puti.
round of applause.
Like the dog of Shinchan.
Aling Carmen, let's go.
Aling Carmen, let's go.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's perfect, guys. And if you guys have any anime references, please also use the hashtag. Let us know what you guys think of these two teams in terms of the anime context. We're having fun here. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, these two combatants, they are in a pretty good spot in the standings, but you know what? They always want to rise further. So let's head into it. Grindsky versus Fennel Adversities. Casters, take us away.
What's up, everybody? We're on our way to the third series. We'll be your casters, Riku. Together with me is Infinity, and we're at it. Grindsky Esports versus Fennel Adversity. Another potentially spicy rematch, because when we look at the standings, it's also very, very spicy because FLA is tied with UDG. So, seeding for playoffs seems to be what FLA could be looking at to retain their top 1 spot.
Yeah, and this specific match is going to be quite a banger because if Grindsky wins this, now they're gonna go up 1 and matches up on points with Fennel Adversity, which makes them both equal for that top 2 spot. And now we all know UDG is gonna fight CE later on, so that's going to be heck of a game. And now this is what we're looking at, so all eyes on this game because this series is a lot at stakes. And I'm actually just excited here, Riku.
Yeah, absolutely hype because again, we saw Fennel Adversity seem to be going back to their old form from what we saw in the fall season of the Icon series. For Grindsky, they have been starting to ramp up as we ramp up towards the draft between these two teams. GS gonna be on your blue side and FLA is gonna be on your red.
Yeah, and now for Grindsky Esports, we all know how Fennel Adversity has played with Ryzen and Danny and Rafi as the center of this team. So Renekton banned a huge respect onto Horizon, and Renekton just has like 100% win rate so far for Fennel Adversity. So banning it away is a huge respect on this player, and not just Renekton, but also Darius as well. So a huge respect onto the Baron lane. And now for Fennel Adversity, you have the Yumi ban, so they don't want to battle on the Meow Meow connection, or rather the Meow Garen connection, whatever you want to categorize it on. So just a quick bans here, and you're gonna see Garen as well. So just really obnoxious champions being prioritized by both teams, and these are just so much of an evergreen champions being banned away.
Yeah, they're removing all of the tanky frontliners so far, and something that can work early and as well as towards the 5v5 team fight. So now what FLA are we going to be seeing today? Because they've always been known to be, again, the big front-to-back team fighting team, but they've shown a different side of them last time when they faced against UDG.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You have Jace, you have Darius, you have Renekton, you have Yumi, Garen, and Van. You have one more for FLA, and Camille is open. Galio is open, Gragas is open. A lot of selection here for a priority for Grindsky Esports to pick up first. And Camille is now open with Lulu being banned away. So I think Fennel Adversity doesn't want to battle a Vayne-Lulu combo. So we'll see how Grindsky will prioritize their first pick. And that is what we predicted. Camille coming through for Grindsky.
Yeah, nicely done. That's going to be the Camille open. Do they deny the Venn diagram combo by picking up the Galio here and not allowing for GS to complete the puzzle pieces? And yeah, removing the enchanters. So at this point, will we see the AP carries shine this time around? Because, the panel already talked about the Corki as well for tactical.
Yeah. And when we're talking about tactical, right? The champions that he has picked up is Corki, the Lucian is there as well, the Vayne is there. So these selections are still open. And now, Fennel Adversity has locked in onto a Morgana. So Grindsky can opt to go for a support to match up and mirror how Fennel Adversity wants to go for this specific draft. Or just go for something else. Like the jungle is still missing for Fennel Adversity. And Kha'Zix is open. Lee Sin is open. These champions are really strong for Grindsky. Or if they want to toss it up, they could go for Shyvana once again. They played really well yesterday with this champion. With Infernal Rake being prioritized, they won the game. So we'll see what Grindsky is going to do, because those are the selection that I'm looking at for Grindsky.
Yeah, there's still a lot of options for the jungle pool. The fact that they've locked in the Camille could possibly be towards either top lane or in the jungle. And looks like this is going to be a standard poke comp with the Ziggs and the Jace being locked in for their second rotation.
Not the best win rate for tactical on the Ziggs, but nevertheless a really strong champion. I mean, they have Camille, they have the Jace, so a lot of pokes coming through for Grindsky with that pick-off potential with the Camille. Now Fennel Adversity has the option to go for a ADC, maybe a Lucian, or they could go for a Thresh. Thresh Morgana has seen an uprise in the meta in the Philippine scene so far. And for Fennel Adversity, when it comes to support role, you have Lulu, you have Rakan, and Nami. But prioritization onto the Riven instead for Fennel Adversity might just go to either Arisen, Doming, Arise. Still those options for now, but the ban phase for the second phase is now here.
Yeah, there's a lot of mystery on the board for Fennel Adversity here. I mean, there's still a lot of switcheroos that could still happen. The Galio can go either mid or support, and the Morgana can go mid as well. We've seen a lot of Riven jungles in the past already, so this could also be that possibility. And Grindsky is still doubling down on jungler and top lane options so far.
Yeah, and I like how Fennel Adversity as well is really targeting Grindsky's support pool, because you already have Galio. And that is expected to go into the bot lane and maybe Morgana mid lane. And these are the expectations for Fennel Adversity to pull through. And now with Yuumi, Lulu, Rakan, and potentially another support ban coming in from Fennel Adversity, they could just punish Bo to go elsewhere. And now with Leona banned away as well, you only have Thresh and Janna, who has been that pick for the support pool. That's really, really strong. Now, what would Grindsky pick here? Because Fennel Adversity has just punished Grindsky Esports here to the ground.
Yeah, the other option, if Grindsky is gonna double down on 1 or 131, they need a disengage. They need something that can zone out and force them to help them retreat rather. So the Gragas could be another option for both. So Gragas Ziggs can still be possible, but for Fennel Adversity, what will be the last two pieces of the puzzle, considering the fact that, again, there's a lot of mystery, but no, we're going to take away the Gragas. We're taking away only disengage, Grindsky.
Absolutely. This is just insane for Fennel Adversity. They really want to target Grindsky Esports' pool, but aside from these champions, they still have Braum, Nami, Lux, options coming in for Grindsky onto Bo. This could be locked in for themselves. Rather, prioritizations on those carries, they only still have the Jace, the Ziggs as their hyper carry. These are flexible champions. I mean, you still can put jungle onto Jace or Camille. So this is really nice first 3 picks. But as we stated a while ago, Thresh is going to be open for Bo.
Yeah, it seems to me they're full committing on this pick composition. It is very smooth in execution. You got Hextech Ultimatum into the Death Sentence, and you just rain all the pokes and the bombs in the world coming from Tactical and Bambi, so it does work.
And now, the last pick would expectedly be a Bruiser, as I'm expecting Jace to go mid lane and Ziggs to go bot lane with Thresh. We'll see as now the timer goes up. What will the last pick be? And now Nasus! Now! This is the first time that Grindsky Esports is going to pick this up, and I am excited here, Riku. But we all know the amount of utility that Nasus has is insane. And now Olaf coming through for Fennel Adversity. This is a toss-up, and I'm really excited. And when we're talking about winning conditions here, Fennel Adversity has a lot of CCs, has a lot of engage. They don't even need to worry about protecting a backline, because expectedly Morgana is just going to go in as well alongside all of his teammates. So the 5v5, insane for Fennel Adversity. Now for Grindsky, pick off.
Yeah, I love how you said that. Like, the next level plays is just, you know, not worried about your backline by not having a backline. Everybody is just going to be joining the fray, joining the fight, be on melee range, because this is quadra melee, and Morgana has to utilize her ult with being in basically almost melee range. So, yeah, I love this all-in comp coming from FLA. They have the Olaf, they just dive in and hack away, ignore all the CCs in the world, and just hack and slash the Ziggs and as well as the Jace. But yeah, Grindsky, pick off, just as you mentioned.
Yeah. Though the thing is, I don't know how they're gonna pick off anyone from Fennel Adversity, because all of these guys are really, really strong defensively. So it's going to be a question mark here and a mystery for Grindsky. But when it comes to the damage output, you're looking at Nasus when it comes to the late game. Ziggs also scales. We've seen the power of Ziggs in the last series, being played by Team Secret to the highest level, and now on the hands of Tactical. And yes, it doesn't have the best of the win rates, as the win rate is 0 so far from week 1 to week 3, day number 1. We'll see if that changes today.
Could be the big change. I mean, Grindsky, FLA, very close in the standings. Actually, Grindsky is 1 win away from reaching FLA and UDG points in the current standing. So this is very important for Grindsky, and is very doable.
And now I want to talk about how the runes are played here for the side of Fennel Adversity. If you're looking at Danny and Rafi, both Font of Life. So they want to have that team play. So that is the goal for Fennel Adversity. And now you have for Grindsky Esports just the traditional one with Tante going in for the fleeting footwork, and then Tactical going in with the airy. So more damage coming through. So very traditional here for Grindsky Esports.
Yeah, just a lot of enabling the pokes a lot. Remember the time where we saw Ziggs also carried Font of Life? I think it was last year in the Icon series.
I remember those days.
Yep, it was. But it's the standard airy. But Danny this time around gonna have that Font of Life as well. You mentioned that team play, and FLA very, very comfortable in the lanes. They all have these wave clear. It is actually a top lane Olaf. It's not gonna be the jungle Olaf this time around. It's gonna be Doming on the Riven.
Really interesting. Maybe they don't want to have Riven go top lane because of a lot of CCs coming in from Nasus with the slows. They really want to just engage Tante consistently, and with that pressure coming in from an Olaf, you just can't go in, and you see the prio top lane for Horizon. The flash though gonna be burned. Ooh.
Nicely done by Tante here. He's having a... I think Doming really wants to set up this dive, but I don't want to dive into deep too much. Bot lane though, there's going to be another fight here. No summoners are still spawned, but it seems to me Grindsky also wants to do the same thing.
Yeah, but still no Hextech Ultimatum, so no lock-in for Chinese one. The only CCs that they will depend on is Bo's Death Sentence alongside with that hook shot. So they're going to disengage. And look at Doming though. Oof. Just visiting, just looking at.
Yeah, just visiting. There's not gonna be any skirmishes anytime soon. Both of these junglers have been focusing their efforts on responding to where the other jungler is and see if they can get a pick or two. But that's the thing, right? Infinity, it's difficult with the Black Shield for Morgana. If you want to Hextech Ultimatum, Danny.
Yeah, who cares about CC if you have Morgana on your team? And also a player that would actually go with a 5v5. So it's going to be really difficult for Grindsky Esports. But going on the same topic about CC, I'm expecting Grindsky to more or less go with that consistent Merc Treads for the remaining members of this team. But
look at that though. There's not going to be any Ragnarok. Horizon decides to just keep it safe, keep the ult for the possible fight. That's going to be first blood for Grindsky.
Nice green man drone coming from Grindsky Esports. And this is just the thing that you need to be afraid of when you have a Camille from your team. Just the Hextech Ultimatum will lock you down immediately. And when it comes to an Olaf, you can't really go away when you're locked in on the cage. And the only thing that you can escape from is if you have Arise with you. But Arise is on bot lane. It's the opposite side of the map. So really, really difficult time for them. Now the thing is, the Infernal Dragon will come up at 20 seconds. Nasus is still not scaled. Tactical doesn't have his Lunance Echo as of yet. So expecting here Fennel Adversity to maybe have that dominance in 4 minutes.
Whoa, wait, Horizon Bambi going at it. A nice flash to dodge the poke, and the ignite is not going to be enough. Both mid laners though, Xiaomi is going to do the follow-up into the hero's entrance. But look at Doming though, he wants in. Raffi even going in as well. That's going to be a 1-for-1 jungler for mid laner on top of the Infernal Dragon spawning.
No lantern for you, Chinese one. It's Fennel Adversity just halting that retreat coming from Chinese one, and no junglers for Grindsky as you have reiterated. And this is what we're talking about when it comes to the 4-minute mark. That great engage coming from Fennel Adversity with a quick response. Have them enabled their capabilities to get the Infernal Dragon, and now they have that extra damage for later on.
Yeah, that's gonna help them with, the fact that they don't have the same scaling as Grindsky. It is definitely Grindsky winning that scaling game, so they do want to deny as much as they can for later. And that's why they want this early lead. Look at this though. Grindsky already starting the Rift Herald. There's Raph getting the taunt in towards Bo. This is going to be an Infernal... Well, not Infernal Greg. The Rift Herald already secured by Qianese, and this could be the retreat as Grindsky walks away.
I mean, Rift Herald looks like an Infernal Dragon, right?
No, it does not.
It's red and it's purple.
That is on me. Yeah. It's purple. It's purple and green.
Yeah. But with Grindsky getting that Rift Herald, I love it. Because that was a 1-for-1 objective, and that is what they need. And now the gold is even. Plus, they have that extra pressure on lanes because they have Ziggs, a sieging champion, they have the Rift Herald. So when those two mix up, they could easily get a security on the Tower First Blood, which puts a huge injection of gold to Grindsky. So that's going to be expected later on.
Yeah, that's true. They mix it up with a siege thing and another siege thing, and it's a
Siege
double
duo.
siege thing. Siege duo.
Siege
We had the
squared.
same idea. We had the same idea, but it's the idea is there. So yeah, we'll have to see where they start opening the map from, either in the mid lane or either top side. Mid lane seems to be the wonderful choice so that Qeon is able to get more groundwork in the deeper ends of the jungle alongside Bo if they do want to get more picks.
Yeah. Or they could just save it for later on. When the Cloud Dragon comes up, when the second Rift Herald comes up, they could slow push the Rift Herald, get an objective for themselves. And that will put pressure to the side of Fennel adversity, but at the same time, giving them extra gold. So those are the options here for Grindsky Esports, but fight.
Oh no! That was supposed to be the hook shot in, but was already greeted by the taunt Mega Inferno Bomb. Look at that. My god, Doming so low at this point. He has forced to back away now. There's the Ragnarok initiated towards Xiaomi. He wants his life. He wants his head, but he's super trapped in the Hextech Ultimatum. He still does have Flash, and he backs away. There's a charge from the Rift Herald, and it's A-okay. No one falls so far, just low health bars.
And we talked about Morgana. Who cares about CC? Horizon has Ragnarok. Horizon has Black Shield from Morgana. So, what's CC? What's CC, Rico?
What is
I don't
CC?
know what CC.
What does it stand for even at this point?
Crowd not control.
Where's the C? There's no N.
Oh, it's an imaginary N. Yeah, it's a hidden N.
It's a hidden N. Don't worry. Yeah, that's right. CNC. Oh. Okay. Well, look at that. The map right now. There's going to be an Air Drake, Cloud Drake. Why do I keep saying Air Drake? The Cloud Drake is about to spawn in a few minutes. So FLA already, Grindsky rather, already prepping for that as they already removed the bot lane tower. So they have a couple of leeways for this part of the map.
Mm-hmm. And look at Nasa's item. I just want to put a quick point on that because he's like going into a dollar store and just getting every single dollar items into his baggage, but nothing really that valuable. He's just going in for a mix of everything.
Yeah, it's definitely a mixed bag for the Nasus here, for Tante at the moment. Still ramping up to be a scary dog at the moment. He's a little puppy. Maybe I'm wrong because they're going for this 1v2 situation. Locking in Horizon. He has no escape whatsoever. He wants the honey fruit, but it ain't gonna be enough. Lantern into the dragon pit.
Nice initiative though. He wants that honey fruits. He wants to survive, but no, he can't. Raph.
Oh, Raph with the double taunt here. On towards the dragon. Doming joining in the fray. Nicely done. Tachianis is down. Mega Inferno Bomb is there for extra damage, and that's going to be a secure for the side of Fennel adversity, and they're still going for more. Nicely done. Done, and they lock in, and they kill Tante. No dog at the moment, and Rift Herald's going to be spawning in a few.
Fennel adversity. Who is this team? 3 kills. Cloud Dragon getting everything. No trade for GS. Absolutely insane plays from Fennel adversity. And with the kill onto Tante, that actually disables more of the farm coming through. I'm actually wondering what the stacks are at the moment for Tante. So we'll see. We'll find out how that would go. But Grindsky at the moment, at the very least, is only at the 1k gold deficit. So that is the minimum bear that Grindsky can keep up with.
Yeah, they're still happy about the situation still. They have scaling, just as you mentioned, so they're gonna be happy of prolonging this game at least. Blue buff, no! He started. It's fine. They're fine. Fennel adversity though already first dibs around the Rift Herald area, so they're gonna be dewarding and setting up for this. Let's see how they're gonna start this one.
Mm-hmm. I mean, both teams has vision on the Rift Herald, but both teams actually do like that as well, because that gives you extra push. Ziggs' Rift Herald a while ago on bot lane, or one, not Ziggs, but Grindsky's Esports' Rift Herald got the Tower First Blood. That was expected, and that was the injection of gold. And that is the reason why we see this constant keep up by Grindsky Esports when it comes to the gold deficit. But that will change if they let go of the Rift Herald, give it to Fennel adversity, and that will just put Fennel adversity at a more massive lead on top of their 2 dragon buffs.
Yeah, they're stacking up some dragons. Bambi trying to poke out of the pit. Bo with a death sentence, unfortunately not going to hit, but getting greeted by a taunt already. There's going to be Bo falling down first. Hextech ultimatum. Gonna go stasis into the hero's entrance as the rest of Grindsky wants to enter the fight. Very different fight so far as Bambi's gonna get a double kill. There could be more coming through. Make that a triple for Bambi. And look at Raph. He is just too low and Grindsky could get more, but they could only get the tower for now.
Bambi was free hitting all of that fight. And Fennel Adversity initiated, yes, with 3 members, but that gave them the innate disadvantage. They were starting that Rift Herald, but you have to look at Chinese One. The amount that he was doing to flank Fennel Adversity, locking onto these champions, and with that CC, it's just too hard to beat. And just Bambi dealing massive amounts of damage with Mana Mune and the Black Cleaver. The tanky and defensive capabilities of an Olaf, of a Dom Meng, will not really be in effect with this so much shred from Grindsky.
Exactly. They secured the Rift Herald, but they took a lot of damage, just as you mentioned, as it was a funnel. It was a funnel adversity over there at the Rift Herald, because once you're in that close space, Tactical and Bambi can just reign free on all of those pokes coming from their champions.
And look at Bambi's items. Now 3-core item power spike, Merc threats, as expected, with a lot of CCs for Fennel Adversity. So with that extra damage, comes with extra penetration, comes with extra shred, so it's really going to hurt. If Fennel Adversity wants to do something, they have to target either Tactical or Bambi, because at the moment, none of them has any death so far.
Yeah, they've been having really clean fights and forcing Fennel Adversity to start all of these objectives first, and then boom, just rain down the hurt from all of their poke champions. And once everybody's a little bit unhealthy on the HP bars, that's the time they go in.
Yeah, and now when we're looking at the items, now Bambi went in for the Stasis Enchant. Nice pickup. And for both teams, actually 3 Stasis Enchants, right? For Fennel Adversity, they're just respecting Chinese One with a Hextech Ultimatum, because it's really nice to Stasis Enchant a Hextech Ultimatum. And for the grass side of Grindsky Esports, you have a lot of bursts coming in from Danny, from Arise, from Rafi to cancel out those CCs. So very, very great picks on the enchant. Item pool of Grindsky and Fennel Adversity, but the Baron Nashor alive, Mountain Dragon alive, and this might just be content for Fennel Adversity on the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, this is going to be spicy. Who will target or who will go first? As again, Grindsky has been very comfortable just waiting for Fennel Adversity starting this dragon, because again, they've got the advantage when it comes to poke. They're happy for Fennel to just keep starting this. So we'll see as Grindsky has driven out Fennel. They're going for the Baron instead. Look at Xiaomi's. Yeah, he's already moving towards top side at the moment. They know they're doing this. It's going down pretty fast. Already getting the Smite Mega Inferno Bomb already being dropped. Here comes the steal coming from Tierney's. My word, even into the stasis. Here comes the rest of Grindsky already. Hextech Ultimatum already on the board. He is still pretty much alive. Bo already down. And Tande on the run. Tierney's has access hook shot out of the pit. But they have no tools to chase for now.
I just can't believe it. Like, how? Grindsky Esports, not just that, not just the Baron Nashor steal, but they get the Mountain Dragon. So 2 for 2 when it comes to objectives for the side of Grindsky Esports. And when we talked about a while ago, having an equal gold lead for both teams, now it's not even. 4K gold lead for Grindsky Esports. And now looking at the replay, look at Chinese One's position. Jumping in, exactly the right time to use the Smite, and Doming came through Smite first. And I think they were on that pressure, because they saw the Mega Inferno Bomb, and when that hit, a lot of damage come through. And I think what Doming wants is to at least have that security that the Mega Inferno Bomb will not get the steal. But instead, that came at the cost when Chinese One came through and get that Smite. So a lot of things to consider here at the moment. And with that said, what we talked about a while ago, Sieging Champion, Tactical, with the Baron Nashor buff, this is going to be obnoxious for Fennel Adversity.
Yeah, they have to deal with this. The fact that they're only wave clear, well, they got 2 at least, and Danny and Arise with the casks and at least with Tormented Soil, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And now they're charging in towards this tower, and you mentioned Siege. It's the opposite for FLA. They needed the Baron badly because they have no way to Siege. That's the beautiful cask into the taunt. There we go. Bambi is already on stasis, but the Lantern's going to save the day. And so far, GS still continuing with this push.
Yeah, double split push. Look at the mid lane. Only one bomb can actually just open up the base, the Nexus, and really great thing for Grindsky Esports, because now, at the moment, look at the gold lead of every single player. At an average of what, 1 to 2k gold lead for each individual lineups, and you can imagine how Tante is now stacked up when it comes to those queues. That's gonna hurt with Triforce and Force of Nature as well to resist that magic damage coming from Danny and Arise.
Yeah, the fact that everybody, well, mostly of FLA is pretty much squishy. It's gonna get one bonk and it's gonna hurt a ton from Tante. Look at this though, FLA starting and setting up for a potential dive. I don't think there's vision there. Grindsky does not see this. 681 on this tower already pretty low, but they decide to just back away instead.
Yeah, because if they stay too long, they're gonna lose on the lane prio. They will not be able to clear the waves mid lane later on. And then on top of that, they're gonna lose on the farms. Because as the time goes by, you're looking at Chinese One farming their jungle. You have Grindsky Esports farming the mid lane. Really solid. So Fennel Adversity doesn't have all the time that they have to just stay there and wait for the opportunity to arise. And that's really important to take note. And now Baron Nashor will come up on 20. If Fennel Adversity lose this, they lose the game.
This is going to be tricky. We do have a lot of options to start with the cask into a taunt from Raph, into a dark binding. Look at this response. They're going to hit mid instead.
Yeah.
Maybe a potential 4v5, but look at that. Tante continuing the push on into this, using a flash, using that smite. Tante with a flanking maneuver as Raph is so low, will be the first one to fall. Danny will follow suit as we see Bambi on a rampage. They're sending their regards and they want to get into the Nexus, but the wave is just right behind them.
Yeah, because the Elder Dragon is there. If Grindsky go and force the Nexus, Fennel Adversity, if they get the ace, that will be over for the side of Grindsky. So they rather play it safe. They get the turret on bot lane, open up the Nexus, have that natural lane pressure, and then get that Elder Drake. But now TPs are coming up.
Want to go win. Nice death sentence coming from Bo there as they lock in towards Horizon rather. Don't worry, he's got Guardian's Angel, but will he be able to get out? Looks like that's going to be a no. Bambi already unstoppable, and the dive continues coming from Grindsky. 12 seconds on the clock for Danny and Raph, but they're going to hit the Nexus. They've got the minions. They got one cannon minion. It still ain't over, friends. Hextech Ultimatum already utilized. There's stasis on board. Tactical being saved by the Lantern. Nicely done death sentence onto Horizon. He's gone as the rest of FLA are now alive. What the Justice Punch into the taunt. This fight is so extended, but FLA can't push too much because the minion wave is already marching towards mid.
Yeah. Now they can reset. They've opened up the base. Natural lane pressure for mid lane and bot lane in favor for Grindsky Esports. They can reset or get the Elder Dragon and then reset, go to the Baron Nashor after. So really great thing for Grindsky at the moment. 2-member disadvantage Fennel Adversity. Make it 3 as Doming is on mid lane. So rather not just go for a contest here for Danny and Rafi because there's just too much pressure. And now when we're talking about the items, right? Manamune, Black Cleaver, Cyril's Grudge, and Guardian Angel already for Bambi with no death so far. So getting that gold bounty is going to be much more harder for Fennel Adversity. Add to that, looking at tactical, you have Ludens, Morello, Rabadon stat cap. So a lot of damage now for Grindsky Esports, and their damage scaling is already at tip-top shape. Now, Fennel Adversity has to do something, a miracle, an Elder Dragon in a Baron Nashor along with an ace to make a comeback.
Yeah, it is at this point very difficult. If you want to dive into the pit, you're just going to get readed by the bouncing bombs coming from tactical. If you want to go towards the Elder Drake and try to contest, maybe a seal. There is a teeny tiny possibility. Got Horizon. Oh, they're going for it. They are.
Yeah.
Okay. Do they see this? They don't see this, but they know it's happening. Arise not joining in the fight just yet. He's quite far from his teammates. Half HP already towards this Elder Drake. There's the cask. There's 2 Guardian's Angels on the side of Tante and Bambi. They're pretty much healthy at this point. Xiaomi's joining in the fray as well. They've zoned out. There's the taunt. Raph going in, but no. It is going to be FLA securing this Elder Drake for themselves. But Bambi is already godlike. He's pretty much low. Grindsky in 2 different points of the map already. But FLA wants to defend as Raph is still here. Able to kill Bo? But at the same time, there's the revenge from Tactical. There it is. The marching of the minions marching on towards the base alongside Grindsky. Domling wants to defend this Nexus. It is GG in game number 1. Grindsky takes the game off of FLA.
Absolutely fantastic game from Grindsky Esports. Yes, they lost those dragons, but what they have is Siege. That Siege square advantage with Ziggs, with 2 Rift Heralds in their favor, got that early injection of gold, and what changed everything there was when Grindsky Esports was able to get the Baron Nashor in their favor, get more turrets, go and open the Nexus in the mid lane, getting that inhib turret. After that, it was over. Now let's get the replay, the highlights of what happened in that game number 1. Right, this was the early engage. This is the reason why how Grindsky Esports was able to keep up on how Fennel Adversity was going in for those counters early game. The tower first blood is in their favor. The first kill is in their favor. So all of these gold alleviate the disadvantage that they were receiving with this consistent ganks from Fennel Adversity. And after that, this is going to be Fennel Adversity taking the dragon. But the Baron Nashor is what we are talking about later on that changed the whole match.
Yeah, it all boiled down to what you mentioned with again, FLA really needed the Baron, the Rift Herald, so that they can siege, because up against the Ziggs, who has a ton of wave clear, and again, the absence of ranged AD carry in FLA's composition is making things difficult for them to siege and take down towers from a safe distance. So that is exactly why FLA really needed to get those objectives, and Grindsky kept denying it against them time and time again.
And also important to take note, since Fennel Adversity doesn't have any ADCs or any marksman, so that's going to be a harder time for them to get those objectives. And that is also one of the aspects that we need to look at a while ago with the Baron Nashor steal from Chinese 1, which was probably the highlight of this whole game, that disabled them to get that Baron Nashor faster.
Yeah. And Grindsky had a phenomenal timing there, and the sequence of events, the domino effect, we talked about Infinity, and then they get the Nexus. And we talked about scaling as well, even though the Elder Drake was in favor of the side of FLA, it was a little bit too late, as Tactical will be our player of the game.
Yeah, just the amount of long-range damage that he provides for his team was insane. No deaths, all assists, probably doesn't have any kill, but just the amount of support of damage that he's providing onto his team was sufficient enough. Like Rabba, Morello even, he put up the Morello as in the whole thing. So those will stack when it comes to the grievous wounds that you have with a lot of these shields from the side of Fennel Adversity. So a lot of things that Tactical has changed from that game, the MVP from that game 1.
Yeah, the zoning, the space he provided for the entire team, especially down to objectives, especially down to tower sieging. Tactical has done a phenomenal job, and look at that. Looks like we're moving towards, you know, history not repeating itself, but history changing itself. Because when we look back rather at the first round robin, it was Fennel Adversity getting that 2-0 against Grindsky, and some of them were pretty quick matches, but then some went to 20-minute mark. But you know, things could change. We'll see if ever Grindsky will get that 2-0 revenge in the second round robin and tie themselves up with UDG and Fennel Adversity in the standings. So we're gonna head on over to a short break, but when we come back, we continue the series between Fennel Adversity and Grindsky Esports.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome everybody to the casting desk. It's us again, Infinity over here, and I'm Riku, and we are in the middle of our intense series between Fennel Adversity versus Grindsky Esports. And if you just joined us just now, it is Grindsky winning 1-0 in this BO3 so far. It could go game 3 as we've seen in our first series, or it could go 2-0 as we've seen in our previous series, well, prior to this. So Infinity, how do you think is it gonna go?
I don't know, honestly. I don't know. Because Fennel Adversity has showed big time doing a lot of things here for week number 3 to reach the top 1 spot, equalizing the position with Team UDG, right? And we talked about the stakes a while ago, and now Grindsky Esports is 1 game away from taking that series to get even points up against FLA for top 2 spot. So a lot on the line here for FLA. If they don't take this game number 2 and they lose the whole series, it's GG. Grindsky moves up.
Yeah, that's why this match is extremely important. Again, these top teams right now, we're at the second round robin. I know the playoffs is still maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks ahead of the future from now, but of course these teams really want to play for that seeding. If they get top 1, top 2, they move forward and to round 1 of the upper bracket. And that's what these teams are playing for as well. And again, this still could be anyone's game because as we've seen before, it has been close. The fights have been close, but we got to see Bambi, really shine on that Jace pick.
Yeah, absolutely. It was so amazing, and it was Grindsky Esports who has so much protection onto Bambi and Bo, and that was just the super shocking thing. Coming in from that game number 1, right? Camille was left open, Jace was left open, and prior to week number 1 and week number 2, these two champions specifically are the two champions that has the most bans. So it was unexpected for me personally to see it come through for this game, especially with both Camille and Galio left open. And yes, it was a great deny from Fennel Adversity to pick up the Galio to disable this Camille Galio obnoxious duo for the side of her Grindsky. But now that pushed them backwards and are now forced to go for Morgana, are now forced to have no ADCs, because if they leave the Morgana open as well, we all know Grindsky Esports onto Bo has played Morgana one time and has won it through and through. So really fantastic draft for Grindsky Esports in that game 1.
Yeah, 100%. It also enables the pick comp even more as well. I mean, Thresh, Morgana, a lot of single target, and then you put the Black Shield onto Qeon whenever he goes in with a Hextech ultimatum that could pose to be very deadly. And that's why, you know, for Fennel, what did they decide to do this time around? Do they go back to basics? Do you go back to their original strength from last year, which is bank on Danny, front to back, scaling either on the Vayne or the Kaisa? And I mean, they won against UDG with their pick composition with the double assassins, but it seems to me Grindsky has, you know, figured FLA out with their composition as well.
Yeah, because here's the thing, right? When you go for an anti-CC lineup, but lacking in damage, what's the use of anti-CC? You can't have that consistent damage onto Tante, onto Chinese 1, onto Bo, that has really strong defensive capabilities, especially with Tante going for Force of Nature, Bramble Vest, Guardian Angel, then Chinese 1 also going for Stark's Gauge, and Bo going for tanky composition item. So I think Fennel Adversity on that game 1 lacked that consistent damage that can shred these tanky champions, and I think that is what they need here for game 2.
Yeah, they were banking on getting ahead early, as we now see they were on a ticking time bomb, rather, as Grindsky continuing to remove now the Camille to deny that first pick blue side on Camille for FLA.
And there you go. You have the respect of Jace, of Camille. Ban away set, please, Grindsky. There we go. These three champions. Because really obnoxious. And we've seen how Set is very versatile. Could go top, could go support. So this is the standard bans that we've seen all throughout the WCS Philippines so far, and that is really nice. But now this leaves Galio open for Fennel Adversity to pick up first.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? This could be the Galio Raph or Arise. Galio, perhaps. Wonder what their priority is going to be, because we talked about the option of getting Danny on the Vayne or on the Kaisa again. But yeah, it is going to be the Galio first pick.
And now Grindsky Esports has two ways to go about this. They have picked Kha'Zix and Lee Sin in the past. They could go for that early game engage and just win the early game foundation and push it to mid game, late game. But also take note, Lulu and Vayne is open for the side of Grindsky Esports, and Fennel Adversity has Galio. So really tanky champion, and they could go for it. And now Darius Lulu locked in for GS.
Really nicely done coming from Grindsky, locking in a very safe pick for top side as well. Very tanky, can initiate. And Lulu, this means no Lulu for Raph even, if ever they do go for that 80 carry in hyperscaling 80 carry into an enchanter. But maybe we get to see the double assassins because
Kha'Zix?
Zed is being picked. Kha'Zix?
Yeah.
Are they gonna do it?
I think Fennel Adversity has already set an expectation. You have Lulu for the side of GS. Vayne is open. If they don't pick it up, rather just counter it with double assassins lineup. So I really like how you mentioned about this double assassins potential. But rather than going for that route, they pick up the Corki first. So a lot of shred on that armor, especially when you're talking about Lulu on a composition for Grindsky and Darius in the same lineup. Really great pick with a lot of mobility as well. Now Grindsky Esports, the question is, are you going for that Vayne to go in for that duo, bomb, ticking time bomb, whatever you want to call it, lineup?
Yeah, it seems that they've been like swapping
Oriana.
picks already. Oh my god, this is forming to be double shields, utility into a Vayne. And then now, instead of Tactical having the Corki, it is now Danny possibly going to be in the Corki. This is a big swap of denying of picks from each other.
Are they going Kaisa? Are we going back to Icon Series first season?
Go
Having
Day.
a Kaisa, Lulu, then Oriana mid lane, then Darius top lane. Really, really exciting stuff here for both Grand Sky Esports and Fennel University. But please ban Vayne here, Fennel University. Please ban it away. I mean, just imagine the potential of having Oriana to set the whole team up and having Lulu and Vayne just free hit on the back lanes or backside. Really, really difficult stuff. So if Fennel Adversity has to leave this open, that's going to be very devastating. But a counter to that is just kill the Vayne with a poke composition, and Kha'Zix is still left open. But Jax is the answer for Fennel Adversity. I think they are understanding that Jax, if it comes through with the Lulu, you just have so much HP and so much anti-damage coming from the Jax. So nice deny here from Fennel Adversity. The last ban rather, is something I'm really, really curious for.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because if you focus down on the 80 carry, then that hyper scaling can still be towards Qianese, and this comp that GS is forming can still work. So, I mean, the other option I could possibly see in the jungle that could fit this comp for the jungler if they're opting for utility on tactical is that a Master Yi that we've seen back in UDG. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
Kaiser Vayne, Grind Sky, let's go. we'll see that forward pick. Yeah, I'm really, really excited. I'm really, really curious on what this lineup would be, because at the moment, it's really, really a mystery, right? Fennel University doesn't really have that prioritization on banning away Vayne, and now with Thresh as well, so this might just be a Lulu top lane. Wait. You have Oriana, you have Darius. Where is this?
Oriana bot, tactical bot, Thresh, Lulu mid, and Darius top.
Although Bambi doesn't have any wins so far with the Lulu mid lane, he has picked it 2 times in the past.
There's your Kha'Zix, Infi.
We'll see about that, and that's what we're talking about, right? Kha'Zix Zed, double assassin lineup, has the potential to burst an enemy champion in a blink of an eye. And the counter here is Grindsky Esports has to buy some stasis enchant as a priority on their second back or their second core item. Now, Fennel University, what will be your last pick? Because at the moment, you're still missing that top lane. Kennen!
It's Kennen!
This is the first time that we're gonna see Kennen. Yeah.
Yeah, it is the first time we've seen. The thing is, FLA, the last time we saw Kennen was in the, I believe, the Icon series. It was the finals between Team Secret.
Shyvana!
It's a Shyvana! It's not a Mastery, it's a Shyvana. Shyvana, welcome. Welcome. I mean, we saw Shyvana yesterday, and now we see it again. Walk me through
But here's
Infinity.
the thing. It's really difficult now for Grindsky Esports to go for that dragon fight, because you have to respect the Kennen and the Gaio. Kennen just uses his ultimate, come in, stays the enchant, Gaio comes through with that hero's entrance. So it's going to be a really, really, really difficult time for Chinese Swan to maneuver in the rift at the moment. And you can just hear the fear in my voice for this game number 2.
Yeah.
Everyone's going for the toss-up lineup.
Exactly. All of these, you know, Shyvana yesterday, we're seeing it again. And then the Kennen for the first time in the WCS. And yeah, going back, the last time we saw Kennen in the Philippine scene, it was Icon series. When it comes to the Icon series, at least, it was Fennel Adversity playing it against Team Secret in the mid lane, wanting to counter again, Team Secret's composition of the Varus Ziggs. But this time around, you know, you mentioned Qianese will have to think twice on going inside the pit, or else that's going to be a Kennen greeting you with a slicing maelstrom.
Yeah, I'm just really, really, really excited here, Rico. I just want this Game 3, Grindsky Esports versus Fennel Adversity. And shoutouts to the people who was in the watch party a while ago. They were expecting this to go Game 3, and now we're probably going to have it if ever Grindsky Esports gives the opportunity onto those dragons.
That's it's a spicy. Yeah, I'm excited to see this combo come in, like a Ryzen jumping into the fight with a slicing maelstrom into Wrath, Hero's entrance. I mean, when we think about delivery system for the Hero's entrance rather, you don't think about the Kennen too much.
Yeah. We'll see if that would work out, because I'm really, really curious as well how this Kennen would work, because even in the Icon series, Kennen has not been picked as one of the meta champions. Yes, it has been picked a couple of times, but it was on that fringe edge that you cannot consider as a meta and can consider as not meta. But Bambi, ooh, a lot of burst there from her eyes.
It is. This is the chance. Without wild growth, Bambi is very vulnerable to the pokes and to the damage. And yeah.
Yeah. So I want to talk about something real quick here, Riku, because the first dragon in this game is the Mountain Drake. So I think that would buy enough time for Chinese One to get his first core item power spike, some core items power spike. It really depends on what dragon comes next after the Mountain Dragon, but this is a good thing for Grindsky. Not the thing that we saw from yesterday, wherein the Infernal Dragon was the first one that came up. So they really need to pressure that Mountain Pit. Right? In a Mountain Dragon, yes, it gives you extra sustainability, but it is not necessary. What you need is Infernal Drake.
That's exactly what Qianese is going to be looking forward to. Horizon, I wanted to just see if he can harass and give Qianese a hard time, but the Rift Sculler is already pretty much low.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't have that level 5, so no Slicing Maelstrom. He can't really deny Chinese One at this point in time, because there's just too much damage and clear wave potential for Chinese One. But, just that mid lane matchup is just so scary for the side of Grindsky Esports, and Bambi has to take a chill pill, because if Arise goes level 5, those hits is gonna hurt.
Yeah, and forced to use the wild growth defensively. I mean, most of the cases you use it defensively, but that means if ever that ult won't be available, and Qianese might be vulnerable once he goes dragon mode here on the Shyvana.
Yeah, and I was just about to say that was funny because Grindsky Esports went to their bush, but Fennel University has their ward there. And now Fennel University, like Rafi went into their bush, but there's a ward there as well. So Grindsky Esports has this information. You know what? Rafi is going for a retreat. Now he has this gargoyle enchant, so good information trades for both sides of the team. But now we have Grindsky Esports going in for the reset as well. That bought Bo the Lucidity boots. But now he is on a bit of a delay because Rafi has already locked in onto the gargoyle enchant, and you might expect them to go aggressive because of this defensive item that Rafi has been building for himself to protect Danny.
Definitely want to survive more in these fights, especially when he goes in and joins Horizon rather. And yeah, Bo most likely want to get that spam on the death sentences later, but the dragon is about to spawn, so we'll have to see what the plan is in mind here as we get to see Tactical and Bo already getting priority and moving towards mid lane.
Yeah, and they don't have to force it. Grindsky Esports doesn't have to force the Mountain Dragon. Yes, it's a good to have thing, but the Mountain Dragon is probably your least priority. And I'm not downscaling the power of Mountain Drake for Shyvana, but really, the important thing is the Ocean Dragon and that Infernal Dragon.
Oh, no, they're slicing Maelstrom Proto Belt out though. Horizon is still alive, both flashes still survive. Now, Dragon being started by Grindsky at this point. You get to see Raph hovering in, Justice Punch into the taunt, and that's going to be a secure still from Grindsky by Tactical. Qianese already in Dragon mode. Dragon form is able to kill 2! Double kill from the Dragon as Danny replies with a revenge kill. Qianese falls, but they get the Dragon in the end.
A great sacrifice, Commander. Qianese won. I mean, he flashed over the hill, right? He flashed over the hill, and that forced Danny to come back and flash over the hill as well to kill him. And what they have gotten is a Mountain Dragon already. So that's good enough. It's a good to have for Shyvana. That dragon is going to increase the sustainability when Chinese One goes to his dragon form. So really, really good. And on top of all that, Chinese One already got 2 kills. So what else do you need?
Exactly. Qianese still is able to get double kill. Yeah, Triforce being the first item.
Yeah. So really, really powerful in this early game for Chinese One, but still has to respect the potential for Fennel Adversity to get those steals later on onto those dragons. And I think what Grindsky needs to do is to be patient and not just go over aggression and be overconfident, because once they lose, it's opportunity for Chinese One. But
yeah, looks like that is gonna be the taunt, unfortunately not being able to hit. Nice dodge from Grindsky, but FLA, they are starting this Rift Herald. Bo sees this though. He's already nice death sentence, but it's okay. It's fine. FLA is fine.
Dominic was like, "No, I want this Rift Herald.
Let me go."
Yeah, That burn from Doming's Smite or the red buff secured that Rift Herald. So FLA has gotten this 1-for-1 objective, exactly what they need to punish this early game. Because when Shyvana comes into mid game, late game, having a lot of dragons in his pockets, it's going to be so scary for Fennel Adversity to maneuver anywhere. Because those damage it is gonna hurt. And this next dragon, Ocean Dragon, is really, really good for Chinese One. Extra sustainability on top of the Mountain Dragon.
Exactly, that is the key now. That is their goal for Grindsky. The fact that everybody is pretty much squishy already on the side of FLA is just could be dragon food, but hold that thought. Top side, Proto Belt, into the Honey Fruit, into the Slicing Maelstrom, stun, barrier kicking in, taunted with a flash. Nicely done kill on the top side. Still ain't over. This could be Doming wanting to get that kill return as well. Going invisible. Here comes Dragon's Descent. Qeon going in. There's flash for flash. Qeon diving into the Tri-Brush, and he is gonna get that kill. Danny also Valkyrie forward. That's a lot of damage into Shockwave. Not gonna hit as Raph already moving forward.
That was scary. When Chinese One was very low, and Corky was very low as well. And I think that is the reason why Chinese One was just waiting over that hill. But the important thing is they both survived. But Grindsky Esports got that kill onto Chinese One once again. So extra gold. But the trade is there for Fennel Adversity. They lost their jungler, they lost Doming, but they got the Tower for his blood onto the mid lane. That is the very important thing, because now they have Prio onto the Dragon Pit and also the Rift Herald Pit later on.
That's definitely true. They also have Wave Clear present in the form of Danny as well. This also gives the, what do you call this, the spooky ghost comp with the assassin into a hero's entrance with the Galio, so that's also possible if they want to find picks here and there. Maybe, just maybe, catch Qeon off guard while farming, but looking at the position coming from Grindsky, they're all pretty much clumped together.
Yeah, 20 seconds on the clock. Well, not on the clock exactly, but 10
on
seconds
the dragon
left.
clock.
On
yes.
the dragon clock, yes. Nice catch there, Riku. But we're looking at GS now having the Prio once again, because this is a very important dragon, and now they're both setting it up for that Dragon Pit.
Yeah, this is it. This is another... Oh, Dragon's Descent activated already by Qeon, already in dragon form. We'll have to see as Ocean Drake, Shockwave from Danny here with the big one missing. A lot of low health targets already. Dragon resets though, back into the pit. So FLA is buying a lot of time for this. Look at Danny, he's still positioned at the bot side. FLA is going to come from two different directions. Taunting with the apprehend already. Look at that! Danny just diving into the rest of the members of Grindsky with the package. Unfortunately, he falls too close for the rest of Grindsky, as that's another kill for Qeon, and he's on a killing spree.
Yeah, that I think was a mistake for Fennel Adversity. They should have played Tag Direct from Grindsky Esports, because Chinese One used his ultimate already too early. So what they could have done, stole the time, make Chinese One lose his ultimate, and therefore they can now make a play, because that ultimate from Chinese One is just obnoxious. A lot of damage, especially with Triforce in, and I think the mistake was after that as well. When Danny came through, no respond, and Doming, yes, jumped, but they didn't have the opportunity. They were too late. Danny was already dead. Chinese One was ready to go if ever someone wants to contest. So a lot of mistakes there from Fennel Adversity. They didn't have that engage. Rafi didn't go for that huge CC against Grindsky, and Horizon still has his ultimate. So a lot of falter or trip there when it comes to the objectives for Fennel Adversity, and how Grindsky Esports is safe with 2 dragons.
Yeah, they even get a Rift Herald as a big bonus. They can open up the map even more. And wait a moment. Tante, Arise 1v1. Tante still had half HP. I bet that was a really juicy apprehend.
Yeah, I mean, you have that sustainability from his skill kit. You have 2 shields building up into, I expect, the Dead Man's Plate. And then you have Black Fever as well. So just a lot of damage here. What did he want?
Well, Qeon One already going in. He's already half HP, getting hit by the tower. Stasis already activated. Bambi's trying to get a lot of auto attacks. Dodge, triple shockwave already on the board. Qeon still survives, and that's a 300 health tower. They're gonna keep sieging this and then exit out.
Can you really complain? They got Rafi, they got inhib turrets, that 2 turrets, successive takedown for Grindsky Esports, and now they have pushed that bot lane for Prio for GS. So absolutely amazing stuff here for Grindsky Esports. And now, the teams now has to wonder, do we ban away the Shyvana when we're up against Grindsky? Because now they have released the beast, or what I could say, they have released the dragon.
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams who are about to face Grindsky again in the second round robin's gonna watch out. Xiaomi is doing a phenomenal job, and as well as his teammates in this series against FLA. And now topside package already pretty much up. Look at this though, they want the kill, they want something, but that's 3 versus 2 for now. Ryzen and Danny still trying to join in the fight, in the fray. Doming also following suit. Tactical solo, they caught him, caught him rather. Xiaomi's already with the Dragon's Descent. Tante coming from the sides, from the flank here, as we see Danny gonna be in no man's land. He's trapped with the rest of Grindsky, but the chase still continues. Hero's Entrance wanting to join Danny perhaps, but it is gonna be too late. Killing spree already for Tante, and that's 2 kills in favor of Grindsky.
No damage even into Chinese 1, and this is the power of having Mountain Dragon and Ocean Drake. A nice to have and an extra sustain. So absolutely insane at the moment for Grindsky Esports, and how Tante was playing that flank Danny. So when Danny is out, Fennel Adversity doesn't have this damage that they were depending on, and it's just Fennel Adversity just crumbling down, and this is exactly what Fennel Adversity doesn't want to happen. Because they are a 5v5 composition, having Arisen and Raffi on the front lines of CC, not happening.
Yeah, that's something that they are very, very they've been dealing with, having a hard time, as they wanted to get a pick earlier, but it wasn't successful. The rest of Grindsky were already there. Now 5 seconds on the clock for the Infernal. This is what you were talking about, Infinity, the Infernal Drake into the Shyvana, and FLA trying to hover around here as they want to deny it.
If GS takes this might be over.
This is about absolutely scary. Already starting it, dewarding Bambi already. Auto attacks. Qiani's already full. His Dragon's Descent is ready to keep on dewarding, denying any sort of information. Top lane is slowly pushing in Grindsky's favor. They have a lot of time. This is working out for them. Horizon going back to base. Oh, nope, cancel the port. He just wants to push the wave here. Half HP already towards this Infernal.
There we go.
And here comes the jumping in. Doming gets the steal and gets the deny, but Qiani's responds with this dive into the Dragon's Descent. Out Doming is going to be eliminated. 38 seconds on the clock. Nicely done play coming from Bo, and the Flash That's not going to connect, but it's okay because the Apprehend is there. Triple stun from the Slicing Maelstrom. Is this going to be fine for Grindsky? A lot of them are so low, they decide to back away.
Ooh, Doming looked flashy, just walking on the Dragon's Pit, getting the steal. Such an amazing play, and I think that was a missed opportunity for Fennel Adversity as well. Like when Raffi went in for the Hero's Entrance on the base instead of onto Horizon, because Horizon went in for the 3-man Slicing Maelstrom. So missed opportunity there, but GS looking to go for the Baron.
Yeah, they haven't reset it yet. A lot of these already have. FLA sees this. They know GS already secures the Baron. Now there's a taunt towards Tante. Wrath all alone. Apprehend. Come here, boy. As they get in, there's the Dragon's Descent killing Danny. And Doming is going to be 1v1ing. They have a different target at this point. Bo pretty low at this point, but that's the play. Kicking in. Double kill already for Qiani's. Tante wants another kill, and that's going to be for Arise. He's the only one left alongside with Horizon. Going to be defending the base. The chase still continues, by the way, as 2 members come in, go in the base. It is just Horizon trying to defend the Nexus. Is this going to be a 2-0? It is going to be a 2-0. Look at that. Grindsky not repeating history as they defeat FLA in this series.
If you don't want to repeat history, you need to know about the history to not repeat it. And Grindsky came in prepared, an absolute dominating fashion with 2-0 against Fennel Adversity. And I think the thing that changed the whole game was the Dragon pickup, followed up with that constant kill, and Fennel Adversity being separated the whole time, right? Especially on that last fight, where we saw how Fennel Adversity want to go for the engage onto Baron Nashor, but personally, I think they should have just let it through, because Doming was dead at that time. He needs to buy that TP. When he jumped it, everyone was dead. So where does he go from there?
Yeah,
nowhere.
That is nowhere. That is the answer. That is the answer. As again, Grindsky had a crazy performance here. They were so confident from the draft, in game, from game 1 to game 2. They dismantled FLA. It is the complete opposite result of what we saw in round 1.
Yeah. And this was actually a good sacrifice from Team East 1. Right? Mountain Dragon, they got it. Flash over the wall. That's nice. Forced the flash from Danny to go back and get the kill. That gave the gold to Danny, but nevertheless, they got what they came for. And that was really, really nice. And after that, you're already at 4-1. And yes, Fennel University was keeping up. But the mistake here was, Chinese 1 was already on their ultimate. They should have played Tag Your It, as what we've talked about a while ago, to delay that ultimate to just go away. And Doming then can come in. But they lost that opportunity. So now GS gets 2 dragons. And after that, Rift Herald came through. And then on top side, they pushed it. They got the natural lane pressure, opening up the base. Then after that, it was just a smashing 8k gold lead. And what can you do with a Chinese 1 that has 2 dragons and has so much gold distribution for this game too?
Yeah, they had everything. They had the tools, they had the money, they had the gold on the right targets. I mean, props to Doming for trying to get that steal, but this was an 8k gold lead with 2 stacking dragons on a comp with a Shyvana as well. So if you don't kill the Shyvana, you are going to have a hard time. And I guess if I want to point out the secondary honorable mention would have to be Tonde. He had a lot of key apprehends here and a lot of zoning that he did against FLA.
Yeah. And then after that, they got the base. After that, Baron Nashor, because everyone was split from Fennel Adversity. And of course, the player of the game, it is the Dragon.
It is the Dragon. It is Qeon over here on the Shyvana. This has been picked twice already, yesterday and then today, and it has been a very scary pick that appeared in our second round robin.
Yeah, and he just played very fantastically, right? And now the teams has to respect this champion when they're fighting against Grindsky, because the top 1 team has now fallen, and now Grindsky Esports has an even level playing field on that position too, in the whole tournament, being second only to UDG. Fantastic win from Grindsky Esports. We talked about the stakes, and Grindsky performed to more than tip-top shape for the series.
Yeah, a lot of really nice, really good draft, and as well as execution on the composition that they have formed. It was really beautiful to watch, and they were unfazed by Fennel Adversity's approach in this series in general. And it's just props to Qeon here on the Shyvana.
Yeah, and we could expect later on when doing the interview, yay! Yay for Grindsky, more than yay, absolutely, because they won against Fennel Adversity. So just expectations there. Really, really fun.
Yeah, look forward to the interview later that the panel is going to do. I know a lot of the Grindsky fans are looking forward to it. But that was, again, this was, I think, one of the instances where we saw it was a completely different result from the first round robin into the second round robin. This is, again, one of the closest WCS tournaments we've ever seen, at least for the Philippine scene is concerned. So I don't know, anything can happen at this point. Infinity, the standings, the points are so close. Now we see another switch up. Get to see Grindsky already on either that top 1 or top 2 spot, depending on how the UDG games are gonna go. But of course, the day ain't over. We talked about the interview, and that's coming up soon with Grindsky Esports. But we're gonna head on over to a break first, and when we come back, it's gonna be the panel saying hi, hello.
Running wild out of my mind.
Welcome back to WCSPH, and holy smokes, what an upset. Grindsky taking it 2-0 versus FLA, who has two thumbs and is wrong. This guy, that guy, that guy, we all been wrong, so we apologize. Grindsky, auto lose. Tell me your thoughts right now, because you're smiling from ear to ear. Is the Osiris buff debuff gone? Has it passed on? Has the curse passed on?
I don't know. There's something needs to be done for me. So far, back-to-back series, I've guessed wrong, and it's another tag. Another day, another tag. Let's go.
It's a daily dose of you.
Game number 1, fantastic drafting coming from Coach Reg and company. Man, I did not expect the Nasus last pick. And again, this is not the first team that really did show the capabilities of a Nasus. Shout out to Evalis of Cerebrum.
Oh, yeah.
But if there is something unique about GS, is that they recognize picks regardless of how unorthodox it may be. I mean, Nasus, Shyvana,
right?
And this is just the I would say the maestro effect of Coach Rekmeister. And and I don't know what else to say. Just outdrafted, very very good execution of the win condition. What's your say here, game number 2, Mr. Osiris?
I'm just kidding.
That's not how a dragon sounds like, man.
I'm stuck with the Nasus because it was a great idea. I just want to go back in a jiffy with game 1. That if you're playing on a scaling, it was easy for Nasus to take the back seat and make sure to have those stacks again and then just explode onto the late game. Same, but this is a flip side concept of how we saw game 2. They wanted to quick up the pacing of the Shyvana. Remember, you wanted to be selfish with the dragons, that you can take everyone out just to make sure that you're getting the scaling of Shyvana. And at the same time, it feels like it's a bit lackluster for the teamfight prowess of Fennel Adversity. I really don't get the idea of the Kazakhs, because it feels like if you're going up against a Shyvana, you're a bit squishy. And at the same time, you're going to put the cannon plus the Galio, and you can just back off. I mean, it's easy to stay away from the Maelstrom, and at the same time, we didn't saw the full potential of Horizon's cannon for the reason that it was Dante who's keeping him on to the bay. And at that point, it was really Grindsky showing that they can play this top tier games with a surprise. Once again, I want to go back to Rekmeister's drafting. Really respecting him on how explosive they are.
Yeah, unorthodox picks, but it worked out in the end. They clearly did the homework. This is the weird, because Fennel Adversity had all the momentum, but right now, 2-0, that is no joke. So let's head on over to the interview, because I feel like we have Grindsky's Bambi. Let's talk to the whole team. I'm sure they're all together now with their cups all lined. Grindsky Esports' Bambi. Hello, everyone. Congrats. Yay! Applause. First off, congrats. And kamusta kayo? I heard you guys were feeling under the weather, pero that debuff didn't work. How are you guys now?
Okay lang po. Nagkakasundo naman po kami. Yung may sakit lang po yung baron din namin, kaya po ganun yung laro namin ng day 1. Ngayon, okay na po.
Nice.
Okay ka na, guys.
Okay na, okay!
Osiris, go for it.
I mean, congratulations, of course. I didn't really expect that Tante is under the weather. I mean, he really destroyed that cannon. And I just want to go back. What made you decide to put the Nasus in?
Confident lang po si Tante mag-pick ng Nasus, kaya po yan, pinagbigyan na po ni Coach Rek.
Oh, are we going to see Timo or Ramos anytime?
Timo Ramos pick, no?
Timo Ramos, any moment? Or is it Timo Bambi? Timo Bambi?
Wait lang, di ko marinig. Ano sabi?
makakita daw ba sila ng Timo at Ramos?
Yung Timo medyo okay yun sa playoffs po.
Playoff
Okay.
Timo.
I want to see Timo Bambi, okay? Timo Bambi.
Yes.
Okay.
Otolus, your turn for the question.
Wala sorry na naman kami, natag na naman kami, but yeah, to Grindsky, siguro pinakamalaking question, wala ewan ko ba, Coach Rick streaking kayo tapos, ewan ko ba. Anyway, Coach Rick, may question ako, actually, this is for the whole squad. Ano yung pinakamalaking difference from last year, 2021 version ng Grindsky? We know your version back then, di ba, last year, and yung 2022 version nyo. Ano yung talagang tingin nyo pinakamalaking difference? Ayan, si Coach Rick sasagot. Thank you, Coach Rick.
Ayun, first roster. Nung first roster kasi medyo parang given lang kami ng 1 week para mag-practice. Sobrang rush nun.
Wow.
Tapos si Aiko na kagad. And this time, salamat sa Grindsky syempre na binigyan kami ng chance na mabuo yung buong oras na kinakailangan para makarating kami dito sa oras na to. So kung nakita niyo naman yung improvement ng team, which is sobrang nakaka-proud.
Yeah.
From 0-6 last time and this time, and dito na kami. So supportahan niyo lang, tuloy-tuloy niyo lang yung suporta sa Grindsky, guys. Mag-ingay, Grindsky!
Yes. Yeah. Finally, messages, shoutouts. Bambi, do you have any? Go for it. Shoutouts.
Shoutout po kayo sa tatlong boss namin, kay Sir Wayne, kay Sir G, kay Sir Don, kay Mami Cheng, and kay Sir Dennis po.
Pinakaboss natin!
Sa pinakaboss po namin kay Berting Magiting.
There we go.
Shoutout po.
There we go. Thank you, Grindsky, so much.
Sa cook din po namin, shoutout.
Everyone in. Grindsky Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the interview. Oh.
Some face
The
face to
manual
face
zoom
moment.
in.
Yeah, that's called a 5-second zoom in. So, Grindsky, guys, getting our predictions wrong, making us believers once again. And I like what Coach said. You know what? They are given enough time for them to become this, I don't know, unbeatable. I wouldn't say unbeatable, but like this force to be reckoned with here at WCS.
Yeah, we keep on underestimating the caliber of the team that Grindsky has, but we have to take them more serious this time. I know, what happened during week number 2, and maybe we got distracted, or I would say, we got confused by the fact that there is something happening in the Grindsky, and maybe we have to be objective the next time.
Right.
That, you know what, Grindsky deserves all the respect, Osiris.
This is also a wake-up call for some organizations that really wanted to make changes whenever that you fail to show results.
Right.
Grindsky has been consistent on their players, and they don't really wanted those disbands coming in. They just changed a few for some special instances, but knowing them, they are consistent and persistent. So I believe that they really deserve this win for now.
Sky is the limit for Grindsky. Cannot wait to see them next week. But for now, we are at our final series. Our series number 4, we got Cerebrum Esports versus Underground. Now, Underground faced some adversity this weekend. But Autoluz, let's talk about Cerebrum Wildrift here. How do you feel about their performance after the first round robin has finished?
After the first round robin, I expected them to be at the level where they are, right? They will still continue to improve. However, this is the most stacked 8-team group stage that we ever had here in the Philippines. So it's really hard to go at it with the experience advantage that the other teams already have. It's not just that, it's also the resume. We're talking about Ivali, Zalpi, Pego, Hao, and Fleur. Only Pego has the experience or has a professional Wildrift experience in this 5-man roster. And the thing here is, what I really love about this group is that they will still play to their identity. And their identity is to stick as 5 and support Zalpi all the way. I asked Infinity earlier, who has the highest skill participation for a jungler, and his answer was Zalpi. And I think, that just goes to show that Cerebrum Wildrift will play their style regardless. And I also love, that the brain of everything is, of course, their support. I love the matchup that we have here. I know that on the other side, we're going to talk about Arthros, but I also love I also would
Yeah.
want to talk about Fleur here as the support of Cerebrum Wildrift. We interviewed Taupi, we interviewed almost everyone, and they said Fleur is actually the one carrying it. And I think that he's the shot caller, primary shot caller here for Cerebrum Wildrift. And if you play their strategy wherein you stick us 5 as early as 8 minutes or as early as 9 minutes, then there should be, something to be given to, or a credit to be given to the shot caller. Looking at the champions used here by Fleur, I feel that he or she is falling in love in Leona, and I respect that. I want her to just go at it and just play her style. And I think, this is a very good matchup, a very good barometer as to where she really stands right now. Because Orthros, again, we know that Orthros is like the best support here in the Philippines.
Yes. And I cannot wait if ever Fleur gets an interview with us. That's going to be so much personality on screen for you guys. But let's head on over to look at Team Underground. Osiris, what can be said about Underground that has not been said? They have been sitting at the top, and they're still sitting there since Fennel Adversity did drop a game. So let's hear it.
Things are changing. Let's say that change is coming for the reason that everyone is catching up to the Underground. It feels like already dug the strategies. They were able to they are already being read by different teams. So we saw two back-to-back losses, and started by, of course, from Fennel Adversity, who is a bit odd, lost to Grindsky.
Right.
It means that we are this is second round robin. It means that we are standing at the same levels.
Yes.
Everyone is already on par with how Underground works, and it feels like they are also trying to change their playstyle. They are really hot in terms of taking objectives, making sure on their rotations, but their timing is a bit off from their back-to-back losses. And with how well we know what they are capable of, it feels like they are slowing down in terms of that. But I know deep inside that the support Artros isn't going to slow anytime, because with how he played from the previous back-to-back losses, he is still up there. He is still present, and you can clearly see on the kill participation with his 82%, and somehow share the same champions as what Fleur does. What I'm excited for Arthros is since it feels like they are experimenting on their strategy or in their macro plays. Wanted to see him also on a different champion that might surprise us. It was Autolus who told us that the most richest or the resourceful or the most diverse role right now in terms of their champion picks is as support. Right. And we might see, of course, from Nasus to Shyvana, what else that we can bring into the table as a support, right? We might see a winning Braum, or we might see what else? Cannon support, like that. So I'm excited still what Arthos can show. It feels like the whole group is trying to unlearn to make sure that they can learn going into the playoffs.
Wow.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because, there is an experimentation phase. They didn't seem like themselves. But let's look at the head-to-head because if we talk about their performance, yesterday might have been the wake-up call that Autolus did mention. They do want to still stay at the top because if you end at the top spot, you get a free pass in the top 6, right? So let's look at this head-to-head and let's start comparing numbers, Autolus.
You know what? If I say this, people might raise their eyebrows, but this numbers of Orthros is not what I expected it to be at the midway part of the season. It just so happened that Orthros was known to have like 10 plus KDA. I feel during week number 1, he had 11 KDA. Just goes to show, the prowess of this guy. Pedestrian, this numbers of Orthros. At the standard that I'm currently raising him at, and as the president of his fan club, he has to play better. Okay.
Yes.
Lord, I think this is actually just a very good, matchup. between Team and Orthros because I feel that both of them are actually favoring the playmaking champions right now. The Galio, the Leona. So it will be interesting as to what Fleur will be picking up here and if he will adjust to Orthros. Cerebrum Wildrift, by the way, is open to the idea of opening Yuumi. So is this the time that we will see the Yuumi for Orthros once again?
So many openings, I must say. I mean, both of them are good support players, and yes, Fleur is getting on the edge in terms of kill participation, but Orthros onto the KDA. This is rookie numbers, to be honest, for Orthros, as we saw him on the double digits again and again. But with what's happening into the team, a few experimentation, they tend to sacrifice those stats first just to make sure that they secure the playoffs. That's what important right now, and it feels like this is also a good news for Philippine Wild Rift because every teams are on the upper echelon right now.
Yeah, and something that gave me a little bit of a panic attack was Orthros on Yuumi if you're going up against him. Oh my gosh. So I hope Cerebrum Wild Rift has a plan for that. He was the one that made the Meow Meow. I mean, like in week 1, right? The Yuumi is being banned now, but slowly but surely, like Osiris did mention that, slowly people are starting to get to the same level as Underground, but I don't know if they're gonna allow the Yuumi to come in. So let's head on to our predictions. Guys, I feel like I'm a little scared with this one because Grindsky kind of proved us wrong. So I think it's safe to say, like, thumbs up, thumbs down. We're going to Underground on this one.
I'm immune, okay? I feel like I'm already down. Shout out to Asta. He said a very important message, Osiris. He said that the reason why I'm single it's because of my choices in life.
Whoa!
Let me correct that. It's because of your multiple choices. I mean, so I want to make sure that we're getting into the ABCs of Team A, Underground, Team B. So make sure.
Back, brother.
Yes. So multiple choices.
Let's talk about it though. Underground.
One thing. All right, let's go back to the game for a bit because I want to explain my choice here. Cerebrum Wildrift is a team that is not going to, have a different strategy set for each opponent. And I think again for UDG, I would say blueprint in their 2 defeats so far has been the pick opposition, the split the map type of thing, and that's not Cerebrum Wildrift. Cerebrum Wildrift will group as 5, and when it comes to team fight, my vote is with UDG. So I think for now we have a safe vote.
Okay. Osiris, anything else to add?
I mean, this should be the correct one for today because Cerebrum has still this long distance to work with, and it doesn't mean that I am underestimating them, but it means that this will be a huge break for them if ever that they were able to dismantle UDG. Pickoffs, Fennel adversity started on that one with a Morgana and Leona support, and the Leona is being played by Fleur impeccably. So I think that's a big opening for Cerebrum if they really wanted to take this. But for now, as long as UDG is staying on the top, I'd go with them.
Yeah, and you guys painted a picture. You know what? Cerebrum Wildrift will do their strategy no matter whoever's there, and it just so happens they're against Underground, who have levels to this game. They have like a really deep well when it comes to champions. They have a deep well when it comes to strategies. So going by the numbers here, ladies and gentlemen, we will all be going with Team Underground. And if you guys feel the same way, if you guys want to make your voices heard, again, use the hashtag WCS, WCSPH, and Wildrift Championship C. Something that we didn't discuss since we all got Fennel adversity last time. How are we going to divide this, guys? How are we going to decide? Are we going to go with gold lead, time? We got to differentiate this. So Osiris, since you're the guest panelist, please decide on how we're going to decide who gets the prediction right here.
I want to go with... what's the choices again? Because I think
there's
if
gold.
We can go with kill counts.
Oh, let's go with kill counts then. Like kill difference.
Sure.
Okay.
Because I believe that Cerebrum play on a fast pace as well. This might be a really good play style for them to prove themselves if they can play on par with how high octane UDG play also, especially if Aranoyas is or Sayonara is going to open the Rengar and a Yumi combo.
I like how you read. Okay. Since this is going to be cumulative kills, what number do you have in your head? We're all going with 2-0, just to clear everything out. 2-0 everyone, right? All right.
Yep.
So, what is going to be the kill difference over 2 games for you, Osiris?
I'll go with 20.
20. Okay, 20. That's a good number. Auto lose, before we get to your pick, I know you're going to do a lot of math. We are going to look at one tweet here just to see.
I'm already, I already raised the white flag this week. You don't have to worry about me.
Oh my gosh. Tundra chiming in here. Our panel casters are so brave. I would like to see more panel consequences. Also, PH Pro teams. Timo pick when? I don't know, Tundra. We might see that soon.
Gia said playoffs, right?
Playoffs.
Playoffs.
Oh, wait. Let me change mine.
Oh, changing it up. Okay, touch move? No. Okay. No, 20.
15.
15. Okay. Really? I thought, okay. I was actually going to go with like 2025. Actually, I'll go with 25.
Okay, I'll stick with 20. I'll stick with 20. Okay.
What?
That's the last
This
one.
guy.
That's the last one.
That's
I'm
like
really
3.
sorry.
All right.
I'm really
okay.
sorry.
No, it's okay. All right, cool. 20. You're going with 20. I'm going with 25.
Yeah, that's the last one. That's the first answer anyway. So
yeah, okay,
let me man up and take that.
All right, cool.
Okay, I'll go with 18. I hate my life.
Auto lose. This could be a big win for you because if auto lose wins, that means
Then all of us.
everyone,
Yeah,
all of us are going to do the
everyone does that.
consequence,
Exactly.
which is opening the next show or opening up the cast with pulveron or crackers in our mouth. I hope you guys
While
would
doing
enjoy
some
that.
spins, yeah.
That's gonna be a lot. No drinking water, okay, for the first spiel.
But
Yes.
you're about to do it, right, Osiris? This coming Wednesday? Because you lost last time.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
PPGL.
yeah.
Cool.
Cool
Okay.
down.
Cool
Cool
down,
down, guys.
Guys,
And I
you're-
owe you on one TikTok challenge as well.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I'm in depth.
I keep on winning on PPGL cooldown, but here it's a different story. Oh
This
my
is
god.
WCS. This is my turf as one of the curse bearers. So
No, you
yeah.
passed it on, sir. You passed it on
Yeah,
auto lose.
that's why.
So now he's flexing. So guys, check out the PPGL cooldown on Wednesday. But also, we shall head on to our series number 4, our final series of the day. It's Cerebrum Wildrift versus Team Underground Casters. Let's go to you.
Welcome everyone to the WCS Philippines, the very last series of the day, and the last series of the week. I'm Infinity and this is Crazy Apple to finish this day off. And Crazy Apple, how are you feeling? You saw the first 2 games and now we're here for the very last one.
Yeah, the first 2 series of Infinity were just a lot of action. We even had a 3-game series as well earlier today. But let's focus our sights right now in the last series of the day, the last series of the week 3 of the WCS between Cerebrum, Wildrift, and UDG. And right now, even though I would want to say Cerebrum Wildrift is the clear underdog coming into this series, we have seen a couple of upsets today. So I think everything will be decided on the Rift.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about the constant upsets that we're seeing. Because I believe week 3 to be the week of the panel curse, the week of the upsets, the week of the toss-up. Like we've seen a Shyvana, we've seen a Cannon just a while ago, the NASA's being picked up. I mean, we've seen it in week 1, but it's a different story as Grindsky has picked it up for the very first time. So this week was really just a mess up when it comes to the standings, and I really, really like it because I think right now every single team can beat just about any team. So I really, really love it. We'll see how CE will perform though against the prior top 1 team or the current top 1 team, UDG. Up against this game number 1 as Fennel has lost a while ago. We'll see how will they perform. But we're now in the draft, Crazy Apple, with Garen being banned away and Kha'Zix to follow up.
Yeah, a couple of just the opening bans from CE and UDG, more of the the stronger picks, also the Yumi. But let's also set the stakes here right now for these teams, because UDG, yeah, as you mentioned, they were the former top team and they were overthrown by Fennel Adversity. But with Fennel Adversity's loss earlier to Grindsky, UDG can take that back today, away from Fennel, if they get a clean 2-0 against Cerebrum Wildrift. So it's gonna be this UDG wanting to have at least a win, because I believe they have lost in 2 series this week so far. So they really need to get off on a high note before heading to week 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're just speeding all throughout the bans here. We have Garen, Yumi, Lulu, and shoutouts to Kha'Zix, Gragas, and Set being banned away. And with all these champions being banned, you have the Nasus being locked in alongside with Lux and Rakan for CE, Riven and Galio for UDG.
A lot of comfort picks coming out right now from Cerebrum. The Rakan and the Lux do expect them to go to the bot lane, to Dragon lane in the hands of How and Floor, and the dog coming out right here for a second time today. Gonna be in the hands of Ivalice. He is the originator. He is the original player. Has played that here in the WCS, and we're gonna see this guy again here. But looking at the UDG picks as well as the Galio, Riven, and the Darius, so we're not gonna see high chance. Not gonna see the Nemesis duel between Renekton and Nasus, which we saw last week when this champion was being picked. So it's gonna be a different dynamic when we are gonna see the Nasus here between this game.
And this was really shocking for me, because I would have expected Camille and Gaio to be picked up by Underground, because it was left open and CE doesn't have this priority on the Camille as well. So UDG could pick that up, but now when they have Riven, when they have Darius, I don't think Camille would be a choice anymore, except if they want to go for a Camille jungle. But as of yet, we have a Zed ban and a Jax ban from UDG, and Corki being banned away by CE.
Yeah, and another marksman ban to follow up right there from CE, gonna be that Ashe, I think, one of the playmaking champions from Lara 1. Although I think champion it's still open is that Vayne? Yeah, right. Sorry, I blacked out there because I was thinking Lulu Vayne, Lulu Vayne, Vayne. Vayne is still open, and Ziggs right along with the Morgana here right now for UDG. And it's going to be interesting to see where these guys are going to go, because I think Morgana will most probably going to be in the hands of Lala 1 along with Galio there in the Dragon lane. So we will most probably be waiting on a mid lane pick coming from UDG. I do expect it might be an assassin still open for their side. But right now for Cerebrum though, looking to have another either a bruiser or an assassin as well in the hands of Pago. Maybe still the Lucian is still up in the open.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Morgana would go to Mitsuri instead, because Arctos has never used a Morgana as far as I've known. And Mitsuri has played this 2 times with 100% win rate from week 1 into week 3, day number 1. And Gaio being there, it's a nice option for them to have a bit of a mix-up into the dual lane with an AD champion, and Lucian fits perfectly.
Yeah, Lucian will be going to the hands of Mitsura right here. So we're going to see another Lucian versus Jace in the mid lane. We have seen that often today. Usually that matchup goes a bit towards Lucian because he is longer into that range matchup. But there has been a bit of a trial in terms of how to get Jace ahead. Sometimes he would come in from the brush with a melee stance to be able to get a bit of that AoE damage on the minion wave, be able to get that shove in first.
Yeah, I think instead of a Lucian mid, it's a Lucian Lara 1. They have played this before. Lara 1 has played Lucian 2 times as well, winning it 2 times in a row. So I believe Lucian to be in the bot lane along with Gaio, Mitsura going in with Morgana. But you're correct. You actually just baited me there. That was amazing. That was amazing.
You baited yourself, to be honest.
I was
there,
baiting
Infinity.
Yeah, because this is the first time that we're seeing Lara 1 play Morgana, as far as I know. And yeah, Arctos doesn't play Morgana as well. So really, this is the mix that they're doing for their lineup, which is really, really great to see the flexibility of these players.
Yeah, Morgana will mostly be slotted there in the Dragon lane to provide a safe lane. The thing is, the only way for CE to catch anyone at the bot side would start off either from the Grand Entrance or the Light Binding. Having a Black Shield would be very effective. How might be getting caught out here.
Yeah, taunt immediately onto How, using out the flash. Nice Summoner Spell burnt, but UDG is not going to go for the kill, but instead that summoner spell advantage is just so huge for UDG.
Yeah, the flash being burned on how Sayonara could go back to the bot side with the map to be able to capitalize on that. But because of that early action that UDG did, they have seated control of the mid lane right now. Pego will be spotting out Sayonara while he's starting out his red. This gives a lot of information right now towards the side of Cerebrum Wildrift. So that has been the trade here. A flash for information from Pego. Good heads-up play though, coming from CE to be able to capitalize on that situation. But as it stands now, let's go back to where it's all gonna be. It's gonna be the matchups between some of these members. A bit of a fight right here in the mid lane. Mitsura taking
Yeah,
this.
Pego, 1v1, Mitsura using up the flash. Nice summoner spell burned. It's a flash for the ignite.
Yeah, flash for the ignite. Two summoners burned for Mitsura, while only one for Pego. At least for Pego, that's a net positive. But again, another grand entrance.
Yeah, but just a bit of an aggression here at the bot lane. And I believe that ignite is something that
another one
supposed to be
no
used,
flash.
and now is really low. Light binding though connects onto the Morgana. How is still alive with 1 HP, and that will be the first blood for CE, taking it back from that aggression.
Yeah, but still another binding right here, another root. Still two members of CE here. Sayonara might be going for a flank against CE.
Yeah, and Sayonara is ready to go. No information for the side of Cerebrum. We'll see if Sayonara now shows himself or when the grand entrance. Nice deny with the engage.
Oh my god, the dragon lane of CE right today is just on fire, outplaying UDG. And as you mentioned earlier, we have not seen Larawan play the Morgana, and off screen we do see Mitsura falling down. And oh my god, this looks like Series 1 with Sunsparks getting a early lead against a team where they are the underdogs right now. CE having 2 quick kills early on, giving 1,000 gold advantage, giving a kill towards 2, I believe, some of their best, some of the carry players right now on CE would be Pego and How. CE is setting themselves up here to be able to get an upset win against UDG. But for that to happen, we have to look at where the items and where the objectives will be. Cloud Drake's gonna come up first for here in this game, and I for one think it should be very much prioritized by UDG because it allows them to go across this map a lot faster.
Justice Punch along with the taunt, followed up with the Morgana root. Gets an easy kill for UDG.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't expect that fight was gonna happen right there with Larawan hitting the binding. Good play right there from UDG, an answer from the place that CE has been benefiting a lot from. Also, the lane swap happening already for UDG for Larawan to be able to get a bit of that lane control in the mid lane.
Yeah, and here's the thing: Hal never carries late on this with Lux and Rakan. So more expectedly, Pego would be that hyper carry late game alongside with Ivalice. And I think they really just want these CCs to pour out for the side with Cerebrum Esports. And I'm really excited to see what will happen in the mid game here, especially with the objectives now coming up at 20 seconds. Paint me a picture here, Crazy Apple. What could we expect from both teams?
Right now, with How being the first one for the back, already has that Luden's Echo, CE should look to put themselves inside an objective to be able to control that, to catch anyone coming in for the light binding to hit easier for them. But at the same time, UDG, knowing that is the play, they have already started out the objective. They are going for this Cloud Drake, as we mentioned earlier. I think that is the objective that UDG needs to take. It's going to be very helpful for their team composition. It's also going to deter this Nasus from just chasing them down. So the trade right here looks to be Herald for the Drake, but Larawan might be fishing for a kill on the upside. Bot side though, a lot of members from UDG.
Yeah, Redemption is there to give extra damage from the side of CE onto UDG, and now Grand Entrance comes in.
Mid lane, also another fight there.
Yeah, Rift Herald spawned in mid lane as well. Locked so much damage from that early final spark, and Larawan is down to 1 HP, and they get the kill. Fiora just burns him.
Yeah. Okay.
With the Rift Herald, he got smashed.
Spot that, but wow.
Yeah. Like, I was thinking about it. I was like, what's going on here? How did Fiora get the kill? And remember, it was the Rift Herald available, like pushing against UDG. It was just so unexpected.
Great right there. You're able to spot that out. And yeah, Shelly being a bit bloodthirsty this game, Infinity, getting a swipe getting a kill for his jungler. But okay, let's take stock of where things are because it's just been a very off-tempo kind of game. None of these preparations that we usually see when they go for these ganks or they go to these fights. It has been very chaotic, very instinctual right now. And at this point, things are pretty even. 3-3 in kills. Cloud Drake is the objective advantage for UDG. And the Herald was picked up by CE, which was already used in the mid lane. So that mid lane is very much easier for CE to destroy at this point. Although Xiaomi might be looking for a fight here.
2v2, Baron lane. The knockoff is there onto Ivalice. Has used the flash already. No escape. UDG secures one. Now Zappy will follow up. It's the Nuction Guillotine already down. And Don doesn't have his ultimate. As Fiora will go down. No. UDG is stuck. But they have counter-attacked Floor. And that gets them the triple.
Yeah, and one guy we haven't been able to talk about this because a lot of things happen across this map is Dawn. Dawn is getting 2 ahead here, but another fight here.
Yeah, Hao is stuck in the middle of this UDG. Both teams from the dual lane coming in mid lane looking for that kill, and Hao will fall down.
Yeah, and I think we kind of jinx, I kind of jinx CE here, getting the 2-0 advantage early on now. Look at the kills. It's 4-7 in favor. Yeah, it just turned around, basically, Infinity. And one thing that I want to highlight is Dawn. Dawn has the face rush on the Darius, which enables him to chase down the Nasus when he gets the 3 hits, able to get that movement speed, but also still pushing the tempo
Orcross,
here.
2v1. Nice route from Lara. 1. Use the hero's entrance from Orcross defensively to escape. No kills for CE. And what they get is just a 4-man roam for both teams' bot sides.
And just some pressure right now being thrown by UDG. They know that they're stronger at this point, even with a bit of a man advantage at this point. 5 members from UDG here, only 3 members from CE.
Grand entrance from Floor. Goes in for the 2-man knockup. The quickness is there as well to disengage, but not going to be happening. And CE just loses their support. Alongside with the tower from UDG, they secure it. And Dawn just smashes in the front lines, getting those damage up and running. But Lucian will fall down alongside with Sayonara. And 2-for-1 for CE.
2-for-1. Good job right there from CE. They're still gonna go 2 with a push here in the bot side. Does it look like UDG will have anything to able to defend that? So good answer right there from Cerebrum, although they won't be picking up that turret yet. But it gives them a bit more space, more breathing room, because they were really falling behind earlier. And with at least some pressure being lifted off of them, they can now go back to looking at Ivalice and Xiaomi to be able to get back into this game, to be able to get to that late game point to carry the game as we head into the second set of objectives. Also mid lane though, looking for a fight.
Flora, grand entrance onto 1, followed up with the route. That is the counter engage from UDG from Morgana, and that is enough to put down Hao.
And a bit of a misposition right there from CE. I think they're positioning too far forward, and Underground has just been punishing them over and over again. Both objectives right now alive in the map. UDG going for the Herald.
Archos on the front lines. Disengaging onto Zappy. Nice zone. But Pego is not leaving anytime soon. Damages onto Mitsura. Immediately goes back, disengage into the mid lane.
Yeah, Dragon is being taken right now by Sayonara Infinity, and it looks like CE wants to go for the contest, although it's at 1000 HP.
Nivalis is ready to go. He's running, but too late to catch up. Floor, grand entrance onto Dawn. Proto Belt is in from Dawn to try and escape. The flash is there over the wall, but Flash as well. Coming in from Floor to try and catch Dawn, but Dawn is just escaping. The flash is going to be used. UDG has escaped with a mountain drag with no trades from CE.
Yeah, they escaped the heist right there on the Drake, not even getting any kills for the side of CE, but still because of the low health bars from UDG, CE can now take this Herald. And with all that said, 2 Drakes right now are on the side of UDG. For their composition, this is going to be very, very good because they need to deny a lot of these more late game scaling objectives that will be very effective on CE. But Flora here might be getting caught out.
But a grand entrance, easy escape over the wall.
Yeah, great escape right there from Floor. And I also want to highlight Floor here. Early on, he denied a lot of the engages in the bot lane with the grand entrance, denying Sayonara with a bit of these skills. So you can really see how good he is on this champion. And yeah, at this point in time, CE still looking for that scaling potential, because they need Xiaomi on the Fiora to get a bit more items. They need Ivalice to get a bit more items. We're also seeing a very different look of a Jace. Earlier today, we saw a Muramana Jace. Now it's looking to be maybe a Duskblade, maybe an Edge of Night. Not 100% sure yet on that straight. That there could also be a Yomu's Ghostblade, and I was about to say, yeah, he
Yeah.
just picked up the Yomu's Ghostblade right here. So a lot more movement speed that he wants here on this Jace, a lot more upfront damage that he wants to throw on the side of UDG. So we're gonna wait and see where they're gonna go from here, Infinity.
Yeah, and since we're on the same topic, I'm actually seeing something interesting. Fimbulwinter for Ivalice. And I want to ask you this question, Crazy Apple. Like, what do you think about this item? What is he going for?
But before that,
then, yeah, knock up from floor. Nice engage, but Arctos is too tanky. Use up the flash, go in for the Justice Punch alongside with the taunt. Arctos, nice CC chain. And now UDG has 4 CE to retreat. But there we go. Dawn is coming up, and Sayonara is there to respond. Hero's entrance zones away. CE, but not enough to save Pago and Floor's life. 2 for null.
That's not the ideal guy they want to go for when you go for a tower dive. Arthos on this Galio, even though he's a support, I believe he's gotten like 3 or 4 kills already. Yeah, has 4 kills. This guy is very, very tanky on this champion. Not the most ideal target you would want to, and they were punished as possible by UDG right there. But yeah, going back to your question, Infinity, in Fimbulwinter on the side of the for Ivalice, well, I do think it's just more of, hey, he can scale with his item, gets a bit more mana so that he won't run out later on when he needs to throw a lot of his abilities. And it's just a good defensive item as well, because with where things stands, he is the only real tank on his team. I mean, Archon can build a lot of tanky items, but this guy isn't going to be as tanky. So Ivalice will serve as a main tank of the team, and having a bit more of that scaling opportunity if they get this too late will, I think, very much benefit them.
All right. Tanky Ivalice for this game for Nasus, Fimbulwinter, and Frozen Heart alongside with the Gargoyle Enchant. Seems fair to what CE wants to do, but 20 seconds will remain for that Ocean Dragon and 30 seconds for the Baron Nashor. And when we're looking at everyone's position, especially CE, they're ready to fight for the Dragon's Pit.
Yeah, and 5 seconds from now, as you mentioned, Ocean Drake is gonna come up. At this point in time, Xiaomi has finished 2 items along with Sayonara. The Rev Herald has been summoned to the bot side. That outer tier turret is gonna be cracked open, and Xiaomi trying to get a bit of a trade here, and Sayonara trying to get a bit more damage with the fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, look at the culling. So much damage on the floor. Floor is retreated, forced back away. UDG just pushed them. Now Floor doesn't have flash.
Oh,
How doesn't
no,
have flash?
Xiaomi's all alone.
But nice pickup coming from UDG, going in for the flank. It's a surprise attack, and now Xiaomi has used the flash as well. Hero's entrance from the skies. It goes down, and now Hao is under the ground, 6 feet. And now Ivalice is now under the turret, but UDG doesn't care. If they're going in, they go for the 4th kill, and they get the mid lane turret.
Yeah, they're going for the Baron because they know that there's still 5 members. Only Pago is alive. No danger of the Drake being taken away from them at this point. Even Arthas right now just being a pain to Pago, not even gonna let him near this objective. But looks like they're going for a kill here.
But Pago is really going in for the space. Mitsura is there though, culling so much. When it comes to Shred and Pago, from that single skill, he's down 1 HP. If he stayed a bit longer, he's probably gonna be dead.
Right. He would have definitely been a freebie for UDG, and also the delayed ace for them. But yeah, just wanted to also talk about what was the mindset there of CE, why they were pinched right there and trying to take a fight against UDG, because objectives were going to come up. They wanted to get a bit of an advantage, wanted to get a pick off. The thing was, they weren't grouped together. The strength of CE usually is them being grouped together, doing up front to back, where Ivalice leads the way for them. Floor going for these huge CC AoEs, while Hao just is able to free hit with his abilities. Didn't happen. UDG was all over the members of CE, was able to reach Hao immediately, and now with this Baron buff, UDG is shoving both the mid lane and the bot lane.
Yeah, because they have so much gold. They are now at an 8k gold lead, so much confidence built into themselves. But look at Mitsura on top side. He is going for the 1v2.
Oh.
They are in danger. Pago is coming up. They're running, but Mitsura can't hide. He's dead. But bot lane is open. UDG has opened up the Nexus, and now it's done. going in for the flank. Apprehend onto 2, followed up by the hero's entrance, but not gonna pull through with an all in here. The mid lane will be the next target, but Floor will come in for the counter engage. Gets that knock up onto Lara 1, and now he's dead. This is a 3v5. UDG is holding on. That Noxian Guillotine will not secure the kill, but nevertheless, that bleed will do, and Ivalice will fall down. Sayonara is very low. That's a triple for CE. That's the cost of 4 lives from Cerebrum.
Yeah, and right now C is still trying to hold on. Dawn is very low. They might just look for the kill. If they are able to reach Hao here and pick him up, they could very well end the game. But because the initial taunt from Orthos didn't hit, they just chose the back away. Still though, 2 inhibitor turrets now are down for CE. 2 lanes of super minions are gonna come in. It's gonna be a very hard defense for them at this point. This whole trend of the game going heavily towards the favor of UDG started out with that Ocean Drake contest. Ocean Drake is still up here, Infinity, because they have shifted their focus already. They have gone from the fight to the Baron to the base of CE, and you know, at this point in time, UDG, they can just ignore the Drake if they want to, but it looks like Mitsura will be trying to solo that objective, I think.
Yeah, but here's the general consensus. If CE goes for the Ocean Dragon, look at Dawn, look at Lara 1. They're pushing top lane. So, if CE goes for the contest, that would open up top lane, and that means the Nexus base will be bare, and it will be open in every single lane. So they have to leave it open.
Right, and that they did. They left it open, but right now UDG only has 2 members here. If CE can get a clean pickup, and it doesn't look like UDG will have any of that. The Rylai's alongside the Ludens and Deathcap right now from Larawan stop any chance of an engage from Zalpi. And this becomes a problem right now for the side of CE because their composition is good at being inside an objective and taking fights, turning around to UDG with the catches from House Light Binding. But since they can't do that, UDG is in full control of this game. It's so hard at this point for me to see a way for CE to get back into this game, and UDG looking for a
Zalpi rooted. UDG nice, going for it, and now Zalpi, if he dies, no jungler for CE. The Baron Asher is going to be free, and CE is following up. The answer is fun, but UDG gets a kill onto Hao. So this is a 3v5, and they're going onto the base. The turret is there, but the damage will be minute, and UDG has bared open the Nexus, has eviscerated the members of CE, and now UDG has smashed the members of Cerebrum Esports.
Yeah, and Infinity, this is just that was just what UDG was looking for. They wanted to get a pick. They got so deep into the base of CE. They wanted to go for these kills, but right now it looks like UDG is gonna go back all business. Gonna go to the Baron, pick that up, go for the end siege to CE, and Pego being very desperate here.
Yeah, Pego a lot of damage, but Mitsura is at 1 HP, and that CC from Orcus saves Mitsura's life. But that final spark, clutch.
Yeah, clutch. At this point in time, if you're CE, you take anything that you can. But I think this is the first time that I would want to say, if I was CE at this point of the game, I'm thinking about Game 2 at this point. It's so hard for them to get back into this game. If I'm the coaching staff, I'm thinking, hey, what do we do? What do we adjust to? What do we need to do coming to Game 2? Ivalice on that. Nasus has been one of their one of the picks that they have chosen early on in the WCS. It's still very. I think it's okay, but they could have probably gone for a different pick, maybe in the pick and ban phase. But before talking about that, UDG wants to end this game.
Look at Sayonara though. He's going in for the flank. He's going in for the Nexus. 2k HP remaining. Look at the minions. They're going in. Minions for UDG as they take game 1 away from CE.
Yeah, and congratulations to UDG. That was a victory that they needed. Infinity, we started off this cast talking about how this could be an upset win for CE, and didn't happen. But still, Team Underground haven't won the series yet this week. They have started on that road now with the first win here of the series, and Team Underground still is one of the favorites in this tournament, to be very frank about that. And that is a victory that we very much expected. Although in terms of the early game, I would say that CE had a couple of good picks early on. It's just that Team Underground was just able to turn the tides around pretty fast.
Yeah. And it's basically more to lose for UDG if ever they lose the series, right? Because if they lose the series, and then we're going to see a three-way tie of the top one spot between Team UDG, Fennel University, and Grindsky Esports. So if Team UDG, though, wins this whole series, they're going to be the top one, followed up by Fennel and Grindsky.
Yeah, and that's good. At least for me, if I was at UDG, that would feel great because they started off this tournament with looking to be the unbeatable Kings. Then Fennel was able to take them down a series, and they also suffered another loss. And right now, it's just a picked-up game right here for me for UDG. They really need to show themselves and the league that they're still one of the top teams, and they did show it here. They showed a bit more discipline. They showed a bit more the usual plays that they do. They have Lara 1, they have Ortho starting things out with Sayonara being one of their secondary carries. But I think one player that is still very much under the radar and underrated here in the WCS is Dawn. Dawn has been a very stable player for the side of UDG. Whenever some of the lanes, some of the members weren't as producing in terms of what people expect from them, Dawn is the one who carries the slack for the team, and he ended this game on a legendary streak. I believe he didn't die on the Darius, and I know one of the strategies that some teams have allotted for is ban out or take away Dawn's champions, and CE might just be, thinking about that again coming to game 2.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can remove Dawn's champion. He has Garen, Renekton, Darius, Camille, Jace. All of these selections, and there are only 5 bans, and these are 6 champions.
Right. In a way, but I think some of his most staple picks lately have been the Garen, have been the Darius, have been the Set. We have seen the Garen and the Darius ban, and the Set being picked, or vice versa. Could be something we see later on. But yeah, Dawn still, I believe, is the player of the game on that Darius. He just I feel carried the load of his team, provided enough pressure on the map for CE to have a hard time. And Ivalice, it's hard being a Nasus, and the Darius is ahead, especially when the Darius was on that face rush.
Yeah, and it was Sayonara as well supporting that top lane, right? When we were looking at that early game a while ago from the highlights, it was Dawn getting kills onto Ivalice, pushing him back. And when you're talking about a Nasus, you need stacks, you need CS. And if you're playing against a Darius, when it comes to the early game with an Apprehend and the Spinning Axe, you just can't go near, or else you're just gonna get damage.
Yeah, and honestly, Infinity, could have just a bit candid. When you said Spinning Axe, I had to think about, that's the name of the ability, but it just sounded so so casual, so candid. Spinning Axe on the Darius. But yeah, great job right there for Dawn and for Team Underground. This is indeed, I believe, a pick-me-up series for them. And I'm looking forward to Game 2. What will be the adjustments from CE? But at the same time, Team Underground also needs to get this 2-0 because I feel it may not be as crucial for them as it is crucial in terms of the standings for CE. But this is something that they need to get off on a high note here in Week 3.
Yeah, it's already a match point for UDG, and CE is now 1 game away. If UDG takes this, will lose their series. Now we'll see how they would adjust for game number 2. I'm Infinity and this is Crazy Apple. We're going to take a short break, but after this short break, it's going to be game number 2 of the series.
Stop and refocus. Get a clearer perspective. See things from different angles. Power up and set your eyes on the prize. It's time to step up and rise to the challenge with the Redmi Note 11.
Welcome back, everyone, to WCS Philippines. It's the same casters. I'm Infinity, and this is Crazy Apple with me. We're now in match point for UDG to take one more game away to win the whole series.
Yeah, and at this point, CE needs to make a bit of an adjustment. They were given a lot of their comfort champions as well, especially in the Dragon lane on Hao and Floor. And to be honest with you, Infinity, I felt that at least in the first 2 to 3 levels, Hao and Floor looked to be in control of that lane. They were outplaying Larawan. There was a moment there where I think Larawan played a bit too conservative. If he flashed and auto attacked Floor, they could have gotten the kill cleanly, but instead the first blood was given to the side of CE. And those small things shows to me, as you mentioned, Larawan is not that hasn't really played the Morgana. And I know in an interview, in an interview, Larawan mentioned that he plays whatever the team needs. But sometimes if you're a bit too giving, a bit too flexible, it comes at a cost to yourself as well. And I think that's what we saw right there with Larawan.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. I mean, you have just a champion pool, right? There are a lot of champions that all these teams knows how to use and readily available. But the thing is, what is your active practice champion pool? You can't be the master of every single champion in the Rift. That's impossible. So what is your main champion? What is the comfortable champion that you're able to use in the Rift? And I think that it is important to take note as well coming into these games, these series, especially that we're moving on onto the round robin, to be very, very important. So we'll see how that would change. We'll see Ian change the Ivalice Nasus and go back into the Lulu top lane. We've seen it be successful, and yes, it had failed yesterday, but it had seen some light of day. So these are the things that I'm really, really curious of. And I know, Crazy Apple, you have something in mind that could potentially be changed for the side of Cerebrum Esports to try and match up the pace of FLA, or not FLA, but UDG rather.
Yeah, I think for Cerebrum, the thing is, we really haven't highlighted this guy as much, but Zaupi is one of their main carries, as well as, I believe, Hao has been doing a great job as well in his own right. It's just that he's not playing a lot of these scaling champions in the end. And I think CE needs to prioritize him in the pick order, in the pick and ban, because I think picking the Lux and the Rakan early, both of these champions not really a big priority in the current state of the meta. So one of these more AP champions are usually being left out in the pick and ban phase. So not prioritizing that, but instead prioritizing more of these flex picks. So to allow the enemy team to think more about, hey, what is Zaupi gonna go for? Is he gonna go for his Kha'Zix? Is he gonna go for the Riven? Is he gonna go for the Jax? And these kinds of priorities in the pick and ban enables some of these players to be able to play to their full potential. As you mentioned earlier, that Lulu pick, I think, is a smart idea. In some cases, I'm not saying here coming to game 2. The thing is, Lulu right now is usually seen in the support position with a Vayne.
With Vayne,
but
right?
Yeah, but Bambi on Grindsky has been playing that in the mid lane, while Ivalice has shown that he's playing it in the Baron lane, in the top lane. And these kinds of flex picks that are unique to your team are something that is, I think, a pretty good arsenal coming into pick and bans.
And I'm just waiting for a Lulu jungle. That's the only part of the map that Lulu hasn't touched yet. And we've seen Lulu top, Lulu mid, Lulu bot lane. So I guess jungle is the only one missing for that Lulu champion. But now going back to what we have discussed a bit a while ago, I think, I do agree with what you're saying, that I think Cerebrum Esports can go into the roots of picking up more flexible champions, or rather the priority meta champions that has a really, really great win rate so far in the Rift. And now just going back into what we've talked about prior to game number 2, about the active practice champion pool, the comfortable champions, and just a quick trivia, that Hao has Lux picked 9 times from victory day 1 back into week 1, and Floor with Rakan 9 times as well. So I think what they really do here is they're really comfortable, and what they do is they have that practice onto a Lux Rakan. So that is maybe their mindset building up onto Cerebrum Esports, and maybe what you're talking about, maybe change that mindset, right? Maybe change the whole order of what they're going for, and that is just the mystery at the moment for Cerebrum Esports on what they could do up against UDG, the current top one of this tournament.
I mean, in that sense, it could be something like how Grindsky did it earlier today. They suddenly showed the NASAs and then showed a Shyvana.
Yeah, surprise.
Surprise. It really put Fennel Adversity in the loop. And the thing is, if you're showing that kind of very not in the meta, very very different kind of pick, unique pick that we don't really see, it needs to have a backup plan in mind. Also has a whole game plan around it. And we saw Grindsky how they were able to pull that off, even though Fennel Adversity had a lot of these champions that kind of countered the opposition. Since it was in practice, since it wasn't in the game plan that they are used to, they weren't able to execute on it properly. And the point I'm leading into this is, as you mentioned, CE maybe trying to put themselves out of their comfort zone from the Lux and the Rakan. I think the only way you do that is if there is a practice champion game plan behind it. As we've seen so far, based on my own assessment of Cerebrum so far, is that Ivalis is the only guy who has been very creative with his picks, even with his item builds, because the past NASAs of him playing that, we didn't see the same build. It wasn't Fimbulwinter, it wasn't Frozen Heart, it was Triforce, and it was Triforce Deadman's and damage, right? And this was so different that I think sometimes when you're being too different, you're being too creative, it lets go of efficiency, and without efficiency, it's really hard to win games.
Efficiency being the talk around the town for this game and for this team. And I'm actually wondering what would happen if UDG all of a sudden bans Lux, bans Morgana, and bans Ziggs. Like a target ban onto the bot lane, dual lane for How. That's gonna be spicy if ever that happens. But now we're seeing the draft for game number 2 here, and Crazy Apple, talk me through what's going to be the expectations here for this game 2.
I hope we're gonna get a bit of a fast pick and bans as well here, Infinity, because I think we have stretched long enough. Oops, it went away and it's back again. Okay, I got a bit nervous right there, Infinity. I thought we were gonna stretch out a bit more, but yeah, expectations on the picks and bans. I do think CE will probably go for the same bans they did earlier, although I think Galio is a bit different here. My memory kind of betraying me at this point, but yeah, I think it's gonna be a very similar for CE, because a lot of the adjustments from the bans could come from UDG specifically, because I think UDG has been limit testing themselves a bit. And yes, this is a pick-me-up game. This is a series where they want to close out the week strong, but at the same time, they have shown a tendency to show more compositions that are very weird, or combinations that could be something that they could add into their arsenal come playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. But now we have the Galio Camille. This is the champion duo that we keep on talking about throughout the week number 3. That's obnoxious. And then with that out of the way, this leaves the selection of bans. Jace, Vayne, Lulu, Morgana. These are the champions that is really, really strong. And now CE has banned Vayne away, because expectedly, you're on the blue side. If you don't ban Vayne, it could be the Vayne Lulu coming through for the first 2 picks of red side.
Yeah, and immediately taking that out, it takes away an option for UDG on Larawan. Larawan has shown that even without the Lulu, he still will have a propensity to pick the Vayne. So taking that away is a smart choice. UDG with the last ban on that set leaves Dawn with some of his more staple picks like the Garen and the Darius. So we'll see here what's going to be the first pick from CE. And as we were talking about earlier, Lulu is going to be the pick. Lulu probably on Ivals, but still, you never know. It might be Fleur also manning that champion.
Yeah, and once CE goes with Lulu, expect the Jax. This is what their constant composition is going for, except if they change things up for UDG specifically. Because this is what they've done in the past. When they're going Lulu top lane, they have Jax readily available in top side to support Jax whenever it comes through. But Jace is left open because CE has that priority on the Lulu. And now it is locked in by UDG alongside with a Yumi.
Yeah, Yumi pick right here. The Meow could be the Meow Meow connection for UDG since Rengar is still open. Could be something that they want to throw out here against Cerebrum. And I think it's also a good deny because it could very well be pick up with a double support if they are gonna go through with the Jax pick from Zaupi right here that we're waiting. What's gonna be the pick from CE? I do think they should be able to lock in at least one of the carries that Zaupi would be using in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Rengar is available, Garen is available. Those are the things that UDG can pick up. That's really strong regardless. And there we go. The expectations of having a Lulu top lane is paired up with a Jax jungle. So this is already set. We might expect this to be Ivalice going for the Lulu once more, and Lucian being locked in by CE for their third pick.
And I think when we started this cast for game 2, we iterated that CE should not focus on How and Flur's picks. They should focus more in the top and the jungle picks, and that's what they very much did. Ivalice could still be picking this Lulu, could still be a flex to anyone right now here in CE, and also picking up that Lucian. I do like the Lucian pick. Usually we see Lucian lately in the mid lane, and having that in the hands of Pago could give some more control there over the mid lane to allow this Jax to just farm his jungle to be able to get those items to be able to carry into the late game.
Yeah, and what UDG can do here is to ban away Lux, yes, of course, one of the staple champions of How, and also support pool. Ban away Rakan, one of the most picks of Floor in this game, but instead going in for the Morgana, because we all know Morgana Thresh is also one of the staple practice dual bot lane for CE for the past 2 weeks. So banning those away, huge respect that UDG is putting onto How and Floor.
Right, and without the Morgana, it's not going to be as effective, but still the Thresh is still open. CE could very well pick that in the bot side. And the thing with pick comps when you have the Thresh, when you're able to hook in the guy that Yumi's on, you can get a 2-for-1. And it could very well be something that they're looking at. But I do love the pick here from UDG, denying another AP option for CE, taking away the Ziggs, providing them a bit more of that poke and also wave clear for UDG. I think the only AP champion might be open for CE for the taking might be an Orianna.
Could potentially be, but we'll see what would the last big pick be for CE, because this is a really curious thing. If you have Lulu top lane, you have Leona in the same draft, you have Lucian coming through, and I'm expecting a Bruiser potentially to come into the side of CE. But there are just so minute of champion pool left for the Bruiser category. So I'm really curious
Brand.
here. But instead of that being a Bruiser, it's Brand instead. Any reason behind this, Crazy Apple?
To be honest, I did forget about the Brand. Brand has been one of those champions we have been seeing in the Dragon Lane when a lot of the AP champions have been banned or picked away. Brand is again going for comfort here for How, and
Action.
a bit of a spicy pick right here coming from UDG Action. And earlier on, I was saying that UDG might be limit testing. It looks like they're limit testing. They don't have any tanks on their team. It's all gonna be just damage coming out from UDG.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really going to be scary here. And expectations is Lara 1 going for the Ziggs action mid, Yumi going bot lane, Kha'Zix jungle. Oh wait. Now where does Jace would go? Is it top lane?
Could be undone.
To match up with the range of Lulu?
Yeah, I think I heard someone say that Dawn's Jace is very underrated. I think it was in the PPGL watch party. And thank you to whoever said that. I did forget. Sorry. But yeah, Dawn would most likely be the one piloting that championcy. It's going to be Dawn against that Lulu. And the thing is, you pick Lulu at the top lane because she's range. She's very annoying. She has a slow. She deals a lot of damage even though she's a support. So it makes it hard if you're a melee champion on the top side. And we see a lot of melee champions on the top side like Darius, Garen, Seth. And having this Jace right now there would give at least lane parity for the side of UDG at the top side. Also gives them a lot of damage there. Can be something they can exploit if they get a good gap coming from Sayonara.
Yeah, and now we'll see what will be the result of these changes from CE for game number 2, as we are now match point in favor for Team Underground.
Yeah, match point for Team Underground. This could very well be a good pick-me-up game here, because one more layer into a good pick-me-up game is when you're playing a team composition that you don't usually get to play, more of a for fun kind of composition. You're gonna get a lot higher morale boost right there, and the level 2 duel being taken by Mitsura.
Yeah, but to 1v1, Mitsura is going for huge pressure with the Ignite. Not gonna be enough to burn out though. CE. So good trade when it comes to the summoner spells, because it's Flash Ignite traded for the Ignite mid lane individual matchup.
Yeah, and additionally to that point, it also gives Mitsura now more gold, more XP. He's gonna hit level 3 earlier because he's able to shove the wave and get a good back. He might also be able to pick up an additional item to give him a bit more strength there in the lane. Although I don't think he will be going for any of that, but still, having a bit of that advantage right now in the mid lane is a good sign for Mitsura on that action. He did pick up the Phage.
Yeah, so expectedly maybe a Trinity Force Mitsura for the first item, as this would be a great Phage to build onto, but there are a lot of options left if ever he wants to go for another route. But for now, it might just be the 1-for-1 for the Risk Cutler, CE going for bot side, and Kha'Zix going for top side.
Yeah, and I want to highlight Kha'Zix as well. We usually see Kha'Zix on either a Conqueror. Now he has a Face Rush. So if Sayonara will get to pick you off, he will be able to just chase you down and ensure the kill for his team. So it's gonna be very tricky when you're gonna see the huge flying insect running at you.
Yeah.
And right now, we're getting to the 2-minute mark. We're not seeing any kills yet. We're not seeing any ganks. So we can take stock of what could happen come into the objective takes for the Herald and the Mountain Drake that's gonna come up. Honestly, I think in terms of early game strength, it's on UDG. They have the Jace, they have the Akshot, they even have the bombs coming from the Ziggs, which will really enable them to throw a lot of damage at CE as they come into these objective contests. Although CE has a bit of their own win conditions coming into the objective takes that is coming from How on the Brand can also deal a lot of damage early on if he's able to throw his abilities. But the tricky thing here for CE is the prerequisite for Brand is they need UDG to be stuck together. And with the team composition UDG has, I don't think they will be sticking together for too long.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to be really, really dangerous. And instead of the Triforce, it is the Black Cleaver. So Action wants to go for that route, go for the Shred on the armor of CE. So that Leona is going to have a hard time later on. And we've known how Mitsura played this in the past. And not up against Brand and Lucian in the opposing team, but on Akali. But he was able to build onto the Wit's End and then into Maw to get that magic resist. And especially when you're fighting against Hal with the Brand, those burns are gonna melt you. So this is a possibility on how Mitsura could play this item-wise for this game.
Yeah, it could very well be what he's gonna go for, like the Wits and the Malmortius to really dodge a lot of damage. But I think also a lot of damage is gonna come from CE is gonna be on Zalpi and Pago. So it's gonna be very tricky for him in that regard. Black Cleaver has been shown to be the go-to item if a team wants to prioritize early fights, especially on these objective takes. So it could very well be the thinking right now for Mitsura. But since the Drake is about to come up here, Mountain Drake is in position for UDG. It looks like CE is pinging it, wanting to go for the contest.
Yeah, and Fleur jumps in. Leona, that Xander Blade is not going to hook. UDG is going through. Mega Inferno Bomb. It is going to be UDG. Secure net, Mountain Dragon. And Fleur is very low. Mitsura getting that kill. First blood for UDG. And it's Sayonara traded with a 1-for-1. But the fight's not going to be over. It's Orcross trying to retreat. Zalpi going for the flash. Gets the kill. But Dawn comes in to the rescue. Responds. Gets the kill to trade onto Zalpi. But Dawn with a follow-up for CE. Also dies a 3-for-1. Favor for CE.
Yeah, 3-for-1 in favor for CE. Dragon has been secured by UDG. That is the objective they were looking for. So in that regard, they are successful. But still giving away 3 kills towards Ivalice. 2 of them has been given to him. And I'm laughing because it's the Lulu. Hopefully, it would have been better if they got it on the Jax. But looking at the replay right here, it all started off great play right there from UDG using both Mega Inferno Bomb and the Smite to make sure that objective goes their way. But still, because of them throwing a lot of their ultimates, CE was just able to chase them farther and farther into that fight. But Rift Herald, though, another fight.
Yeah, let me just jump onto the Rift Herald pit, but it's Xiaomi dying from the hands of UDG, but the trade is going to be there. The jungle and jungle has been slayed, and Artras will be the one being followed up by CE. That will be the 2-4-1. 5 kills already for Cerebrum.
Yeah, 5 kills for Cerebrum. Getting stunned right here is Mitsura.
Yeah, Mitsura getting melted with that culling. A lot of damage coming through, and he's just gonna walk away. He should. Just too much damage.
Yeah, he really should just walk away from that, even though he does see the villain procs on their heads, the icons for Mitsura. But yeah, let's take stock of where things are at this point, because there have been 2 fights. Herald did go to the side of UDG, and it's already on the hands of Dawn. Just thinking about it, where the kills have gone to the side of CE. All Xiaomi got were a couple of assists. He already has that Triforce on that Jax. Would have been great if he got a lot more of those kills though, but UDG looking at this bot lane turret at the moment.
Yeah, they want to trade a turret for turret. UDG going on bot lane, and CE going on top lane, but UDG secures the tower for his blood. More gold injection for the side of Team Underground, and despite that pressure from CE top lane, they didn't get that tower trade.
Yeah, they couldn't get it yet. Action is there. Mitsura is very strong right now. Can 2v1 essentially with the help of the tower to defend. So CE can't really do much about it. But great heads up play though. UDG going for the jump. Sayonara not being able to follow up with the final chapter from Orthros. But yeah, let's go back on where we are with the items. We do see here Dawn being a bit more defensive. He has the Edge of Night because he knows if he is in the side lane being left there, as the usual thing that UDG does, they just really leave Dawn alone in the side lane. He needs a bit more defense. He needs a way to get out when singular CC gets thrown at him. And what are the singular CCs we could see when he gets picked? It's going to be the Solar Flare coming from floor. So great pickup right there. Makes him a bit more safer in the lane. And he can also transition to maybe getting a Black Cleaver as his second item on this Jace. It's giving him a bit more protection. At least he won't be needing a lot more ganks from his team.
Yeah, and the goal lead is actually very, very close, right? If you're looking at UDG, they have 1k goal lead in 7 minutes. And so far, there has only been 8 kills, but that will change on the top lane as CE goes in for top onto Mitsura, and Mitsura jumps under turret, sacrifices himself, buying some time, but an extra kill for CE.
Now, good kill right there from CE, getting one more on the board before we see the Infernal Drake, which is going to come up in 10 seconds. This is going to be a bit of an off timing for Mitsura because he needs to run to this objective if CE chooses to start this early. That's why UDG right now, if you look at the map, is running already towards this objective.
Yeah, now they're starting on the Infernal Dragon, but floor is pinned. He goes in with a Senate Blade, one down for CE. The Mega Inferno Bomb might just follow up. Its Ival is very, very low. Takes his entrance force along with a barrier. Flash over the wall to safety. And now it's done. Catching up. Not gonna pull through. Ultimate from Mitsura going through. But Tego has been damaged. He has been killed. 2 already down. For the side of CE, no trade. And UDG has the dominance onto the Dragon's Pit.
Yeah, they have full control over this area right now. UDG will be getting a free Infernal Drake with even a kill going to their side. And just a great series of plays right there from UDG, able to catch Floor as he was trying to take control over the area immediately, bursting him down, leaving at least one more member away from CE. And now it looks like the Herald might be on the plate for UDG.
Yeah, and I mean, Jax went in for the Mercrets, immediately uses it when it came up, because they want to catch up onto the Rift Herald, get the trade once again, 1-for-1 if ever it could happen, because UDG is just too powerful if they take this once again. And Sayonara in the front lines gaining those damage onto Pago, and Pago will just get melted. Score is very low, How is very low. Now the Lost Chapter is there to zone away CE, and now that will be an extra kill. Triple already for UDG. Zappy is running away. Sayonara is trying to catch up, flashes over the wall. He's gonna be safe, but a Rift Herald is not safe for UDG.
And if we break down that fight right there, Infinity, it all started with a mistake being capitalized on by UDG. I think in the Banana Bush, Pego wanted to go with his team when Zalpi jumped in. He went for a dash, not thinking that Sayonara was already at that brush, so he was able to get a clean isolation damage on him, immediately chunking him down, and UDG was able to pick him off even before the fight fully started. And UDG is really dangerous when they're in this kind of position, because they have been a team, they have shown to be a team to really capitalize on small mistakes that your team has done. And unfortunately, really, for CE, that was where they got caught out on. But right now, the answer though from CE, knowing that the backs from UDG has just come in, it looks like they can pick up a turret here in the bot side.
Yeah, that is what they need. They need turrets, they need gold. Now CE has gotten that for Zalpi, Pego, Fleur, and also How. But the 5k gold difference is still just too much for CE to come back from. They need more turrets than just one. And now UDG has the control over the whole map. And now, Crazy Apple, what do you think has to change here for Cerebrum Esports up against UDG for game number 2?
At this point, they need to be more proactive in their plays. They need to find an opening against UDG. They need to catch out Sayonara with Orthos, because it looks like he has been the guy to be very far forward looking for these fights. And they're able to catch him on the ward with Floor, with Pego, and Zalpi there. They could very well just kill him outright with a lot of CC layered on top of it. And that's going to allow their carries to get a bit more items, to get a bit more damage, to be able to face the members of UDG. But I doubt that UDG is going to allow that based on where CE is at the moment.
Yeah, Mega Inferno Bomb to clear the wave. It has been secured the way CE. This is what we're talking about. But when we're looking at UDG, turret trade. And that is a tier 2 for tier 3. So more value for UDG.
Yeah, that's not a fair trade right there for CE. But at this point in time, you take what you can. And getting a bit more gold for your team is enough. Fortunately, the Zenith Blade did not connect on Sayonara right there. That could have been a good pickup for CE. Sayonara still being a very big pain here for the side of CE. But at this point in time, UDG knows how ahead they are. They are 7,000 gold in the lead. A lot of that gold right now, if you look at the items, a lot of that is on Dawn and Sayonara. So really, these two players will be key for UDG to just keep on putting the pressure on CE.
Yeah, and CE has information that Sayonara is stealing the blue buff, but not gonna be that quickly, because Sayonara just got the blue buff in a couple of seconds and it's gone. And now, the Ocean Dragon and the Baron Nashville will come up at 15 seconds here. Paint me a picture of what will happen here, Crazy Apple.
UDG will... Oh my god, Pego. Okay, Flash Bird. No flash for Lucian coming into the objective take. UDG will bait out here. UDG into a fight.
Zenith Blade, but Stasis Enchant immediately by Mitsura. And now Sayonara looking into the back lanes, going in for the flank. Lost Chapter is there, going for the root. Stasis Enchant to buy some time. That is going to be engaged from UDG, being successful as How is down. Floor will follow through, and Zalpi has fallen out of this game as well. And Ivalus won't be the only one left. Rift Herald is there. This is it. The end gaming push. UDG is going for the inhib turret. Ziggs is there as well. The inhib has fallen. The Rift Herald might push into the Nexus. It falls though, but UDG is still alive for every single member, and Ivalus is very low. Sayonara jumps through into the back end of that Nexus, and UDG has beaten CE with a clean 2-0 sweep.
That was too quick, Infinity, but we did call that UDG wanted to fight, wanted to bait in CE in that last Dragon, in the third Drake of the game. It didn't pan out as I thought it would be at first, where CE would be the one running into the objective as it was started. Instead, it was Floor starting out the fight, seeing Dawn, trying to catch him out. But unfortunately, there were a lot of members of Team Underground behind him, being able to help him out at the start of that fight, and it just went sideways for CE because CE has a composition that needs to go to the late game. They have Zalpi to rely a lot of the damage on, and also the Lucian, so they really need to get a bit more items to be able to just throw it onto UDG. Well, at that point, UDG already had all of the damage that they needed to take down the members of CE.
And this officially places Team Underground back to the top 1 spot here. Crazy Apple, an important keynote, the stakes that was on the line for the series.
Right, and as we were talking about as well, this is more of a pickup game for UDG. They really need to get this win because it at least getting that one win off on the high note here in week 3. This team has shown that they are very creative. They know they have a lot of champions that they can pick out. Mitsur again showing us his action, and I can't believe how he just keeps bouncing around on this champion, just keeps on using the rope, the hook shot, basically on this champion, being able to gauge distances very, very well. And yeah, I think as well with how the fights have gone for UDG is where UDG is the deadliest. The thing is, UDG is a team that is really good at controlled chaos. They're very chaotic at where they're positioned. They like chasing you around, but they know the objectives that they need to do. They need to check, like this checklist, how to just run you through in a fight, even though how chaotic it may be, and just really play to their strengths here in Game 2.
Yeah, and player of the game, Lara1, the not mid laner, a mid lane champion, but it's the bot lane of Team UDG with that Ziggs with 17k damage.
Yeah, and I think this adds another complexity into the Lara1 biopic, the Lara1 script. He has, as we established, he plays champions that his team needs. And at that point in time, they were going for the Akshan pick. They had the Jace pick. They really needed a magic damage dealer. A lot of the magic damage already taken away, but since they were on the red side, they were able to first priority pick on the second phase this Ziggs, which allowed them to have more damage, more balance in the damage for their team. And just really, Lara1 is a really good role player for the team. When he's enabled, he's also a really good carry for the team. So just is a really deserved player of the game for Lara1.
Yeah, he placed a lot of key Mega Inferno bombs to carry the waves, a lot of damage, 17k, and yes, this might seem minute, but given the amount of time duration for that second game, very, very quickly, I think that is just really, really high based from that time duration from that match. So absolutely amazing play there from Lara1 and Crazy Apple. That was an amazing series, the last series of the day and for the week.
Yeah, really great series. I love watching all these teams. It has been a bit of an upset for some, but this series has delivered as well for the panel. At least they have something on the points, but I'm not sure in terms of how they're gonna break this tie. We're gonna see later on how the panel will pan out.
Absolutely. Standings have changed here today for week number 3. Grindsky, Fennel versus Team UDG. Now with the top 1, top 2 spot of this tournament. I'm Infinity and this is Crazy Apple. And alongside with all the casters in the Shoutcasters desk, shoutouts to Riku for saying good night for everyone for now. But don't go away too quickly because when we come back after this short break, it's a panel discussing what happened in that series.
as the sun went down. Now my search is over, over, over. Wherever it takes me, my world will be complete. 'Cause I've been going crazy, but now I've landed on my feet. That's how I found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Found my lucky star. Right here in the shadows. Right here in the shadows. In the shadows. Right here in the shadows. Running wild out of my mind. Hold my breath, 'cause I'm ready to make it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to WCSPH. We just finished our series number 4, and it is Underground got a 2-0. Actually, I was kind of stuttering there because I wanted to say, Osiris, your curse has been lifted. You got 2 out of 3 predictions correct, and I know you have some words at the expense of Autolus. You want to break things down, how Underground is able to get, I think, 21 kill difference here.
Yeah, I mean, they just played their game. I mean, 2-0 is 20, which is my number. Yeah, right, Autolus. You get to have your revenge on Wednesday. It's a PPGL cooldown, but for now, want to touch this, that they were able to just play it at their own style. At first, it feels like Cerebrum is getting those answers, those skills, but the same as how Underground on their textbook, that they just play on the power spike. They didn't do anything cheesy, to be honest. So it was just them going back to their form, and Cerebrum, I think it's more like Cerebrum is trying to step up right now, and they were able to snag some wins and kills that really prove that they can still play good.
Yeah, if there's like if there's a thresh for rocks, I feel that champion is Yumi or the Galio for Arthros. And I did say prior to the show or prior to the series that there is a possibility that we could see Arthros on the Yumi again, because again, just looking at how Cerebrum Esports go for their drafts, and they did say in our previous interviews, it doesn't really matter as to who they're going to face. They're just going to play their style. And UDG grabbed the opportunity, went for the Yumi. It's not really the Yumi that really won them that game, but it's more of the teamwork. Shout out to Don dominating on game number 1, and Mitsura for bouncing back. So good. He was solo killed twice by Pego. But on the second game, on that action, he just reminded everyone that Akshan is still OP in the hands of Mitsura.
Oh yeah, and I don't know. I have to ask you guys before we get into the interview, Team Underground. Do you think they finally, like, the wake up call is done? This is the Underground that we've already known, or is there still are they still kind of adjusting to everyone else's power spike? Autolus.
I think they're. I would be honest with myself. I believe they're limit testing the past 2 series. They have selected multiple ADCs for Lara 1, even though they have convinced everyone and themselves that they could win on the APC route, and having Sayonara carry the show for UDG. And I'm okay with doing some tests and trying out champions, because at the end of the day, you are on the safe spot. You are number 1, and remember, the goal here is to reach the playoffs. Number 1, number 2 doesn't matter. You get the bye, and so far after this series, they are back at number 1.
Yes. Okay. And speaking of number 1, we got Lara 1 ready for the interview. So let's talk to Team Underground. They are ready. Lara 1, congratulations on performance. Medyo shaky yung first and second day, pero now back to the win streak. How does it feel, and what can your fans expect for Underground next week?
Sana tuloy nyo pa rin kami supportan kahit natatalo po kami. maraming salamat sa lahat ng fans namin kahit na nag-struggle kami.
Hey, but it's still working out, and like Otolu said, parang testing phase or just trying to limit tests. So let's go to Osiris first for the next question.
Well, Larawan, we saw your games recently, especially the Vayne and Game 2 yesterday. What do you think happened that you weren't able to play the maximum, like the best Vayne on Game 2 yesterday?
Siguro na pressure din ako nun sa trash ni Rox. Galing eh. Kaya parang nag-hesitate ako gumawa ng play. Yun lang.
Yeah,
I'm good with that. I mean,
yeah, Thresh.
You're good to be back, right? I mean, you have the Thresh God and then you have the Vayne God.
There
so
we go.
That's really a really big Titan face off. So congratulations once again. Good to see you winning again. I'm really happy.
Back in the fourth panelist, right? Diba yung Team Underground. So Otolus, your turn.
Okay, so medyo na-miss namin kayo. Akala namin, araw-araw namin kayo makikita. Natatawa lang, Larawan. Pero syempre, actually, very casual question. Pero who is the biggest inspiration for you right now? Dito sa, actually, hindi lang sa UDG, but for you personally, ano yung talaga nagpo-push sa'yo? Kasi balita. Sige. So.
Hindi ba? Ano? Sorry.
Okay lang. Mamaya na yung kwento ko. Ikaw muna, Lara. Sino yung inspiration natin?
Siyempre po, family ko. Siyempre si Lois, yung girlfriend ko po. Tapos, yung team ko, na nandyan parate para sa akin.
Ayun. Okay. And Lara, kasi actually natanong ko yan kasi bali-balita ako pagdating daw sa pag-grind sa Wildrift. Ikaw ba ang pinakamasipag mag-ranking sa buong grupo ng UDG o parehas lang kayo? Ikaw talaga no? Yun din yung sabi sa akin, parang Wildrift is a life or League of Legends is life. And yun nga syempre para magawa mo yan, kailangan todo yung inspiration na meron ka. And again, Larawan, congratulations. You're back on track. Tuloy-tuloy niya yan for week number 4. Poch!
And Lara, congratulations. Have that Mamba mentality. First one in, last one out. I love it. This is the time for your shoutouts and messages. You have the mic.
Shoutout po sa Castardo family, Lara family, sa girlfriend ko na si Lois, and Villanueva family, Bautista family, si Primo, si Boshinbo, Madam Phoebe, Bieber, Percy, Veloci Group, Barangay Socorro, Jace Richelin, katropa ni Sayonara, si Ponji, Glenn, Capital Boys, yung Manong na naka-orange shot na nakap, tropa ko sa Cavite and sa Cavite City, shout out sa'yo, RTR Guild and si Kai, shout out sa nag-iipon ng baso sa lababo. Yun lang po.
There we go.
Wow, what a shout out.
What a shout out, Lara 1. Thank you so much. Team Underground still at the top of the rankings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Na-shoutout pa nga yung hindi naghuhugas ng baso.
Yeah, I felt like some shots were fired in those shoutouts.
I know.
Guys,
hugas din, boys.
Exactly. Always wash. Make sure. So, guys, it's we're done with week 3, day 3. So far, like our friend Infinity said, you know what? Everything's still a toss-up. There have been some, I would say, upsets or predictions. I don't know what's going on in the panel desk, but it seems like a lot of these teams want to prove us wrong. I will bring it to Otoluz. He has been the one that he has the least points.
I'm on the slump.
Okay, sorry, I had to say it. Yes. But you have to tune in next week. Yeah, for them to for him to do the Pulveron challenge, and also on Wednesday the PPGL cooldown. Right, Osiris is gonna do something.
Yeah, I'm the Pulveron guy on Wednesday, and Otto will be on the WCS Pulveron.
So I have to do it on the main broadcast. Okay,
I think so.
Oh, I mean, you wanted to do it on cooldown, so the duo.
I'll think about it.
We'll think about it. You guys have to tune in to find out.
Yeah, we have to find out.
All right, so
But,
let's
definitely I'll stay true to my word and I will accept any consequence because I deserve it.
Oh,
Oh my God, Osiris, you were not sounding like this during the PPGL it's at watch party. He was really having it in to auto lose. But let's move on and check out the match results for today, because if you had us predict these matches, we didn't think it would go this way. Oasis, Team Secret, Grindsky taking the victory, as well as Underground. What do you think was the most surprising victory? I'm pretty sure I know your answers, but let's start with auto lose.
Number 3, okay, let's go. GS over FLA. Not only was it a very exciting series, it also had very exciting draft. And I think Grindsky, again, looking at the history of Grindsky and FLA always had the upper hand. So Grindsky is now over that hump and was able to win against FLA finally.
Yes. And how about you, Osiris?
of course, FLA. I mean, Grindsky really did their homework and even surprised us. We also talked about this from previous weeks, that if there's someone who's going to cut down the Tyrants, it will be the Grindsky. It will be them who's going to be the Levi Ackerman to take down these Titans.
There
And
we go.
They were able to successful taking down one of the armored Titans.
I forgot the anime reference again. Who was Grindsky? I know it was Otoluz that said.
It was Shin-chan.
There we go.
I'm
Shin-chan
gonna
won.
change it to something more serious.
With more power
'Cause
levels?
they deserve better. Yeah, because I was just having fun because you know how their identity,
Exactly.
right? But the dogs, the dragons. Now I have to think about those two. Maybe Fairy Tail, maybe
There we go.
Bungo Stray Dogs. We'll see.
I'm sure they'd appreciate that, but also we gotta look at Team Secret, because that's another match between RRQ. That was a match we were kind of divided in, and it seems like they have their groove back in place. So let's move on to the standings, because this has definitely shaken up, and I'm sure a lot of the viewers want to see where their favorite teams are at, and also we gotta look at our power rankings to see how the standings fare as we see it on our screen. Still uncontested, and at the top is Team Underground. But guys, look, Fennel, Adversity, and Grindsky at a tie for second and third. Osiris, give me your thoughts on what we're seeing right now.
This is the same playing field that we are looking into, and I'm gonna say that I am losing to Autolus, expecting that Cerebrum would be the one who's going to stay
number
below.
7.
But yeah, at least they are the ones who's stepping it up once again. Everyone is already getting those reads, and I'm really more excited because we're close to playoffs, right? So I'm expecting more from these guys next week to show what they have.
Autolus, anything you want to chime in with standings?
Redemption arc. Oasis Gaming promised redemption this week. They delivered 3-0 for this week, upping their standing from 2-4 to a very respectable 5-4. Do not be surprised if next week they will go on another tear and will possibly join our top 3.
Yeah, I mean, they really called their shot there. Flawless week by Oasis Gaming. They've faced adversity and they triumphed, and now they're sitting at the 4th spot, tied with Team Secret. RRQ, though, in that blast radius. But if you look, Cerebrum, Wildrift, still at 2-7, and a Sunspark looking to get more points on the board. But, it's still a long way till the playoffs. We still have next week and the week after that, and any of these standings can change. So you guys have to tune in to all the socials as well as for WCS to know where your favorite teams stand, and also like the schedules to watch out for. So what a week this has been. I think it's a mix of both underdog week and also the redemption of some of these teams that we know and put to high standards. So we got to throw it back to Autolus. So we're deciding: are you going to do the Pulver Run challenge in PPGL cooldown or in the broadcast?
I'll have to ask Derek.
Yeah, we have.
about it because I'm
It will
planning
be a
to do it while
surprise.
I'm on. Well,
It will be surprise.
I'm delivering the spiels, and
I can
then,
take the
I
spiels
have
if you
to
want it.
throw
Yeah,
on that,
that's true.
right? So we'll have to get approval first before we get approved of that.
Okay, for sure. And it's
It only means that you guys needs to watch
boom
either cooldown and WCS. so we can make sure. Both. Yeah.
To check it out. So
That's
PPGL
a
cooldown on
surprise.
Wednesdays, and then we'll see you guys on Friday for the next week. So again, big shout out to everyone watching, and also this event was made possible by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games.
And we would also like to acknowledge our official mobile partner in Xiaomi. The hashtag Redmi Note 11 is equipped with 90Hz AMOLED dot display, making it possible for you to experience powerful and responsive gaming. Less waiting time with a 33 watts Pro fast charging enabled by the all-new MMT technology. And a 6nm Snapdragon 680 for high performance while improving battery life. More information about the Redmi Note 11 at the Xiaomi Philippines Facebook page.
Yes, and of course, this tournament is under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board. Guys, we're done with week 3. Hopefully, we'll also get our redemption arc next week, because the panel desk has been kind of flubbing it when it comes to these predictions. So,
I'll pray on Wednesday. Okay?
I'm not sure, Otto.
Someone will pray for me, my brother. I guarantee you that.
So many people is going to pray for you, my dear brother.
Oh,
So
wow.
that's fine.
So tune in to Wednesday for the PPGL cooldown, and we'll see you guys next week for more Wild Rift action. This has been Autoluz, Osiris, and Poxspice. Good night, and have fun playing Wild Rift.
Amen!
Yeah! Close the show that way. That's my line now. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah, see you.
somewhere down.